Прийшли окупанти до нас в Україну, форма новенька, воєнні машини, та трохи поплавився їх інвентар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російські танкісти сховались в кущі, щоб лаптем посьорбати довбані щі, та трохи у чах перегрівся навар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Приперли зі сходу до нас барани для восстановлення
великої страни.
Найкращий пастух баранячих отар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Ті, хто води всяке озброєння різне, потужні ракети, машини залізні, у нас на всі доводи є коментар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Вони захопити хотіли нас зразу, а ми зачаїли на орків образу з російських бандитів, робить примар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Російська поліція справи заводить, там пивцю рашистів ніяк не знаходить, хто винен, що в нашому полі глухар. Байрактар, Байрактар. Веде пропаганду кремлівський урод, слова пропаганди ковтає народ, тепер нове слово знає цар.
Байрактар.
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 Yes.
The lead Spring Army sends its regards.
Hello, everyone. I'm the Enforcer, and I'm accompanied by Enforcer Matt.
And good evening, folks. It's Enforcer Matt, and welcome back to day 1147 of the War News Stream. And today we have very big news out of Ukraine. That Ukraine launched a major drone attack on Belgorod and Kursk with attack drones today. Also, the U.S. officials are proposing a new Iran nuclear deal, and also the U.S. is threatening Putin with brand new sanctions if he does not cooperate with the United States. And we have big news tonight, and it's good to see you all once again.
And of course, we're going to cover the past 48 hours of news from around the world as we've been able to hear of major developments on largely every single front around the world. As we've been able to hear that the Ukrainian armed forces have conducted a significant attack on the Russian Federation overnight, with over 100 Ukrainian drones being launched into the territory of the Russian Federation. We were able to hear of 30 independent explosions of these drones making contact with their targets or getting shot down around the city of Kursk. And from what we've been able to hear, it appears the damage may be significant, although daylight hours have not prevailed yet for us to actually be able to get damage assessments that are fully comprehensive and let us actually see the amount of damage that has been created on the ground. However, we have also been able to hear of the Ukrainian precision artillery strikes on the city of Rolisk, hitting and destroying an ammunition and supply cache that was found directly in the center of the city, causing significant damage in the middle of the Russian offensives, which are attempting to breach the Ukrainian border area and start to push into the Sumi Oblast, which we've been able to see the Ukrainian border guards today and other Ukrainian armed forces have been able to repel those attacks successfully, at least at this point. Meanwhile, we have also been able to hear in other regions around the world that currently the United States of America is continuing to funnel more U.S. military forces into the region of the Middle East as ongoing diplomatic talks continue between the United States and the Islamic Republic of Iran. It appears that these diplomatic talks are aimless at this point, just to be entirely frank with y'all, and it appears that our chief negotiator Witkoff, which is apparently Mr. Worldwide or Carmen Sandiego, because he's quite literally everywhere, apparently has no clue of what he's talking about, because yesterday he stated that we were going to be entering a hanky-panky-pansy deal with the Iranians, and now today he's saying that the Iranians need to completely denuclearize no exceptions, and they need to do it immediately, otherwise we're going to start bombing them. So at this point, we really don't know what's going on with that, but it sure makes for high drama and some interesting news coverage. This is also coming at the exact same time as the United States is announcing to the Israelis that all American forces will be withdrawn from Syria within the next 2 months, as political instability and also governmental instability continue to grip the Republic of Syria even into this present day. U.S. forces will now not be existent in the region to be able to try and even bolster or secure the Syrian Democratic Forces against the oppressive and brutal Harir al-Tasham regime. We've also been able to hear that the United States is providing more equipment to the Israelis, bombs and the like, in preparation for their ground operations against Hamas and Hezbollah once more, as the United States also appears to be transporting more air defense systems into the entire region as a whole. Meanwhile, the People's Republic of China is continuing to escalate the trade war against the United States of America by now denying the delivery of Boeing aircraft to Chinese airlines based out of the People's Republic of China, and we've also been able to hear of some other major interesting news regarding the unfortunate Palm Sunday or Sumi massacre, which happened on Sunday, the last time we were on air. We have also been able to hear of other major Ukrainian frontline developments as well, pretty much throughout the entirety of the Ukrainian front line, from Zaporizhia and all the way up into Kupiansk, as it appears that the Russians are largely on the defensive in most areas, or are going to be on the back foot quite significantly well on into the future. We have a pretty large amount of news to be covering tonight, and we are absolutely stoked to have all of y'all here tonight. And so moving on into our major news of the night, we have been able to hear that the Ukrainian armed forces conducted a massive attack against the city of Kursk overnight. We have not been able to get any additional information about the other targets that Ukraine was attacking, even around 8 hours after our initial news video went out, which is largely leading us to believe that the bulk of those drones, surprisingly enough, may have actually been shot down before they made it further into the Russian Federation and began to hit targets deeper inside the Russian Federation. This means that the city of Kursk took the brunt of the attack, or at least the successful part of the attack, as we were able to hear that around 30 independent explosions were reported around the city of Kursk as Ukrainian drones attempted to hit military targets and war industry abilities of the Russian Federation and to continue to deprive them of the instruments of war. We have been able to see some videos today showing the massive attack that did occur on Kursk and the damage that was seen in some surrounding areas. We were able to see that a high-rise had some flames coming from it and small explosions, as it does appear that the drone or falling debris ended up hitting the building within the center of Kursk.
Looks like trouble in Kursk. I wonder if they were piloting Russian drones from there, I wonder.
I wonder. That's an interesting question. We'll get to that in a little bit, though. We don't want to spoil the surprise on that one. But we will get to that one here in a little bit. Nevertheless, we did get to see another explosion occurring in Kursk because of the Ukrainian drones. See the explosion happen off in the distance onto some sort of a industrial building, or at least near to an industrial park. And then in our last clip, we also had to see more damage caused to a commie block from what appears to be the debris of a drone that exploded or was shot down over the city. Nevertheless, it does appear that the city of Kursk was hit quite significantly by these drone attacks overnight, and while we have not been able to get an exact detail, or at least an exact lay of the land so far, of what exactly was hit and the damage caused inside the city of Kursk, there is a significant number of vital military targets that could be hit within the city that we most likely may be hearing about in the future. There are large industrial bases in the suburb of Ryshkovo, just to the south of the Kursk city area, and there also are some major industrial concerns that are also operating within the area of the southern area of the city of Kursk, as well as the northern area as well, where we can see another larger amount of industrial concerns. There also is a military airfield that is operating Su-34 fighter bombers and a couple of other tactical wings of the Russian Air Force, at least at the moment that the satellite picture was taken, and we do believe that up until this point, there still has been some sort of a Russian aviation presence based at the Kursk military airfield up until this point. This is suggesting that the Ukrainians may have attacked the Kursk military airfield and may have also attacked major industries within the city as well. There also is a larger rail yard that is used by the Russian Federation in this area, although rail yards really are not conducive as significant military targets because, once again, rail yards and other areas of a flat rail grade or a flat roadbed are quite easy to repair and construct once hit or damaged. Rolling stock can also be easily replaced if damaged by Ukrainian drone strike, meaning that the rail yard was most likely one of the lower priority targets. If the Ukrainians were to attack any kind of rail infrastructure or any other pertinent military infrastructure around the city of Kursk, they would most likely attempt to target things such as railway bridges, tunnels, or road bridges that would cause much more significant damage, and also bottlenecks in other significant roadways of the city of Kursk, which would begin to decrease its logistical capacity and logistical abilities on a day-to-day basis. Meaning that we haven't really heard, or we are not really expecting that any infrastructure targets were hit in this attack. We are most likely expecting that it was Russian military equipment at the airbase and Russian industrial concerns that were most likely hit the heaviest during this drone attack on the city of Kursk. Once again, we do not have an official damage report out at this moment, and we have not been able to find any, at least in terms of video and picture evidence, of the exact targets hit in Kursk, so we are going to have to be waiting for that to see what exactly was hit, but that's largely our general understanding of the targets that were most likely hit and the ones that were most likely avoided by the Ukrainian attack. Nevertheless, we have been able to see that the attacks in Kursk by the Ukrainians did not stop there, and in fact actually extended down the E38 to a town that actually was quite significant and covered extensively on this channel some time ago. Many people will remember that towards the latter end of last year, the Ukrainian Kursk offensive had reached its fever pitch and actually covered the largest amount of ground at that time that had ever been seen, and probably ever will be seen. Ukrainian armed forces were able to control a large swath of the Russian Federation's territory inside of Kursk, extending all the way up into the village of Korenivo, just south of the town of Korenivo. We also saw that the Ukrainians controlled the towns of Veselo, Komarovka, Anapasovka, and also even as far north as nearly to Kromsky-Byky and Bolshoy-Salatskoy. The Ukrainians seem to have a very large anchorhead to operate from at that point, and it was considered that if the Ukrainians were able to take Korenivo, the Russian armed forces would most likely begin to fall back without stopping to the city of Rilisk along the E38, as that would serve as the next major offensive operation from. Since time has passed, we were able to see that the Russian Federation did mount several successful offensives and were able to push the Ukrainians out of the surrounding areas near to Korenivo, near Kromsky-Byky, and Bolshoy-Salatskoy, and to push them back into a small area just outside of the west of Suja. The Ukrainians are still controlling the smaller area and largely just the villages of Plakovo, Guevo, and Gogolevka, as well as the incredibly insignificant village of Oleshnia. But nevertheless, the Russian Federation has continued to conduct offensive operations in this area, not only against the Ukrainian defenders inside of these small front lines in the Kursk Oblast, but also they have been conducting some offensive operations against the Ukrainian armed forces inside of the Sumi Oblast as well. Meaning that while it doesn't seem, and also it appears that some people are saying that there is some kind of lag going on, which I would, it doesn't appear
I
that
can still hear you.
Yeah, I can still hear me, and it doesn't look like our OBS is reporting any lag. It appears that it has perfectly fine connectivity at this point. So are y'all hearing lag, or are y'all not? Let us know. Because it seems as though many people are reporting audio issues. Let me unmute myself and see. Which I would, it doesn't appear
I can
that
still hear you.
Yeah, I can still hear me, and it doesn't look like our OBS is reporting any lag. It appears that it has perfectly fine connect. It sounds like my audio is coming through perfectly fine on our end, so y'all might need to reset YouTube. So Matthew, if you want to put some announcements in the live chat for folks, if they want to reset their YouTube, that would probably help out the most, because we're not having any lag or any issues on our end, and our YouTube control room is reporting that things are largely fine. So with that in mind, we're going to be continuing on with our news coverage, as we have been able to see that inside the Sumi Oblast, the Russian Federation is actually conducting an offensive to try and retake ground in this area, or largely take ground from the Ukrainians inside of the Sumi and Kharkiv Oblasts. We have not really heard any pertinent information about the attempted Russian offensives inside of Kharkiv, but we have seen a decent amount of Russian military activity along the Russian-Ukrainian border in Sumi, as they've attempted to cross the border and make their way deeper into Ukraine in an entirely new front. This does mean that while the offensive in Kursk is largely seen its heyday, and there's not really a large amount of action going on in the direction of Suja, it does appear that there is a larger amount of military logistical support required to maintain these offensives along the border areas, meaning that some cities that would have not had any pertinence or importance up until this point, such as Rilisk, still maintain some actual strategic value for the Russian Federation to use as logistical staging and force basing points to be able to conduct their offensives into the Sumi Oblast from, as their offensive is now beginning. We have been able to see the Ukrainian armed forces are attempting to interdict and cause significant damage or destroy these Russian force buildup locations or these Russian forward operating bases, or FOBs as they've been called. As we can see that they are now targeting and destroying massive ammunition depots and supply caches in places such as Relisk, which we were able to see right here.
Только что взрыв был.
And we see the fire burning inside the city of Relisk.
Горит, походу, дом. Ого,
We hear some explosions as the
Oh.
ammunition is going off.
Looks like the civilians are all gathered around to watch the town burn down, apparently.
Yeah, apparently they're not at all concerned about the massive fireball that could come from this thing at any moment. And we got another clip of this, actually. It looks like it was like an attraction of the town for a while, and they were getting loads of clips of this thing going up. This was probably a more comprehensive clip of what was happening. We can see the fire continuing to burn with the damage being quite significant.
This is another day in Ruski paradise, I tell you.
Oh, dude, wait a minute. Did you see that? A little piece of burning ember actually flew right in front of the cameraman. Watch. Right there. Dude, it's the
Meanwhile,
Bahanka.
this loaf is struggling up a hill.
Dude, the Bahanka is just dying over here, stroking out, trying to get up this hill. You got a burning piece of ember, and then you got this stolen valor Gopnik here, who's wandering around in what appears to be fake camo. Oh, what is that, Blid? I did not expect the cameraman to sound like that. Like, honestly, man, like, that kind of shocked me right there.
Ракеты летят нахуй, хуй поймешь, что нахуй.
First sounds like he has no teeth.
Выхлопы хуяры.
This is how people sound in Clanton.
Ебать того в рот, бля. Это напротив Магнита, как вниз спускаться, блядь, вниз, прямо туда. И там дома такие хорошие горят, блядь.
From what we largely understand, this ammunition cache was dead center of the town of Relisk. I've not been able to find the exact location. I've been trying to geolocate it the best I can. The best guess I can come up... Actually, let's play some GeoGuessr here really quickly. Okay, it wouldn't be this street because it's not near a hill. We need to find a hill in the town of Relisk because that would give us a pretty good idea of where exactly this was. So this isn't really a hill either. So that means that we are going to be relegated to the city center. And let's see if we can find any hills around here. This town is relatively flat. This town is flatter than Taylor Swift. And that is posing some issues because it's making it very hard for me to geolocate exactly where that video was filmed inside the town. But beyond that, we are understanding that this explosion did occur within the dead center of Relisk inside of the Kursk Oblast in the Russian Federation. And one thing that is incredibly important to note about that is that the Russians have built an ammunition and supply cache in the dead center of a populated urban area. This is something that is generally not supposed to be done. I'll explain why. So people are squishy, very squishy as a matter of fact. Matthew, touch your cheek with your finger, Matthew. Let me ask you, does it feel firm or does it squish?
Should it feel firm?
It shouldn't. If it does, you need to see a doctor.
Doctor.
You might need to see a doctor.
I'm just joking. I'm just joking.
But it squishes, right? It squishes.
Yeah, it generally squishes, you know.
And that theory can be applied to the whole body. The whole thing squishes. And the problem is that when you have a load of ammunition inside of the middle of a city and an explosive blows up near someone, the body, it squishes a little too much, and this crazy thing called death happens after you get squished a little too hard. There's also this crazy thing called concussive force, which can actually squish your brain without squishing your skull, pretty much kill you through neurological damage. Generally, by and large, you don't want your body to squish too much, and that's why we take the ammunition and we put it somewhere safe, not in the middle of a city. The Russians, on the other hand, decided that the smart thing to do was put all of these people at risk in Relisk. I guess that's why they call it Relisk, because it's a real risk. But beyond that, they put all the ammunition in the middle of the town, along with the supplies, so that way when the Ukrainians hit it, and the secondary explosions were occurring, there was a higher chance of more Russians getting incidentally squished by the subsequent secondary explosions coming from that ammunition cache. In general, what we could get from this today is that the Russians are actually using the city of Kursk itself as a human shield, for the larger part, to protect its ammunition and supply caches, which are based somewhere in the dead center of the town, which is a little bit interesting to me to note, because it appears that the Russians have a reoccurring theme of using civilian areas to conduct acts of war from, or largely putting the entire civilian or the citizenry at risk. And that moves us on to something a little bit interesting today that came out of Moscow. And but before we get into this, I do have to explain something here for many people, because this is something that people just don't get about Russia and other foreign countries. When you ever hear of a foreign country like Russia, let me go pull up Russia. Let me go just pull up picture. Let me just type in Russia. And let me just press enter on that. And let's go to Google Images, because I want to make sure that we show y'all what the public sees of Russia when they type it in. So these would be the most basic pictures. You know, pictures of the downtown Moscow area that look really nice. They look really clean. People go, wow, look at that. That looks so modern and advanced. I mean, it looks first world. Nothing could ever get close to this in America. We are truly cooked. Finished even. Look at that. I mean, there's nowhere in America that just looks that nice and clean. And then you see the TikToks. And then they're like, oh my God, they're just so far ahead of us. Chat, we're cooked. It's so over. But this little area right here is a little special, actually. This all requires a little bit of like a lead in right here, because I got to get around to explaining everything. But that little area in the distance filled with skyscrapers, that's like, wow, that's so cool. That actually is a very special place in Moscow. Enter the Moscow City area. Moscow City and the city of Moscow are two totally different things. A very confusing thing, and it was meant to be confusing. Because when people say Moscow City, and they say, wow, look at Moscow City, the idea was that, and I actually didn't know this, but this was a deliberate judgment or decision by the Russian government. The idea was that most people wouldn't really know the difference in between Moscow City and the city of Moscow, which are two totally different places, two totally different things, as a matter of fact. And so when people hear Moscow City, they just think of Moscow as a whole. Moscow City is the most built up and nicest place in the entirety of the Russian Federation. It consists of about 8 city blocks. That's it. It's not a lot. But it's 8 city blocks of pure opulence. It was built pretty much on the dollar of the Russian Federation's government to be able to build a place that would look largely like a propaganda center. And when you look at it from below, it actually is a pretty impressive place, I'm not going to lie. I'll drop y'all down in the middle of a street in the middle of Moscow City to give y'all a little bit of an idea. So this is what Moscow City looks like on the ground. And this is, once again, not the city of Moscow. This is just the little financial district they called Moscow City. But not a lot of people could disagree. This actually does look wildly nice. The streets are clean. I mean, it looks so first world. I mean, there's no homeless people. There's no crime. And most importantly, the groceries, folks, are cheap. Sure, the Russians live in a dictatorship, but it looks really nice. And that's until you go literally just across the street here into the slum, which is right across the street, mind you, right here. Ah, yes, the commie block slum, literally in the shadow of the skyscrapers. Because the Russians, you see, they don't have enough money to actually extend this opulence to really anywhere, even directly across the street from Moscow City. So the opulence ends in those 14 square blocks. Once you get out of those, it goes straight back to the Moscow slums. Unpaved roads, unkempt parkways, literally a pile of shit just sitting in the middle of the park, and then also this decrepit-looking commie block that was built during the time of Khrushchev and Brezhnev. This is a place that looks like absolute unmitigated hell. And if you are doubting me at this point, I can show you another example, literally, once again, in the dead center of Moscow, right here. Once again, older commie blocks, unkempt, unpaved, and right off in the distance you can see some of the skyscrapers still going up in Moscow City that are used for propaganda around the world. The whole thing's an illusion. When they show y'all pictures of Russia, it's literally just a small, tiny little area, and that's it. You go anywhere else in Moscow, it looks like hell. If you go anywhere else, anywhere in the country, really, it looks like hell. You can bet the bottom dollar on that. I just wanted to show y'all this really quickly, just to get the idea across. We will go to the town of Shuya, and we will drop down on a random street, like this one right here, And that's what Russia actually looks like. This is the reality of your normal Russian citizen. They live in absolute unmitigated squalor for the large part. Abject poverty is what it would be called here in the United States. Most of the roads aren't even paved. Most of these people don't even have running water or sewage. Toilets in Russia are considered a luxury for most citizenry. It's not even a joke. That's the actual reality of the situation. Nevertheless, the Russians continue to push forward Moscow City as what Russia really is. This tiny little 14 square block area, that is the real Russia. That's just what it is, and that's the reality of it. But what is really interesting is that they're pushing the reality of that a little too far. The Russians released a video from Moscow City today, and it was one that they did not want to release because they actually took it down about 6 hours after it was put up. This is a military operative of the Russian Federation's armed forces, and he is actually operating a Frontline FPV drone out of one of the offices in the Moscow City skyscrapers. No joke, this is what the video is actually showing. I'm going to mute the audio, but just show you all this guy talking right here. And you can see him actually showing the drone in operation, along with the suitcase that the drone is operated from, showing that the Russian Federation is actually running military operations out of the buildings of Moscow City. The nice skyscrapers that you'll see in the propaganda reels are being used for military operations by the Russian Federation in a limited role.
It also looks like a super temporary setup, like maybe this is a hotel room or something. Why would they have it in a mobile case like they're just ready to like clam it up and run with it or something?
That's a good question. I really don't know why this is the way it is. But one thing that I do want to point out that's very interesting, y'all, is that rules of engagement are not always as tight as the U.S.'s rules of engagement. The United States has incredibly tight rules of engagement. According to the United States, at least in our prior rules of engagement in places like Afghanistan, the running rule was that if there were any civilians in a building or military activity was being conducted, you generally were not allowed to fire on the excuse me, folks. You generally were not allowed to fire on that building unless if you got some sort of specified approval because of some form of an emergency. It was incredibly rare to fire on a building being used by, say, the Taliban if there were any civilians inside. On the other hand, the Ukraine war operates on an entirely different level. The rules of engagement, largely for the Russians and the Ukrainians, is that they give a very limited window for civilians to get out of the way, but generally if there are any military activities being conducted in any building, anywhere whatsoever, even if civilians are inside, that is generally deemed to be a military target by both the Ukrainians and the Russians, and the Ukrainians and the Russians will indiscriminately attack those buildings regardless of the collateral, meaning the amount of civilian casualties or deaths that occur. This means that in the process of the Russians recording and publishing this video today, they have made the entirety of Moscow City a military target, because it is entirely possible now, the Ukrainians can justify it, that any given building has a Russian running a drone from inside of it, meaning that any floor of any part of that building is technically a military target at this point, and the Ukrainians can attack it, and even if there wasn't a military operative or an operation of the Russian military in one of these buildings, it still would largely be in a gray area where it could be justified that they were hitting the building because it had a Russian military operation going on inside of it. So it is a little bit wild to see that. It's actually a little bit insane to see that the Russians would publish something like that and begin to blur the line in between what are off the menu for targets and what is on the menu for being an actual military target. It's absolutely bizarre to see that. I've never seen anything like that before, but we will see what the Ukrainians do about that. We have seen them actually strike Moscow City in the past a couple of times, including the Expo Center, which is right over here. This Expo Center has been seen loads and loads of times. I'll actually show you all the inside of it. It has a great view of Moscow City, but the inside is what is fairly shocking. They usually had, at least in the pre-war, major exhibitions going on here all the time, including, displays of racing trucks and a whole multitude of other things, including this odd-looking robot that I don't really like at all. That's a little bit too uncanny valley in my opinion. And they also had smug-looking guys on cameras there too. But nevertheless, the Russians are starting to blur the line a little bit in between the civilians, which are off the table, and the military, which is on the table. Also, one other thing. I wonder, Matthew, what the metro station looks like, or the train station looks like at Moscow City. Is it really nice? Why is it green?
It's very green for go.
Dude, it's green for money, because the Russians have none of it, but they want some. Honestly, man, they have, no pictures of this train station. They have a lot of pictures of... That is just terrible looking.
That does look terrible. It's like, and this is the like the metro, like the subway system for Moscow.
Technically, this is kind of like their commuter train. It's not even really like a subway.
Yeah, it looks like a subway system, just the way it looks overall.
Yeah, I wonder what the stations look like further up. Are they like nicer? Because you would expect that they would be. Oh my god, dude! The next station is like 3 miles away. Anyways, dude, I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, this one doesn't look too bad, but it doesn't look great either.
Man, this one's kind of mid, honestly. I was like, honestly though, this looks better than the one that's actually at Moscow City. You would think that would be the nicest one. Crazily enough, the one out in the middle of what? Now let's go see. So the one out in the middle of the slums, for the large part, is the one that's nicer. I did not expect that at all. But anyways, moving on from that, it does appear that the Russian Federation is continuing to blur that line in between civilian and military targets. But moving on from that, we do have something that is a little bit more interesting to talk about, because this was something that happened yesterday, and I didn't put it down on the map today because we had so much news, but it is still something worth covering, as we're seeing that the Russian Federation is continuing their attacks against Ukraine with really no end in sight, and have practically violated every single ceasefire that's been conducted for what could be months now. We are seeing that the Ukrainians are attempting to protect their skies so that way they will not be subject to such attacks in the future. And because of this, the Ukrainians have stated that they are going to be putting forward $50 billion, which, mind you, is going to be incredibly difficult for the Ukrainians, because the Ukrainian GDP, and let me go show this to y'all, is $178 billion, meaning that they're pretty much putting up a third of the nation's GDP to purchase more Patriot missiles for the Patriot air defense systems that they currently have inside the country. And let me go pull up the Patriot system right here. This is the Patriot. These have been provided in larger numbers by the United States and other allied nations to the state of Ukraine so that way they are able to defend their airspace. The Ukrainians have largely run out of Patriot missiles at this point, and it's come around time that they need a much larger number of them. Each interceptor costs around $1 million, and they're looking to try and buy as many of them as they can, so that way they can keep their air defense as operational as possible, as effective as possible, and to be able to protect the Ukrainian citizenry from such unfortunate attacks as the Sumi massacre, which ended up killing around 40 people approximately so far, and have wounded dozens more. At this point in time, the United States of America, through the office of the president, has stated that we will not be selling the Ukrainians anything, even if they are coming to buy and not just being given it by approval of the Congress and the president. The president has stated that the Ukrainians shouldn't have started the war, and they shouldn't have picked a bigger guy to fight than them, because they should have expected to get their ass beat, and so we're not going to be selling them missiles. That is coming, by the way, after 3 years of war that the Russian Federation started against Ukraine when they invaded the state of Ukraine in the beginning of 2022 on February 23rd, because they claimed that the Ukrainians had biolabs and they were planning on killing millions of Russians. It appears that a lot of people have had some interesting statements to make about that. One, the Ukrainians didn't start the war. They didn't really pick on a country bigger than theirs. And also, another more pressing thing, we thought that the issue the entire time was that the Ukrainians were getting stuff for free. Now they're paying, and now the answer is no, and now there's a new hurdle to jump over, that they shouldn't be in a war in the first place, and that's now the issue. But a lot of people have been putting in their thoughts and their opinions, their takes for the large part, on what's going on right now. And Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right. So it looks like 35% of the audience said U.S. will sell Ukraine missiles very soon, while 33% said the U.S. won't sell Ukraine any more missiles, and 21% said it's a 50-50 chance of it going either way. And the statement that you don't pick fights with bigger countries, that's a bit crazy because, at the same time, let's say, for example, Estonia gets attacked by Russia, and let's say Estonia gets blamed for starting the war with Russia because they got attacked by Russia. Then I guess under that logic, we won't sell any missiles to Estonia to defend themselves because you don't pick fights with bigger countries. So the logic is fleeting, to say the least. I'm really not sure exactly what the logic behind the statement really is. And also, like the enforcer mentioned, I thought the main concern was we were not getting paid back for the weapons we were sending to Ukraine. But now Ukraine is going to cough up a whopping $50 billion to purchase defensive missiles, and Patriots are defensive systems. They're not for attacking Russia. They're for defending the population of Ukraine. So now that they're coughing up the money, now that's not good enough either. So to me, It's really, there's no logic behind it. I think it's pretty obvious to most people. There's no logic behind it. I'm not sure why the answer is no, basically. Hopefully they'll change their mind. And I would assume that since it makes no sense to say no, that we'll probably will sell them missiles, but they're going to have to jump through some more hoops to get them. That's probably the most likely answer. So I'm with the 35%. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say that I'm with the 35% that the United States will eventually sell them missiles, because like Matthew's saying, we really don't have an option. But I've got to get on a little bit of an aside here that this is getting ridiculous at this point, about the statements being made by the president on the situation. It's absolutely getting absurd at this point. Of course, we're talking about this in a non-political perspective. So if you, for some reason, worship the president, I'm not stopping you from doing that. I'm not making a comment whether I like or dislike the guy. One thing I will say, though, is that his comments are absolutely stupid and have no founding in reality about 90% of the time at this point. One, the Ukrainians didn't start the war. Neither in 2014 nor in 2022 did they start the war. The Russian Federation started both of them. The Russian Federation invaded and annexed the Crimean Oblast from the state of Ukraine in 2014 without any prior provocation. At that time, the Ukrainians were not even in a position to conduct a provocation against the Russian Federation because they were in the middle of the Euromaidan riots, or as some people call it, the Revolution of Dignity. The government had literally collapsed at that point in the state of Ukraine and was being rebuilt from the ground up. There was no way in hell, considering that they hardly even had a government at that point, that they would be able to conduct a provocation against the Russian Federation to then say that Ukraine started the war, and that's in 2014. Fast forward to 2022, and the Ukrainians were attempting to join NATO because everyone in the West was saying that they could, and that the time was finally ripe. Then the Russians invaded Ukraine because they were trying to join NATO, and once again, the Ukrainians did not start the war, the Russians started it. People keep on saying that we're pushing NATO closer towards Russia, but the reality is that Russia is pushing NATO, well, pulling NATO closer to them, because they keep on showing how much of a loose cannon and how dangerous they are to their neighbors, and every single one of their neighbors is applying to join NATO, and they're being accepted. And that's the real reality of the situation. That's what the Ukrainian state was trying to go through with in 2022, and then they get shafted because the Russian Federation invades them, and then no one actually tried to move forward with continuing to either support them or get them into NATO, at least in any kind of a major form. So now, with that in mind...
Also, Enforcer, did you also see this as well? Remember when the whole Kofefe happened with Zelensky coming over to the White House? There was that really, really bad press conference. It went sideways all the way around. It just went really, really bad. But the president at that point had said that Russia started the war. Then he flip-flopped and said Ukraine started the war. And then he apologized and went back to Russia started the war. And now he's gone back to, it seems like, saying that Ukraine started it. So he keeps going in between both answers. It's not the fact that he's just sticking with one answer. He's flip-flopping between two different answers. So I'm not really sure at this point. It's like, does he remember saying last time that Russia started it? Because why is he saying something different now? He just said there's something different a week ago.
I'm going to be honest with you. I think he remembers each and everything that he's saying and which one he's saying, but he's just going, like, at this point, there's no way to say it. He's just openly lying about the situation whenever he says that the Ukrainians started the war, because the Ukrainians did not start the war. There's no way for a country to start a war when they're the one getting invaded. Like, there's just no way. The Ukrainians, well, I remember specifically, because I started covering the news within that first hour, the Russians rolled across the border and were wiping out border guard posts and checkpoints everywhere. The Ukrainian, you don't get attacked at a border guard checkpoint on your side of the border with the shots being fired first by the Russians, and that's you starting the war. The Russians started the war by firing at those border guards and rolling across the border and then taking ground inside of Ukraine. That's when the war really started. Like, in full form, that was when the war began. And that was entirely the Russians doing that. So that statement by the president is just a flat-out lie. I mean, there's no other way to look at it. There is no way that that can even be true. There's no way to even be down the fence on that one and go, well, I don't know, maybe there's a justification for that. No, the Russians started the war. I mean, that's just the reality of the situation. There's no other way to go about that. But
I wonder if we want to give the benefit of the doubt here, I wonder if when he says you don't pick fights with bigger countries, that he's actually saying that Ukraine should have just capitulated in the beginning, and he's really not saying that Ukraine started the war. because there's really there's no experts or any rational analysis out there that says that Russia did not start the war, because they obviously invaded with their helicopters and tanks and crossed over into Ukraine's border first. That's just factual. That's not disputed by anybody. So there's really no like wiggle room there to say that Ukraine started it whatsoever, because also Russia had already invaded Crimea and started taking Ukraine's land well before they ever said they wanted to join NATO. So if that's even a hypothetical argument that Ukraine started the war by wanting to join NATO, that's not true either, because Russia was already starting separatist movements on the border of Ukraine and also invading Crimea and annexing the whole thing. So that's not true either. I just don't see any legitimate argument anybody could make that Ukraine started the war under any circumstance.
There is no good argument. But then also the second point is beyond the flat out lie that we're now going with from the office of the president that Ukraine started the war. Then there's also the second thing that also makes no sense, that originally we were saying that the Ukrainians have to not get stuff for free and not be a freeloader, and they have to buy the stuff from us. So now that the Ukrainians have scrounged together, I don't even know how, $50 billion, and they're now saying that they will buy $50 billion of U.S. military equipment, now we're telling them no, and buying it isn't even good enough anymore. The fact that they are even wanting any military equipment is a problem now. It's getting ridiculous at this point. Like, there's no way to look at this. And I saw someone try and say, you're getting political again. There's nothing political about this, because when something is this stupid, I mean, there's no way that you can't just look at that and go, well, I don't know. I mean, you kind of got a point. Like, there's no way to do that, like, at all. This doesn't make any sense. The original thing was, and because I listened to them a little bit, so I know exactly what their talking point was. Oh, the Ukrainians, they robbed us blind because Biden was stupid, and Zelensky just came over and was just stealing money from a blind old man. They have to pick up the tab and they have to pay now from here on. So now they're paying from here on, like it was requested, and now that's not even good enough. Now they have to do something else. Like, that, it's getting absolutely crazy at this point. But it's like, what more can they do? I mean, at this point, they would have to just give up, I guess, to the Russians. And then even so, you still wouldn't be happy with them, because we'd say, well, they've given up to the Russians. We don't like losers, so we're not going to give them military equipment now either, because who's to say it won't fall into Russia's hands? Then that would be the next justification.
Also, another problem is when the second ceasefire was broken, the United States officials told Zelensky that if Russia breaks the ceasefire, let us know, give us the evidence, which Zelensky gave the evidence. He gave the evidence to the United States that they broke the ceasefire. The United States acknowledged that. Marco Rubio acknowledged the fact they broke it in sort of indirect terms. And they said, we will help Ukraine and arm them with what they need if Russia breaks that ceasefire. So now we're apparently, at least according to what we've heard, it sounds like there's pretty much a rejection of selling the Patriot missiles to Ukraine in the future. But at the same time, we're saying that we're going to put even harsher sanctions on Russia if they don't speed up and make a deal. So I'm like, it's like we're doing two different things that are like contradictory. We're threatening Putin with sanctions, but at the same time, we won't arm Ukraine. It's like, I'm not sure if there's like a cohesive like strategy here at this point, because how can you do one and not the other? It just doesn't make any sense.
I'm not getting it at all either. Like, when we get down to the Middle East here in a minute, y'all are going to see that the chaos continues in that direction as well, about as much so as it's happening in Eastern Europe right now. But this is it's just getting insane at this point. I really don't know how to work with this, because things change on a dime. Like, we're about to get down into talking about the Iranian situation, and y'all are going to be seeing that things are flipping and flopping and changing at a moment's notice down there, just like it is up here with Ukraine. To be honest, I'll have to be frank with y'all, because I'm not being political with this, but we're just being honest about the situation here. So if it sounds bad to you and you don't like it, I hate to tell you that it's the truth. The current administration does not know what they're doing. As far as foreign policy is concerned, they have no clear objective, no clear ambitions, no clear plans. It is like watching a blind person wandering around in a dark room and then trying to slug at anything that they run into, and then once they punch at something, they go, oh my god, I'm so sorry, and then they just do it again. I don't know what they're doing. I have absolutely no clue, because I can't tell. Like at one moment, we are telling the Russians that we are going to kill every single Russian. And then the next day, we're saying that the Ukrainians are at fault for starting the war, and they're going to have to be punished monetarily for it, and they're going to have to pay us back for everything, and then we're not going to do a damn thing for them. And then the next day, we will sit there and go right back to saying that the Russians are actually shaking us down and playing us for fools, and we need to wisen up. And then we wake up the next day after that, and we go right back to saying that the Ukrainians are really responsible for all of this, and also they robbed us blind, although everyone in the U.S. Congress was the one who was approving the funding for Ukraine for the past 3 years. It's making no sense in that metric. It's not making any sense in the Middle East either. The Middle East is a absolute shit show at this point. So I'll get down there, considering that we're on this topic now, and I'll cover this a little bit as well. And once again, I just want to say this. I'm not getting political here, but I gotta be honest with y'all, the frustration is getting absolutely unbearable at this point. We can't even make heads nor tails of what's really going on. And I see people coming in here with their usual thing, so someone saying liberals and stuff like that. Look, we called out Biden whenever he didn't make any sense, and there was a lot of times that a lot of what he was doing was weak and didn't make any sense at all, or it just painted America in a bad light on a foreign policy sphere. Now Trump's in office. Hate to tell you, but once a president's gone, like Biden, there really isn't a lot to shit on him about because he's not even the president anymore. New guy's in. New guy doesn't really have a clue what he's doing. I'd say it's worse than the last guy. The last guy was honestly setting records. So, that's what we're working with.
Also another problem is I'm not very clear on this. Maybe we can clear this up right now. From what I've seen, Witkoff, who's the envoy to the Middle East, who's negotiating with Iran right now, is also the one that's showing up in Moscow and also negotiating with Putin. So it appears he's negotiating on two major geopolitical fronts simultaneously. He's negotiating the Ukraine-Russia war, and he's also negotiating the Israel-Iran situation, which seems like a bad idea because each one has their own nuances to it. And one of those alone, like for example, Ukraine-Russia, that requires your full focus. But to have that one guy running between both major negotiations like that and running back and forth when he really doesn't have a handle on either one of them, that seems to be another source of confusion as well, where they're really not going to have a cohesive strategy because he's just simply spread too thin. Like even if the guy knew what he was doing, that would be too much for most people. That's why they should have separate envoys for both. But somehow Witkoff became like the be-all, do-all guy for both of them somehow, which is a bad idea.
Yeah, and also on top of that, like Witkoff has no knowledge or really understanding of foreign policy or American foreign policy objectives. Like what was the guy, a real estate developer or something like that?
Yeah, I think he was an investor in real estate, I believe.
Yeah, so he's an investor in real estate, and now we're saying he's not only qualified to negotiate a ceasefire in Ukraine and eventually into that war, but he's also qualified to know the in-depth intricacies of the Middle East at the exact same time and negotiate both of them simultaneously. I don't even know how someone's supposed to do that. We should have two totally different delegations for each individual instance. One delegation that's an expert on the Middle East situation and what we're looking for there, and then another one for Ukraine. I mean, like, it's absolutely insane to have one guy doing everything. I mean, what's next? Is he going to start negotiating with the Chinese about the future of Taiwan at the exact same time as the other two? I mean, where is this in for this guy? Is he like a celebrity negotiator now? He doesn't even have any experience in this kind of a category. It doesn't make any sense. But beyond that, let me get you all into the Middle East here, because the Middle East is a whole can of worms of its own. And really quickly, before I move on, I want to address something here, because I keep seeing a couple of things in the chat. I'm going to make it a little bit clear how we're working with this here. Some people are saying, because I'm criticizing the current actions of the president, and I know how it works, so I'll just explain it really quickly. Back when Biden was president and we ever criticized any action of Biden's that was not a good one for the United States, the Democrats would come out in droves and they'd say that we're Republican Nazis because we were criticizing their guy, and in their mind, because they're a Democrat, the Democrats can never do anything wrong, and the Democrats are godlike angels. So that was how it was for the last 3 years. Now Trump's in office, we're applying the same kind of criticisms to Trump's administration, and so now we're having the Republicans come out, and the Republicans are coming out, the ones who pretty much worship the guy like the Democrats worship Biden. Now they're coming out of the woodworks into the chat and trying to say that we're liberals or something along those lines, and this is a Democrat channel now. It's like CNN because we're criticizing the president. But I just got to be honest with y'all. I got to level with y'all here really quickly. I don't believe in worshiping a political party. To be honest, both of them are pretty much, in my opinion, the equivalent of cesspits these days. Biden was an incompetent fool. I'm just going to be honest with you all with my opinion on this for a moment. Biden was an incompetent fool. He hardly reacted to anything. If anything, his cabinet was running the country, and the cabinet was only able to do, because the president was largely inept, knee-jerk reactions to anything around the world, meaning that we just sat on our ass for 4 years and just kind of did the bare minimum to keep everything on life support. Now we have Trump in. And Trump is, well, Biden was already setting records, in my opinion, for incompetence, and I truly thought it could not get worse from there. Now we have Trump in, and honestly, we now have actually like manufactured incompetence, which is honestly even more shocking than what Biden was doing. Biden was just like, he wasn't really mentally there. Trump's mentally here more so, and honestly, what he's doing seems to be more destructive. So that's the reality of how I'm looking at it. So if you're ever thinking, oh, you must be some kind of a liberal or a Republican, no, actually, I dislike both of them quite greatly. I don't really see a lot out there that's that good. I haven't seen either side really push pro-American objectives in global policy at all for the past decade, for the large part. Everyone's largely sat on their ass, and everyone always goes with each administration, let me try and push it down the line so that way the next guy has to deal with it, because I don't want to be the guy to deal with it. And I don't want to be the guy that might have another Iraq or Afghanistan on my hands, because that might represent my party poorly, and that might cost them some midterm or another presidential election or something along those lines. That is what has been going on for nearly a decade at this point, and it's absolutely absurd. And it's getting even more absurd at this point, because the last guy could hardly even be motivated to speak coherently. This guy speaks coherently, and then he comes up with this dumbest shit I've ever heard. Like, it's just the most ridiculous stuff. Like,
honestly, I'll be honest with you. His points aren't necessarily dumb. Like, there are some statements that don't make sense. Like, for example, saying you don't pick fights with bigger countries, even though you're in the right. That's a little bit crazy, considering the fact that we're supposed to be an alliance and we're supposed to protect each other. That's a little bit wild. But at the same time, I agree with pursuing peace. Like, that is a good idea. His statements on that sound good. And of course, if you can try to pursue peace, you always try to do that first. But at the same time, though, where my disconnect comes in is when you say that, for example, say to Ukraine, if Russia breaks the ceasefire, then we're going to give you X, Y, and Z. And then Russia breaks it, and then the United States does not follow through and give Ukraine X, Y, and Z. That's where I have the problem. It's like we're not following through with one side's promises, but yet at the same time, we're giving the enemy leniency to the end of the earth, which is not fair whatsoever to Ukraine. And also, once again, Ukraine's the victim, so we should give Ukraine deference instead of giving the enemy deference. So that's where my main disconnect comes from on it.
Honestly, there's a disconnect on everything. And let me get you really quickly. I'll explain really quickly to all of y'all. And I agree with Matthew. Peace is something achievable. But you can't make a peace where there isn't one. Like, you cannot do that. Like with Ukraine right now, it is very clear that the Russians do not want peace. So for us to achieve a peace, we have to force a peace, meaning that we have to force ourselves as Americans into an unadvantageous position for our side to achieve that peace. And I don't think peace is worth that much to put ourselves at a major disadvantage in Eastern Europe, to put the Europeans, which are our largest economic partner, at a significant disadvantage. None of that makes any sense from our perspective. I don't know why in the world we would ever want to do that. I don't know why we would want to push that forward. It would make a lot more sense at this point, seeing that the Russians are not working in good faith to actually end the war, for us to just start supporting Ukraine more. I mean, that's totally fine. I mean, peace, it was a good attempt. Like, honestly, like, I can't blame the current administration, so I can't blame the Trump administration for trying to pursue peace, but once it becomes clear that there's too much friction down that avenue to actually achieve a peace, and that the Russians don't want to come to the negotiating table for that, we have no option but to just dig in and support the Ukrainians until they actually want to achieve a peace on the Russian side. Otherwise, we're just going to force ourselves into a bad situation. Wars end when they naturally end. You just can't force an end to it unless if you're willing to accept a defeat for the large part. And a defeat for what? Like, what are we wanting to achieve a defeat for? So that way we can finally have peace, and then that peace is at what cost? It's going to be at the cost of tens of millions of Ukrainians. It's going to be jeopardizing European security permanently. That it's not a good position for us to put ourselves in. It's not a good position to put the Europeans into. And considering that the Europeans have actually supported monetarily Ukraine more than the United States, I feel like they should have a fairly large stake in the matter. And considering it's on their continent, I feel like at this point, they should be having as large or larger a share of the say of how this is going to go over the United States. Because while we are a major economic and military power as a singular country, Europe is equally economically and militarily powerful almost, and it's only come shy by a couple of $1 trillion collectively. And they've provided more support. It doesn't make any sense to say that we don't want to be involved in foreign conflicts, and the Ukraine war is for the Europeans to handle, but then we want to come in and we want to negotiate the worst worst absolute deal at this point for the Ukrainians and for the Europeans, although at the end of it, we made it fairly clear we don't even want to have a stake in Europe, and we want them to be on their own. So I don't even know why in the world we're so involved in wanting to end a war in Europe, considering that we're pretty much going to throw the Europeans to the wolves by the end of this whole thing. It doesn't make any sense. But the Middle East is even stupider. Like, if you thought what we're saying right now with the statements on Eastern Europe were dumb, wait until you hear what the diplomatic delegation did with Iran over the past 24 hours. Literally over the past 24 hours. So, to start us off with a good one, Witkoff, who's our celebrity negotiator at this point, went on to Fox News last night with Sean Hannity, and Sean Hannity was out there peddling one of his books again, and he sat there and talked about what kind of a goal had been achieved, or what was largely being discussed with the Islamic Republic of Iran. And he laid out, I'm not even kidding, I'm actually laughing, I'm trying to hold back the laugh here. He literally laid out the 2015 Obama-era U.S.-Iran nuclear deal as the deal that they were going for with Iran. Now, I just want to say really quickly that I want to make this fairly clear. The Obama deal was incredibly weak. Like, it was horrifically weak. It was absolutely laughable what it achieved. It achieved practically nothing. It pretty much told the Iranians under the Obama-era nuclear deal that the Iranians would be allowed to enrich their own nuclear fuel. They would be allowed to run their own nuclear reactors. They would also be allowed to run their own enrichment nuclear reactors, meaning that the reactors that are needed to enrich the fuel for every other kind of nuclear technology. And of course, the Iranians, pretty much by good faith, would not refine their nuclear fuel or nuclear material to such a grade that it could be used in a weapons grade sort of a system. And all of that was going to be precipitated on the idea that U.S. nuclear inspectors would come into the country somewhat frequently, a couple of months here and there, and then they would just check to make sure they're not making a bomb. That was the whole plan. It was an incredibly weak one. It was ridiculously weak. And at that point, considering that even in the Obama era, we were getting an idea that they were starting to work towards making a nuclear weapon, it seemed to me that it would have made a lot of sense to already move towards the hostile path of saying, hell or high water, you're not going to do anything with nuclear technology because you're an incredibly dangerous and unpredictable regime that cannot be trusted. I feel like we should have already gone down that path back then. But we went down the Obama path, which was just trying to avoid another conflict, and we went with this. So then Trump came in 2016, and by 2017, the deal was off. We just ripped up the deal and said, screw the Iranians, we're not going to have that. And then Trump sat on his ass until the end of his term in 2020 and then did nothing else to rectify the issue. So for those 3 remaining years from the middle of 2017 to 2020, there was absolutely nothing, even a treaty, that was supposedly supposed to stop the Iranians from developing a nuclear weapon. And then Biden came in and sat on his ass for 4 years and literally did nothing, while Iranian proxies are raising hell throughout the entirety of the Middle East. And also at the same time, we were getting intelligence that they were actually finally moving towards creating a nuclear weapon, and they were getting towards the cusp of actually having one. Biden did nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing at all for those 4 years. Obama had a shitty treaty. Trump ripped up the treaty and then did nothing for 3 years. Biden did nothing for 4 whole years, the whole term. And now Trump's back in, and guess what? The master negotiator is going to end up returning right back to the 2015 piss-poor U.S.-Iran nuclear arrangement that Obama put out, pretty much. That was at least what was being said last night. And it just blows my mind. Like it is blowing my mind because that is the worst deal ever. It is piss poor. And the actual response that the United States should have is that we should not be negotiating with a country that is attempting to create a nuclear weapon. The simple fact of the matter is, according to international law, these people are in violation of the Non-Nuclear Proliferation Treaty, which states that there are a limited handful of countries in the world, by that treaty, that are actually allowed to possess, research, develop, and field nuclear weapons in any capacity. The countries that currently have nuclear weapons that are not allowed to have them right now is North Korea and maybe possibly Israel. But the Iranians are not on that list. They are not allowed to have a nuclear weapon under any circumstances whatsoever. We should be saying to them, we are not going to be negotiating to y'all. Y'all are not going to possess any kind of nuclear technology, period, or we're going to start bombing everything that you're using right now to develop any kind of a nuclear technology, enriched uranium fuels, or any kind of a nuclear weapon. We will go to the point of going in and dismantling their government to achieve that, because we are not going to have an incredibly violent, radical, and unstable regime in the Middle East that is entirely fueled by this insane ideology that they have, fielding nuclear weapons in any kind of a way. And this sets a bad precedent if we're willing to negotiate with these people, because what does that say to other countries that are highly questionable and dubious in their motives? Like, say, for example, Venezuela. What would stop Venezuela at that point from attempting to develop a nuclear weapon? Because they know at the worst, the U.S. isn't going to actually put their foot down on it. They'll come down and negotiate a half-assed, weak treaty with them to sit there and allow them pretty much to get right up to the point of creating a nuclear weapon. And then just by good faith alone, they're not supposed to make one. That is absolutely a ridiculous proposition that's being put forward. We should be forcing U.S. interests more strongly in this region. There is a lot at stake. And we should be telling them, under no circumstances will there be a nuclear bomb in the Islamic Republic of Iran, and we will not have negotiations about this. It is going to stop now, or there's going to be dire consequences. That should be the actual answer to the situation. The one that Obama, Trump, and Biden have not gone with over the past 12 years. That is the real answer to it. And sure, people are going to start saying stupid stuff. You're going to have Tucker Carlson out there talking about how America's wicked for bombing the Iranians. But he's an idiot, so what does it count? We have to go and actually make sure that we are supporting our interests, and sometimes that requires force of arms, especially if they're going to do something as crazy as create a nuclear weapon. We have to actually be able to put our foot down, and I know a lot of people don't like that. We're, oh my God, we have to go to war. We got to do it sometimes. Sometimes we don't want to do it, but our hand is forced. And in this situation, our hand, if we're really looking at it realistically, it's being forced right now. They are openly saying that they're doing it. They're openly saying that they're making a nuclear weapon. It's not like Iraq where there's a question of, oh, did they really do it or did they not? It's not like Saddam Hussein, like back in the day, is going to the UN and going on like a 17-hour speech about we're not creating a nuclear weapon, on God, on my mama, we're not, please don't come invade me, and then we do. The Khamenei came out just 2 weeks ago and said, yes, we're creating a nuclear weapon. No, we're not going to talk to the US. We want to kill them all, and we're going to keep creating this nuclear weapon no matter what. He made it very clear that this whole agreement is going to be built on a basis of lies, because they're going to keep working towards making a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, I think the problem is the public does not have enough information to actually analyze what's really going on in the background, because we've been told by the United States that Iran is about a week away from finishing development of their nuke for about a few months now. So unless we've been lied to, if that is the truth, that Iran has been a week away from actually finishing the development of a nuclear warhead within just 7 days, then honestly, any type of deal you reach with Iran is basically pointless, because at any point they could decide, we're going to break this new agreement, we're going to finish the development, it'll take 7 days to do it, and we'll have a fieldable nuke ready to go. The deal is pointless at that point. Until Iran destroys those weapons, if they have them, or any of the materials to produce that weapon, then that is the only deal that will work, because otherwise it's pointless. If Iran can, within 7 days, send a nuke to Israel, then why are we negotiating at all? Because Iran is obviously rogue. It's not like they're going to exercise restraint. If there's a conflict, which will brew up once again, probably sooner than later, between Israel and Iran, it's going to be nuclear next time, if that's actually the truth.
Exactly. It's like we have to deal with this now. Like there's no wait. And then this negotiation, all it's doing is it's buying Iran more time. And what is crazy, like I'll be honest, the current president has like this idea that he's some kind of a master negotiator. And he's getting circles run around him right now by Russia and Iran, and they're just going to keep buying themselves more time. And this guy thinks that if he keeps in talks with them, that things are just going to be better, because he's a master at it. He wrote a book about it, so he's a master at this, and eventually he'll be able to succeed. The reality is that these people are playing him for a fool, and they're about to go and show it here in a little bit. The Russians have been showing it for months. I mean, like they showed it just 2 days ago when they dropped 2 ballistic missiles in Sumi and killed 40 civilians. I mean, they showed it clearly then. They showed it when they said, we'll have an energy ceasefire, and then they knocked out the power plant just north of Slavyansk with a missile a few hours later. They've been showing it time and time again that we're being played for fools, and as long as they say, oh, we're willing to talk, we'll just keep playing like a clown and keep talking with them. And that's what the Iranians are about to do with us as well, and they're going to keep doing that long enough that eventually a seismograph is going to go off in Israel, measuring a pretty significant seismic activity happening in Iran, and then a couple hours after that, the Iranians are going to come out and state that they have tested their first nuclear weapon and they're now a nuclear-armed country, and at that point, there's nothing to talk about. We have been screwed, and the Iranians are a nuclear-armed power that might nuke us, Israel, or any other country in the Middle East at any given moment. That would be the real situation right there. It's an absolutely crazy one. But one more thing, by the way. So that right now we're hearing that an Obama era deal is about to be entered into again, which, as I'm saying, incredibly weak, really no enforcement power. It's a bad idea. It was a bad idea back then in 2015. It's a bad idea now. It's not a good idea. So now Witkoff came out today and he did a total 180. He did a total 180. It's magic. Like I don't even like. This is why we don't even know what's going on, and I'm saying that they don't even have a clue of what they're doing, because now the White House Special Envoy to the Middle East, Steve Witkoff, and also I like how he's the White House Special Envoy to the Middle East and to Russia simultaneously. So this guy's just racking up titles like Idi Amin from Uganda. Has now walked back his comments last night on Fox News to describe the consensual Iran proposal eerily reminiscent of the failed Obama era JCPOA framework. About an hour ago, he stated that Iran must stop and eliminate its nuclear enrichment and weaponization program. Here's the actual tweet right here. I'll read it all for y'all so that way there's no misinterpretation. A deal with Iran will only be completed if it is a Trump deal. Any final arrangement must be a framework for peace, stability, and prosperity in the Middle East. Let's get that word soup in there so that way we can appease our corporate overlords. Meaning that Iran must stop and eliminate its nuclear enrichment and weaponization program. It is imperative for the world that we create a tough, fair deal that will endure, and that is what the president has asked me to do. And then it finished it off on his own Twitter, like no one would know who it was, with Ambassador Witkoff really, putting that on there, the chef's kiss. But beyond that, this is stupid. Because another thing that I got to throw in here, it's once again a deal. We don't want to deal with these people. We don't want them to have a nuclear weapon. There's no deal preceding that. There's no little deal where they get like a little bit of like a gray area. No, they get no nuclear technology, period. These people cannot be trusted with it. It's incredibly obvious, considering that we've had to now revisit this 12 years later. It's incredibly obvious they can't be trusted with it. There should be no negotiations. We should get on to dismantling these people's ability to have a nuclear weapon or to possess one, and that should be that. That should be the truth right there. Instead, we're going to create a tough, fair deal that is as weak as the last one in 2015, and because it's the current administration, it's going to be lauded as a chief negotiating art of the deal kind of a move, which it's not going to be. It's going to be absolutely asinine, and when the Iranians actually test that little nuclear weapon one day, and they break that little stupid treaty that we're looking like we're possibly going to make with them, then everyone's going to be going, oh my god, how could they do it? We had a treaty with them. I mean, it was a master treaty. It was the art of the deal, and it's not going to be the art of the deal. It's going to be the art of the steal, because the Iranians are just going to lie to us the whole time, hide some nuclear facilities from the inspectors, and they're going to have a fieldable nuclear weapon, and we're going to be screwed. Like, that's the situation. I know that I've broken down a lot of things in the basic form tonight. I hope I've still laid out to y'all that I'm very apolitical, because I haven't had a good opinion of anyone since Obama. I haven't really liked Obama, didn't really care for Trump or Biden, so I hope we've remained apolitical in this discussion here, but at the same time, I'm trying to lay it out to as many people as we have here tonight, which is a pretty decent amount, that this is just an absolute, the negotiations going on in Ukraine and Iran are absolutely asinine at this point. There is no clear form, no clear vision. It's just sporadic flinging about, and it changes every day. And on top of that, when it does change, honestly, neither direction, whether it be one or a total 180, they're both stupidly poor, like in terms of planning and what we're actually doing. So with that, we're actually going to ask you a little question here, because U.S. officials suggested and then walked back the proposal to return to the prior Iran nuclear deal. And a lot of people have been putting in their thoughts on that one. And a lot of people have been saying that Iran will get attacked by the United States. Some others are saying that Iran will return to the old Iran nuclear deal. And some others are saying that the U.S. will sign a new Iran nuclear deal. And some others are unsure and undecided. But Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well? Because this is a really interesting mind warp that happened today with the 180 and then the other thing and all that. It's really hard to make any sense of it. So what are people thinking about it, and what are you thinking about it as well?
So it looks like 41% of the audience said Iran will get attacked by the United States and no deal will be reached, while 23% said the U.S. will return to the old Obama-era nuclear deal with Iran, and 18% said the U.S. will sign a new Iran nuclear deal that is different. And of course, I think most people consider the Obama era deal with the Iranians over nukes. That was largely considered a failure and generally regarded as kicking the can down the road. And also, another major disaster in that deal was we unfroze a ton of money and actually sent actual pallets of US dollars in cash to the Iranian regime, which was extremely hostile with us then, just like they are now. We sent them about 1.7 billion in cash. Which is insane. And some people say that 1.7 billion is how they got the proxy forces off the ground to start fighting Israel all across the Middle East. So that was objectively a failure. That was not a good idea to send a hostile regime that much money, no matter what the reasoning behind it was. This new deal does not have any provisions about unfreezing funds, to my knowledge, but now that the envoy has walked back all those statements and said that he's not trying to entertain a deal, and instead Iran needs to entirely denuclearize to actually reach any type of agreement, I would say, generally speaking, that Iran is not going to agree to that. Iran is pretty much determined to develop a nuclear weapon, and they're going to do that unless they're able to enter into some type of deal like Obama went into back in the day, because that deal generally favored Iran, in my opinion, and I don't think the new deal is going to favor Iran unless there's major capitulation by the United States. And right now I'm a little bit 50-50 on that. So if a deal is not reached, Iran is going to get attacked. I'm pretty certain about that. But if they are willing to reach a deal and the U.S. capitulates, then that would be shocking, honestly, to me. Even with the chaos, that would be pretty shocking because Israel's a pretty strong ally of the United States and also a pretty strong ally of this administration. So for them to create a soft deal with Iran and go basically in spite of Israel, that would be a bit of a shock to me. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would have to say, in my opinion, I think at this point, because I'm going to lay out what I'm thinking right now. Maybe I'm wrong, but this seems to be like the prevailing trend. The president runs his mouth like we're going to go and kick people's teeth in everywhere, and then we end up coming up with the most weak, limp-noodled kind of a approach to everything that I've ever seen. Like, it's honestly just the weakest. I've never seen anything weaker. That actually sounds like something you might say, man. Wow, it's really weak. I've never seen weaker. It's just is shocking me every time. I actually think we might end up negotiating a deal with the Iranians that is pretty much the 2015 Obama era deal again, and it's going to be as weak and as unenforceable as the first time. So it's just crazy to me. Like I don't know where to work with this. Also, I don't know if someone cannot read. Like, I'm just going to be honest here. Some Jerry Fagan fella is sitting here saying, "Oh, you like Obama?" No, I said I didn't like him. I said I didn't like him, nor Biden, nor Trump. I haven't liked any of them because honestly, none of them have been doing quite well in the foreign policy perspectives. Once again, we're not touching domestic politics. I'm not touching any of their policies on domestic issues inside the United States. But on terms of foreign policy, they've all done terribly. Like I haven't seen a single one that's done well. Obama dropped the ball on Ukraine. So did Trump and Biden, in my opinion. They've also dropped the ball on the Middle East endless times. And then each and every one of them has dropped the ball on dealing with China. Obama and Biden hardly dealt with them. And then Trump goes so hard on them, it doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't like the Chinese at all, and I like to see them getting, shafted a bit, but you can't do it too much because then you start to cause damage to the United States simultaneously, and then it ends up backfiring, and then it ends up being even worse than it initially was, which was already in a bad situation. So that's largely the perspective right there. I hope that addresses that somewhat well, and I hope that
Also, by the way, I just want to make this clear, by the way, I'm not saying how I felt about Obama or whatever. I see some people assuming that because I have a negative view about the JCPOA, the prior Iran deal that Obama reached, that somehow I'm against Obama. I'm not commenting on whether or not I like the guy or not. That's just simply my assessment of that policy. I don't get into whether or not I like people when I assess policies. That's not what I do. But also, some people are saying that was actually Iran's money that we returned back to Iran in the pallets of cash. That is partially true, but however, only 400 million of the 1.7 billion was actually the money that was allegedly owed to Iran because apparently we backed out of a deal to buy military equipment or something like that. Somehow Iran was deemed to have been owed 400 million from the United States, but we also repaid them 1.3 billion in interest on top of that 400 million, which is insane. And here's my thing. I don't care what a court says in an international court. We should not be sending adversaries 1.7 billion. I don't care if they're owed it or whatever. At that point, they're an adversary. So we're not operating on fair terms here. They want to kill us and we want to live. So we're not trying to play so fair here that we're going to literally spite ourselves just to say we played by the book. we shouldn't have sent Iran 1.7 billion. There's no way we should have sent that. That's just objective. Why would we fund our enemy to destroy us? That makes no sense.
Yeah, I mean, that's like saying, oh, well, we're at war with Nazi Germany in World War II, but let's make sure that all the royalty payments for German goods inside the United States continue to roll into the Nazi government while we're fighting them. That wouldn't make any sense. Like, at all. That would not make any sense. And it doesn't make any sense here to give any money to Iran back then or to negotiate a deal with them now. They want us dead. That's what people are a little bit soft in America sometimes. They don't get it that people around the world want you on a stake and killed in some places, and Iran is one of them. Like, in Iran, they cheer when they hear that an American stubs their toe. They go wild, like Arsenal FC just won a football match when they hear that Americans got killed. That's what Iran is like. That's what their government's like. You can't let those kinds of people have nuclear weapons. You cannot support those people in any kind of a way, because that's what they're going to, because if they are supported and they are helped out and fostered and they put the little training wheels on their bike, they're eventually going to take that bike, run you over with it, and then place you in Central Park and say that you got ran over by a bicycle or something. It's going to be absolutely insane what they're going to do. You can't allow them to have a nuclear weapon. You can't allow them to have nuclear technology. The nuclear technology in the wrong hands is going to end up producing nasty results, and if we let them maintain it in any way, shape, or form from here on forward, that is an absolute mistake in any way. But beyond that, I hope we've been able to kind of go down this rabbit hole. Well, in the meantime, while all this confusion's going on, we don't know what the hell's going on with Special Envoy to the Middle East. We are hearing that apparently transports of U.S. military equipment and personnel into the Middle East is still continuing in massive numbers, as we've heard that hundreds of flights are still being conducted as we continue to build up forces around the area. We also dropped off some military equipment to the Israelis today in the form of Mark 84 bombs, which are the ones that, the Israelis like to use on Hamas a good bit. They're like the 2,000-pound bombs, I believe. And additional munitions for the Israelis to use, and also we were picking up some of our equipment and shifting it around the Middle East that we currently had in Israel. We also stated at the exact same time that we're now going to be withdrawing all U.S. forces from Syria in the next 2 months, meaning that the already unstable situation might become a little bit more unstable because the U.S. isn't going to be there. And oh, by the way, forgot to add in that the Russians are still there, and it looks like they actually might be there to stay, although they were supposed to be kicked out. So we'll be leaving Syria, and we'll just be leaving it to the Russians. So, great one there. But beyond that, the Middle East is one hell of a place right now. It's one hell of a place. Very interesting thing. But before we move on into the rest of our news, which is the Chinese news, and also the news of what's actually going on in Ukraine on the front lines, and also the global Western responses, at least to the Sumi massacre, what the Europeans are saying versus what we're saying, I want to make sure to get a couple of questions from the chat. So what do we got, Matthew?
All right, so our first super chat of the night is going to go to Brady Froya, who puts in a $100 donation. And thank you very much, Brady, for that 1,000 Norwegian kroner. And we do appreciate that very much, and that is very generous of you, and thank you very much for supporting the channel. And they said, if they want a good negotiator for Russia and Ukraine, I suggest John Egeland.
Thank you so much for the massive support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I got to say, that is a very interesting suggestion. I actually don't know that person by name or really a lot about him, but very interesting recommendation. I would say at this point, any negotiator could be better than Witkoff. But there's also another thing, like this is a personal complaint of mine against Witkoff. Witkoff seems very easily led by our adversaries because the guy doesn't know a damn thing about him. Like the best way I can describe him is that he's one of those guys, that like does their like 9 to 5, does a line at here and there, with his buddies at work because he's a real estate developer, and he doesn't know shit beyond real estate. Like he probably knows real estate fairly well, but he doesn't know much beyond that. So we send this guy out there into the world, and he knows of like Iran. He's probably like, oh, Iran, they wear like those funny hats, right? Like let's go over there, and then they could tell him something like, actually, it's the Americans who are the bastards, and he'll be like, really, it's us? Well, gee, we ought to give you all everything. Why not have a nuke? I'd have a nuke, like against America. And then he goes over to Russia, and then the Russians like, you see, it's actually the Ukrainians that are the bastards, because they sat there and they looked at us funny. And then he's like, really, is that right? And he's just easily led along. Like honestly, you could tell the guy anything if you're not a country friendly to America, and he honestly like just believes it. Like you could like he will go to China next, and they'll be like, you see, Taiwan isn't even real. It's not even a real island. It's like it's like fictitious real estate. And you'd be like, really? It's like fictitious. It doesn't even exist. Like honestly, that's what the guy seems like. Because
Does he really believe it? Does he really believe it though? Hey, put yourself in his shoes for a second. I'm not defending the guy because obviously the things he's saying, I don't agree with it whatsoever. But put yourself in Witkoff's shoes. He's been told to go on two major fronts. He's been told to go to the Middle East and negotiate between Iran and Israel. And he's been told to go to Russia and negotiate between Ukraine and Russia. Two very in-depth negotiation spots, two very deep ones. You have to have a lot of knowledge to do either one of them. And he doesn't really possess that knowledge because his field is real estate. It's not geopolitics. Also, he's been told by his boss, you need to get victory at all costs. I don't care how you get it. We need to be able to declare a victory for our administration at all costs. So Witkoff is not going to Russia and saying, Russia, are you going to stop attacking Ukraine? Because that's not right. He's going to Moscow and saying, Putin, what do you want to end this thing the quickest? And we're going to try to force Ukraine to take it because we just want a victory. That's what his objective is. His objective is not, he's not been instructed to go out and be fair to Ukraine. I don't think that's what he's been instructed to do. He's been instructed to go out, end the thing as quick as possible. So that way we say, whoopee, we did it. And that's just not a way to negotiate. Like that's putting the interests of politicians before what's right for Americans in the world. That's just not the way you're supposed to go about it. And honestly, I haven't really seen it going about like this ever in my entire life, to be honest with you. I'm 24 years old, so I'm young. I haven't seen a whole bunch, but the few presidents I have observed, and also I was a political science graduate, so I studied prior presidents' decisions as well. I've never really seen it operate like this. It's usually operating on a general basis of trying to sort of balance politicians' interests and also the interests of the country. It seems like right now we're solely focusing on we need to declare a victory for our political party, and that's it, which is not the way it's supposed to be done. And it's obviously not good for Ukraine, and it looks like it might not be good for Israel either before it's all said and done.
And then on top of that, man, it's like a short-term victory. It's like victory at what cost? It's like, yeah, you get peace. It's going to fall apart before your term's even over, probably. Like with Ukraine, it's guaranteed. That would probably fall apart within 2 years, maybe. So it wouldn't even last long enough to get around to another presidential election here in the United States for that victory to even be sustained. Iran would probably create a nuclear weapon within the next 4 or 3 years, and then that victory is completely non-existent as well. So it's like, what is the point of trying to get these quick little victories when they're going to be so shoddily and honestly, dishonestly achieved that they're not even going to last long enough to be victories that sustain themselves? It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. And also, I want people to understand as well, because I know people are hearing us being very negative right now about the current U.S. foreign policy. If tomorrow they turned around and changed their mind, let's say they go to Iran and say, listen, y'all have to stop developing the nuke and denuclearize, and that's the end of it. We'll come to a deal if you're willing to talk, but you're going to have to meet our demands here because we can't have you as a rogue state developing nuclear weapons to threaten our ally, which is Israel. And then they go over to Russia and say, look, Putin, if you end this war and you get your soldiers out of Ukraine, we're not going to put some horrible consequences on you that's going to completely destroy your economy. And maybe you'll have a chance to fix your economy and go off on your own if you leave Ukraine and stop this war you've done. If they did that, I would be generally like, okay, it's not perfect, but they're going the right direction, and I applaud them for that. But they're going the completely wrong direction for the reasons I said earlier, and I'm not sure if that's ever going to get fixed. I think we're going to keep going down this road until something eventually happens where, for example, Iran either completes their nuke, and then we're in a bad situation in the Middle East, or Russia ends up attacking a Baltic state, and then NATO has to go to war with Russia. That's where we're leading to really quick. And right now we're not cohesive as an alliance because our allies don't trust us right now either, because we've basically shafted them over the last couple of months. So it's just chaotic. That's the only way to describe it.
It's just insanely chaotic. And I see a lot of people saying things in the chat, different kinds of things about what's going on. And I just gotta say, folks, like I can't really hide it much. I'm a very pro-American person. I believe in pushing American objectives around the world in a specific way. Maybe one day, because I don't really think a lot of people really understand the whole premise of what I'm going for, because I've never really explained the whole thing on stream in one fell swoop, and I'm not going to do that now because we're really getting late into the night. but maybe one day I'll write maybe Matty, I'll write a manifesto. A lot of people do that, like in not that kind of a manifesto, but more so of a guide manifesto to all of y'all to explain what my ideas for the United States are and where we should be heading. And maybe, I don't know, maybe it'll spurn a whole political movement behind it one day here in America. I don't know. But maybe I'll do that because I don't really know if I've explained it incredibly well. But to just get it as basic as possible, I'm going to explain my stance as basically as possible. America is number one, and America will stay number one. And we're going to do anything that we have to. We will claw, climb, fight, spit, and bite to keep the United States at number one. That's the whole goal. We will do anything. We will make allies with the most powerful and wealthiest nations in the world to have the most lucrative trade relationships with them to build our wealth. We will find ways to enrich the American citizenry and ensure that they remain the wealthiest and most prosperous citizenry on the face of the on the face of the globe, not just the United States, because that ought to be a given. We will make sure to put our adversaries and our rivals in incredibly disadvantageous positions and endlessly work to ensure that that will be a reality with every passing year. We will ensure that they continue to stay down while we remain up, and we will make sure to keep our allies in as an advantageous position that they are so comfortable being friends with the United States that they would never consider being friends with any of our enemies or adversaries, ensuring that we maintain power on this planet and not an adversary like the Chinese. That's the basic kind of a premise of the foreign policy that I'm looking at. And people don't get that. People don't get that because something that's interesting, folks. Some people say, they'll like to come in here and try and label me. They go, oh, you're a liberal, or oh, you're a Republican, at different varying times. The reality is I'm neither, because I think that both of those groups don't really do enough to push the actual requirements and needs of the United States at all, and they're more so interested in short-term political gains for their party, so that way they can win another midterm and they can win another presidential election. I'm more interested in ensuring that America is maintained to where it sticks around. I don't care, and I'm not interested at all in playing these stupid little party politics games, and I'm not at all interested in maintaining the dominance of the Democrat or the Republican Party. I'm interested in maintaining the dominance of the United States of America on a global stage because it is crucially important. It is imperative as an important goal and objective of the United States to do that, to make sure that the actual people living within the United States, those little people in the Shenandoah Valley and those little people in the Mojave and those little people up there in the Northwest near Seattle and such, and up in New York City and elsewhere, all the way down to the very tip of the Keys, all of them have a good amount of money in their pockets, and they're able to buy whatever they want to buy, and they're able to live in nice, comfortable houses, go on vacations, and have the good life. That's what all that's for. But you got to go out there and you got to work. You got to get your hands dirty a little bit to be able to make sure that that actually can be maintained. That's the reality of what I'm looking for the United States, and I don't give a shit if I have to step on the toes of the Republicans or the Democrats to say what we need to do to be able to achieve that. That's really the goal of the Lee Spring Army. So if you appreciate that, put an LSA in the chat, because that's really the defining principle of the LSA. But beyond that, we've gotten long-winded, folks. We've gotten really long-winded tonight on these pressing topics, and we've gotten up to running this stream for already an hour and 40 minutes, and we've hardly gotten to any more news outside of Russia and the Middle East. So we're going to be moving on into a question. Well, we're going to be moving on into our next question in this question segment and rounding this question segment out so that we can get to the remainder of the news and then get on into chit-chatting with y'all for the rest of the remainder of the stream. So with that, thank you so much once again for the massive support, Brady Froya, if I'm pronouncing your name correctly, and the massive support because folks like you help this channel to keep on running day in and day out and make this thing a reality and make this thing possible. And so with that, thank you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
All right, and our last two super chats of our first segment here go to BC Skyman, who put in an $80 donation. And thank you very much, BC, for that continued support and also the kind words in the comments. I did see those, and we appreciate that. And also Dennis Higgins, who put in a $50 donation and also did not leave a comment. But thank you, Dennis and BC, for supporting the channel and helping to keep those lights on, because it's y'all that make the channel possible and allow us to sit here and talk to all y'all every single night for well over years now. So thank you all once again for that. And of course, thank you, BC and Dennis. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to thank you so much for the support, BC Skyman, and helping this channel to keep on running. You are a channel legend and an old guard through and through. And I got to thank you so much for being here with us tonight and supporting this channel and helping it to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. We would have been able to make it possible for years now. You've been with us pretty much every single step of the way. And I got to thank you massively for still being here with us and still helping this channel to keep on running, because crazily enough, you're allowing us to say what we're saying on air tonight, something that a lot of people won't say. There are a lot of people, I honestly think that some of them are hacks, that are in our category, that sit there and they just cannot see, they can't see the big picture. They can't see beyond that little Democrat or Republican box that they live in, and they can't actually see beyond that in what's good for the nation. They look at what's good for their party. And I like to think that here on this channel, we actually think about what's good for all Americans, not a Republican or a Democrat. I think about what's good for an American, first and foremost, and what's good for our allies, because what's good for them is good for us. Like they say, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. And folks like you have supported this channel significantly for years, and have helped us to be able to keep this thing possible, to keep that kind of an idea in mind, and to ensure that the Leaf Spring Army is continuing to make sure to live up to those revolutionary ideals of zeal and patriotism, not only for our country, but all the countries around the world that we call our amazing and incredible friends. And I got to thank you so much once again for that support and helping this channel to keep on running, because once again, you're a big part of making this channel reality, and not only that, a rockin' foundation of the Leaf Spring Army, one of its oldest and longest lasting members. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again, and we are on to the last question of the segment, and then we're going to be getting y'all on into the rest of the news.
And Dennis Higgins and also BC Skyman were our last two, because I did not leave comments, but that was our last two.
Oh, well, I thank you so much, Higgins, as well, for the support. I completely left you out there. I didn't hear you the first time. But I do thank you for the incredible support and helping this channel to keep on running as well, because it is folks like you, just like BC Skyman, and everyone else who keeps this channel possible and helps us to keep this thing rolling. So a big thanks to you once again. And with that, we're going to be moving on over into China, as we've been able to hear news today that China is now suspending all further deliveries of Boeing aircraft to Chinese airlines, which are a fairly large customer, Boeing. And we've also been able to hear that apparently they are also starting to limit the importation of aircraft parts manufactured for American aircraft into the United States, which could start to pose some larger problems in the aviation industry and also the aviation transportation companies. But moving on from that, now to the People's Republic of China, we have been able to hear of some significant news happening inside of Ukraine. And moving us on down into our location unknowns, we've been able to see some interesting things to have a little bit of comedic relief here, considering how heavy the beginning of the stream was. We have been able to see some new Katran drones. These are actually some pretty impressive ones, and I like the paint job, a pretty cool paint job overall. But
I like that. It looks like a GTA Online garage or something with the lighting and the soldier standing next to it.
Bro, honestly did, man. Moving on from that and into our next one, we also got to see a Russian getting slammed by a drone. I also want to point out, before we even begin the video, there was another drone that already tried to hit it that's stuck in the grate right there on the front. The second one doesn't get stuck, it's an impact. Also, I'm gonna have to mute that. I don't know what music's playing, but the other drone actually does get the car. So looks like they were a little unlucky.
I would say. Looks like their net might have worked a little bit though.
A little bit, maybe, but we didn't really see anything of the actual car that got hit. We only saw the hood. But moving on from that into the next clip, we also got to see the Russians teaching real grouping, long-lasting grouping. Because when you get hit with a 155mm HE shell in this kind of a formation, the whole squad goes up. Look at this. I don't know what this training is supposed to be achieving at all, but there is no grouping whatsoever in this. I mean, that guy also got like a rifle barrel in his face, but one grenade landed on that group, they're all gone.
Man, this is like the training on how to flag every guy in your squad.
Dude, this is that training that makes you go, man, the Russians are truly cooked. And the goose is cooked. But moving on from that, we also got to see the Russian casualty report for the past 24 hours, and sadly, no Bobcats.
Oh. But they got some Bobcats yesterday, apparently, because they're up to 3,801, which is well above what they were last time we checked on Sunday. So very good. But tell us more.
Yeah. It does appear that they did go up, but sadly, we don't have that casualty report for yesterday. But Miss DC Keyword the Records did state that there are low troop losses, but others are at or above the 7-day average. 68 artillery pieces ranks as the 13th highest daily loss. 147 drones is the 24th highest loss, tied with April 13th of 2025. And 210 vehicles is the highest loss, tied with March 28th of 2025. It is a very good thing that we have Miss Deesa keep the records to make sure to let us know what kind of records are being made. But nevertheless, getting into those actual numbers, we have been able to see that, by the way, we did reach a record. 210 supply trucks destroyed is a new record, by the way. Because Paul Campbell asked, is 210 a record? I totally glossed over that. That is actually a brand new high record. Like, it's a world record so far for the war in Ukraine in terms of supply truck losses. But moving on into the actual numbers, we did get to see the 1,180 Russian soldiers wounded and killed over the past 24 hours, along with 20 APCs, 210 supply trucks, 7 main battle tanks, 68 artillery pieces, 147 drones, 2 MLRSs, and 2 anti-aircraft warfare systems. It was a pretty decent day. Not the biggest day that we've seen in some metrics, but still an incredibly decent one. Meanwhile, Ukrainian defensive efforts near to Kupiansk continues, and we were able to see that the Ukrainians were wiping out a significant amount of Russian forces in this direction and stopping them from advancing any farther. And Matt Holmes said,
go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I was going to say, it looks like they're putting the wallop on them, but go right ahead.
Oh, yeah, they're putting that wallop on them. And Matt Holmes asked, how can we tell another nation what they can and cannot have? I'll tell you why. Because we're the United States of America, and if that country's doing something that's dangerous to us, we're going to tell them no, or they're going to get bombed. That's how we have the ability to tell them no, is that we're going to bomb them if they continue doing what we don't like them doing. That's kind of the basic answer there. And I like the little skull that keeps popping up on screen. It's very happy looking for some reason. Dude, it shows up on screen and it does this man-y stuff. Trivago. And then it disappears.
Oh.
Trivago. There it was again. Trivago. And here comes another one. This is a Buhanka, by the way. Oh, they got it right on the fuel cap. Trivago. And another one. Oh boy, we got the sovereign citizen in here. We have no right to tell another nation they can't have nuclear weapons. Yes, we do, because if they want to kill us with those nuclear weapons, then they're not having them. Sorry to tell you that.
I mean, there's always got to be some like organization to everything. Like countries can band together and say, okay, we have a nuclear like treaty. We are not going to proliferate nuclear weapons, and then that alliance can tell other people, you're not proliferating either. That's what we're doing right now. Under that same premise, technically under that guy's logic, we shouldn't have a government that tells people not to run red lights either, because the government can't tell you what to do.
I'm a sovereign citizen. I'm not driving the car. I'm simply traveling in the car. Something like that. But anyways, moving on from that, we also got to see the Russians getting taken out in another perspective. And, take a look at this. We got to see here up in the Kharkiv Oblast, the Ukrainians were taking out the Russians quite nicely. Oh, and here comes some of them. They're breaking out into the open, making a run for it.
And it started a wildfire too. That's awful, really. That'll probably bring the property values down.
Bro, you good? You good? You're coughing like me.
Man, I'm kind of good right there. I was just like, I felt it coming up, and I just couldn't stop it, man. So I just went.
Bro, I was thinking, man. I was like, oh, you turning into me, man? You getting sick, bro? Oh, for real?
No, thankfully no.
You see, Matthew, I am a moral high ground kind of a person. Yes, the Iranians want to kill me, but I shouldn't stop them from getting a nuke. That's like saying, I'm a bit of a moral supremacist in my opinion. I think that I shouldn't stop the home burglar from coming in and breaking into my house and torturing me and then murdering me and stealing my stuff, because it's a free world. They can do what they want, It's like, yeah, that sounds really smart. Like
you'd be surprised. There actually are people that actually do say that,
and they're stupid. Like when that if they get a home invader in their house and I get a home invader in my house, they're planning on doing that to both of us. Guess which one of us is going to be walking out with our lives by the end of it? It's going to be me, because I'm not going to let that happen to me. Someone might be a stupid schmuck and actually think that, but it's like, I sure as hell will know that they're going to be changing their mind when that guy's pulling their toenails out while he steals their jewelry. It's like, that's a guarantee right there. But moving on from that,
toenails and stealing jewelry simultaneously. I mean, that's that guy's got experience apparently.
Bro, call him Harvey Weinstein, because he's going for the feet and he's stealing the jewelry. I mean, it's a whole go around right there. Also, sadly, we don't have the footage from the Severonsky Forest, but moving on down to Bakhmut, we did get to see the anti-drone nets not really saving the Russians in this instance near Bakhmut.
They need a WD-40 for that suspension.
Dude, those Buhankas, man, always sound like they're falling apart, even when they're, like, brand new. When you see them driving under the anti-drone net, that's what all these poles are for. There's nets strung up all over the place. So they should be safe, because this goes all the way to Chasiv Yar almost. But what's that right? That Buhanka's burned in the middle of the nets. That seems a little odd. That shouldn't have happened. Huh. How bizarre.
That was the first warning sign.
And then they just freeze frame. But that wasn't supposed to happen. But it appears that it did. So it shows that the drone nets, even over the roads, aren't the safest thing. You actually still can get hit with the drone nets. Moving past Tourette's, because we didn't get any footage from Tourette's today, and moving more down towards Pokrovsk, we did get to see the Ukrainians hitting some Strelas, as the Ronin unit shows their intro card.
Also, let's see here. Someone said we didn't stop Israel, Pakistan, etc. from getting nukes. Here's the thing: if a country is trying to develop nuclear weapons, you don't want to be a rogue state like Iran. Like, for example, the only countries that we typically are very, very much against proliferating nuclear weapons are the countries that are like rogue lunatics, like Iran and North Korea. We were very vocal against both of them. We didn't go on and invade North Korea to stop them from getting nukes, which in my opinion was a bit of a mistake because that was a bad day when crazy Kim Jong-un got his hands on nuclear weapons. And we've learned from that, or should have learned, that we cannot allow other states like that, like, for example, Iran that are rogue, to also get nuclear weapons. Because once they have them, it's like a shield. There's no retaliation in that country. If that country, like North Korea, wants to do something crazy, like attack their neighbor or start sending troops into Europe, there's not much you can do about it because they have nukes and you're pretty much barred from doing anything.
Also, I have to throw in a little quick onesie-twosie here. There was no nuclear non-proliferation treaty when Pakistan made their nuclear weapons, and so we really couldn't stop them because there wasn't even a treaty out there saying that they weren't supposed to have those yet. Actually, really quickly, if you want to know, Pakistan is actually one of the few countries that is allowed to have a nuclear weapon under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, because when the treaty was made, they said, okay, everyone who has nuclear weapons right now can keep them, but nobody else can have them from this point on. So Pakistan's included. So that argument doesn't really work with Pakistan too well. On North Korea, on the other hand, they got their nuclear weapons in 2007, clearly in violation of the whole non-proliferation thing. The problem is that they were so secretive about it, we didn't have a clue that they were making a nuclear weapon until they tested it in 2007. Nobody knew. The South Koreans didn't even know. They like to boast that they have the most extensive spy network in North Korea, which still is probably a non-existent one. This is pretty hard to, communicate with anyone inside of North Korea in any way. But beyond that, nobody knew that they were making a nuclear weapon. And so when they made it and they tested it and then they announced it to the world, South Korea cut off all of their diplomatic relationships with North Korea, and the United States forced a global sanctions regimen on North Korea that pretty much barred every single kind of trade with them imaginable. So that's what we did. But there was nothing that we could do beyond that point because we, one, didn't know that they were making one, and once they have one, there's really nothing we can do without risking someone getting nuked, either us or one of our allies like South Korea or China. So when not China, just South Korea and Japan. We don't really like the Chinese that much. But beyond that, that's kind of the issue with that one, is that we didn't stop them because we didn't even know they were making one, and then when we finally found out they had one, it was too late and we couldn't do anything. So now all we do is sanction them into oblivion, which has caused a never-ending economic depression in North Korea, because they can't really even import much of anything at all unless if it's through China, and even China doesn't really want a lot to do with them even still to this day. But moving on.
Then on the other hand, you look at Iran, and they're so radical. Iran is that government that they couldn't even really keep it quiet that they were developing nukes. And now that it's well known that they are developing one, now they run around everywhere shouting about how they're going to destroy Israel once they reach that threshold. So Iran, that shows you how radical they are. The Iranians didn't even have enough sense like North Korea did to keep it quiet. They have to advertise it, which shows you that if they get one, they're going to actually probably demonstrate it too, because if they're crazy enough to keep yelling about it, they'll probably actually lob one eventually.
Yeah, I would say so. It's like Iran's a totally different thing. We actually know they're making a nuclear weapon. They are making one. They have the abilities to make one. We know that for sure. And they're openly saying they are. So it's like it's a totally different situation than Pakistan, which could make one and there was no problem because there wasn't a non-proliferation treaty yet, or North Korea that made one in secret so well that we didn't know until they tested it that they were making a nuclear weapon and had one. This is a totally different situation. I know some people like to be contrarians, and some people like to be like Tucker Carlson and feel like some sort of a moral high ground by saying that they can, that what we're saying is wrong. But when you're the one burning in the nuclear hellfire, you're probably going to be thinking a little differently. Just saying that, like, sounds cool now until they nuke you because you're the person that Iran wants to kill. It's not me, it's all of us. So you might want to get on to that kind of a perspective because they're not going to discriminate in between you and me and go, well, he actually kind of liked us a little and let us have the nuke, so we're going to spare him. The nuke doesn't spare anyone. It broils you alive along with me. So you might want to start, thinking more so on that metric because it's a live or get killed kind of a world, and Iran's not going to make a distinction. So with that, moving on to our next clip inside of Pokrovsk, we did get to see the Ukrainians taking out some Russians and taking some prisoners down here near Pokrovsk. And also, of course, the argument of anyone who's illiterate for the large part, whenever they start to lose an argument, then they just move on to racism. It's like, I don't really think you understand. It's like literally every single country, well, a country of one kind in the world or another has had possession of a nuclear weapon of like almost every single kind of a race. So I don't really think it's a racial issue because China has them, Pakistan has them, India has them. Crazily enough, you wouldn't believe it, South Africa also had some for a while and were allowed to have them. They were the only country in the world to fully denuclearize. So literally a whole bunch of other countries of different kinds of races that aren't white have had nuclear weapons. So I think the whole idea of it being a racial thing is kind of a little stupid, because it doesn't really have a thing with them being, of a different race or not. It's more so the fact that they want to kill everyone. That's kind of a bit of the major issue. But we see the Russian prisoners that were taken right there.
Man, that's a heavy lifting wolf right there. Look at him.
Grrr,
He's grinding
bro.
his teeth and everything. He's wearing the lifting belt. That thing right there is a champ.
Man, bro, dude, this thing, man's like Bjorn, from like what is it, Norway or something, man? Like the heavy lifter guy who lifts like the stones. That wolf is Bjorn. But moving on from that and on into our next clip in Pokrovsk, we did also get to see snipers taking some pot shots at the Russians. And also, Steve said, I tire of the whole race card thing. Yeah, it gets kind of old because whenever anyone starts losing an argument in the chat against us, like if they're very ignorant, they usually try and whip out a race card of some kind. It's like it doesn't even work. It's just like, it's like if we were saying that everyone except for European nations and the United States could have a nuclear weapon, it's like, well, yeah, maybe that would be a racial thing. But when it's like we're saying that everyone in the world who's a member of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty can still have them, it's just that new people can't. That's not really a racial thing because it's like multiple different countries with different ethnicities have nuclear weapons. We have no problem with them. So it's like, where in the world does the racial thing come in with that? But anyways, moving on from that now to Pokrovsk and further on down. Also, by the way, the Ukrainians did take ground in Pokrovsk today. They pushed the Russians a little bit further east from Kotliny. But moving on down into the area of Velika Novosilka, we also get to hear that the Ukrainians were retaking ground in this direction and also wiping out some significant amounts of Russian forces. About 100 Russian troops were knocked down in this one clip alone, along with about, I believe, let me actually see the official numbers here that they had. Let's see, 4 tanks and 9 armored personnel carriers were also destroyed in this attack as well. And we can see them here continuing to advance, taking significant losses as the Ukrainians continue to pound them.
They're out here getting absolutely pounded. This seems like a deal that they can't refuse. It's a deal that's on the table.
Hit them with a drone strike. And we see them just getting slammed. Also, a lot of people are talking about like the usual things that people pull out when they're losing arguments. We've seen it all at this point here on this channel. We've been called like y'all knowing tonight, hearing like my stance on what we should be doing, knowing that I'm a very pro-American kind of a person. We've heard from people that we're anti-American, we're liberals, we're Republicans, we're communists, we're Nazis, we're everything under the sun, depending on what they need. We're racists or something. It's like I don't even get it because none of it even applies like at all. It's like I just don't understand. But anyways, moving on from that clip where we got to see the Russians absolutely getting waxed. We also get to see the Russians getting waxed off down here inside of this area of Velika Novosilka, which we can see right here.
Oh, look at that. They're on, what is that, ATVs or dirt bikes?
It looks like they're on dirt bikes or, like, honestly, electric scooter. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my God. Did you see that?
Dude, that
one?
scooter battery, if that's an electric scooter, I think the battery just caught on fire.
Bro, I think the battery just exploded on that thing. Like, there was, like, a huge secondary explosion. Like, look, the little explosion goes off right there, and then there's, like, this giant explosion that comes from the scooter. Like, I think that was the battery blowing up. Honestly, man, that scares me about that battery. Like, that was not a big battery at all.
Oh man, lithium batteries, when they go up, it can be fantastic when it goes up, like bad, like in a bad way. And this is just old-fashioned right here. This is no lithium. This is just straight up metal.
Man, that's that old Russian steel. And they're just getting pounded. Pounded, hammered. I was about to say hammered, and then I said pounded. So it came out as pammered. I was like, oh, that's wrong. Look at that. Toasty orcs. Man, the Ukrainians gave them the whole 9 yards. Like, good lord. But moving on out of Velika Novosilka and further on down towards Polohi, we also got to see 2 electronic warfare systems getting destroyed by the Ukrainians today as well.
What is that thing moving around the center? Is that something on the drone screen?
I can't really tell. Yeah, I think it is. I think it's showing like the direction of the drone, possibly, like where it's kind of like drifting.
Huh, it's like I guess like a digital windsock or something.
Aw, man, they got
This is not for public display. This is obscene.
Not for a public display. Oh my goodness! Like, take that thing inside, you freak! Like, man. Oh goodness, man! Look at that. Oh, look, they're dropping the bomblet on it. Oh goodness! And there goes another electronic warfare system. And we can see them dropping another one. They're making sure to finish these off quite nicely, so that way the Russians don't have these to count on in the future for electronic warfare purposes. Moving on from that and further down the lines towards Verbove, we also get to see a Russian BMD-4 being destroyed as well. And we're going to be muting the funk music. Oh, and there it went. It's gone, folks. Rest in pieces. Oh, and another hit. That thing's already gone. I don't know why they're hitting it. Like, the turret's literally displaced. It got hit that badly. But they're making sure to finish her off.
Look at that grouping right there. Notice the grouping here. Notice the technique.
Oh, man. Someone said both parties plays against each other. Honestly, I feel like people play each other against each other, really. Like, people nowadays, because of, like, I honestly say it's because of, like, identity branding. Like, identity branding started first. And then the political parties were, well, more so people, like, got used to identity branding. Where, like, oh, I'm a Nike guy. So I'm like, I have to be super fit and, like, go run marathons and stuff. And they got used to that. And then they started to apply it, or more so like crafty people. Like, to be honest, it was like this whole genre of people when I was growing up started to apply that identity branding to politics. So you have people like the Young Turks, which for some reason, like, nobody knows even on this channel, but they were like one of the earlier premier, like, Democrat kind of podcast sorts of things, kind of like equivalent to Ben Shapiro that popped up. And they started getting heavy into the identity politics of being a Democrat. And Ben Shapiro popped up at the same time, started getting into the identity politics of being a Republican. And then they just started to, like, wrench people down where they really weren't supposed to think freely anymore. It's just that you are a Republican or a Democrat, and damn it, there's nothing that your party can do wrong, and you have to worship them, and you have to vote literally straight ticket every time. You can't vote, whether someone did good for you or not. You're more so loyal to them than they're loyal to you. That's kind of how it works these days. But I really think it came up because of identity branding first and foremost, and then some crafty people in the political sphere started to decide, what if we took that identity branding and we started to try and push that for politics as well? And I think that's really how it picked up, in my opinion. But anyways, we got to see some more surveillance equipment being destroyed in southern Ukraine as well. And some people just eat it up. And that's the thing that really, gets me cringing these days, just being honest. Especially when I see grown adults older than me eating this kind of stuff up. Because, do they not realize that these political parties they're rooting for don't even care for them? Their representatives don't even know who the hell they are. So why in the world do they have so much loyalty to these people? Because I sure as hell know I don't have any loyalty to my representative, senator, or anyone. I will vote them out if they're not doing me well. That's just how I look at it. I'm not going to sit there and go, oh, I vote straight red or straight blue every election. No, that's stupid. You just end up conning yourself. It's you got to sit there and vote for whoever's doing you good. And if your guy isn't doing good, it doesn't matter whether you like Democrat or Republican policies. You need to vote for the other guy just to get that clown out, to make sure to teach them a lesson. That's just what it's about. But anyways, moving on from that, it is time for us to get on into something that is also a little bit more divisive, I guess you could say at this moment, or a little bit controversial, but we'll get to that in a second because I want to address this poll here really quickly about what was going on in Moscow, because Russia did publish that video showing attack drones being operated from a Moscow skyscraper, and a lot of people have been putting in their thoughts on that, or what they really think is going to be coming out of that, and a lot of people are saying that Moscow is now certainly a military target. Others are saying that Moscow is not a target because of the civilians, but that's a very small group of people, and some people are saying it seems like it would just kind of depend. But Matthew, what are people thinking about this, and what are you thinking about it as well?
All right. So it looks like 84% of the audience said Moscow is now an official military target now that the guy that was operating the drone was shown on camera by the Russian media, literally in a skyrise in downtown Moscow. While 5% said Moscow is not a target because there's civilians in the area and it would not be a legitimate military target. And 6% said it seems like it would just depend on the exact target in Moscow. Now, honestly, on this one, I'm actually not with the majority, because to get one guy who's flying a drone who would be a legitimate military target because he's a soldier in the Russian military, the risks are simply too high because you have a ton of civilians around Moscow. And while that is a very, very unfair tactic and also a war crime, I would say, for Russia to put those guys right in the middle of a civilian populated area to shield them from attacks, the justification behind it, unless Ukraine had a pinpointed way to take that guy out without taking civilians with them, it just wouldn't make any sense. Because if you take out one military target and you take out like 10 civilians with it, that's just not worth it. And also, in my opinion, that would not be I don't know if legal strike's the right word, but that would not be a moral strike, in my opinion. So I'm actually with a 6% that said it seems like it would just depend, and you can't just start blanket, attacking like downtown Moscow and hitting all these civilians just to get a couple of drone operators. But Enforcer, what say you?
I would largely have to agree, but at the same time, it's a bit of a gray area. Because much like, say, Hamas inside the Gaza Strip, it appears that the Russians may actually be using civilians as a shield, so then it just becomes kind of like an evil necessity of a sort that you may have to end up attacking those buildings to get at some of those drone operators, because otherwise the Russians are going to shield everything these days with a human shield around it, like that munitions and supply depot in Relisk being in the middle of the city. That was a very clear choice to put in the middle of that town, because they were thinking, oh, well, if the Ukrainians hit it and it blows up and it kills some people, they're going to be able to blame the Ukrainians for killing civilians. And it's like, is it really the Ukrainians' fault, or is it more so the Russians' fault for putting an ammunition depot in the middle of a town just for that reason? And so it's a little bit tough. Honestly, I'd have to say I'm probably with the 84%, because the Russians are doing that everywhere, and it seems like with the examples in Relisk and Moscow today, they're really starting to lean into that. I think they may have to just decide that that's kind of an evil necessity of the war at this point, that to be able to hit Russian military targets, there may be the chance of civilian collateral. If the Russians don't want that, they can move their military operators out of Moscow City and into an actual bunker, or they can move their supply depots out of a town and onto its farther outskirts, so that way there's no possibility of civilian collateral. The Russians are kind of bringing it on themselves at that point if they're going to be doing that all across the place. But anyways, That would be my take on that. But it's now time for us to move on to something that's a little bit more controversial today. Something that a lot of people have been talking about and honestly got a lot of people a little bit infuriated. Because many of y'all do know about the attack on Sumi. I was talking about this in my video today about that massacre. And one thing that's gotten me a little bit, I'll be honest with y'all, is that there are two massacres that have remained in my mind for years now that I've seen in the war that were larger than this one in terms of the death count that almost got no publicity compared to what happened in Sumi. There were two. I'll try and describe them briefly. Kharkiv had an attack occur a while ago on a supermarket that ended up killing a couple of dozen people, and it also had an attack way early on in the war that ended up killing about 50 people outright, almost instantaneously. There was another one that happened in Kramatorsk pretty much at the very beginning of the war at the Kramatorsk railway station right here, where a Tochka-U short-range ballistic missile impacted one of the railroad platforms and ended up killing about 50 to 60 people. I remember that one specifically because that was one of the first attacks that I'd ever seen in the war that was truly so brutal in picture form that it's remained with me to this day, and I'll actually admit I've had a couple of nightmares about some of the things that I saw, especially this one picture, and I won't describe it too much for y'all, but this one picture that I saw that's always stayed with me was a picture of this kid. He was maybe like 9 or 10 years old. He was a very young kid, and he was sitting on a bench at this railway station. Let me see if I can actually drop y'all down onto the platform. Maybe I can find one of those benches. Let's see. It was this bench, like one of these right here. And the kid was sitting on it. He was sitting on it like he would have been if he was alive. But a piece of shrapnel had come through and cleaved his forehead halfway up and everything, you know, across his head, clean off. And also had taken his brain with it. And so the kid was just sitting there, and that was what it looked like. And it stuck with me to this day, seeing that kid. I can still think of it while I'm saying it right now. That picture of that kid on that bench. Something about that has stuck with me forever, honestly traumatized me from seeing it. And I remember that massacre vividly because of that picture, and I remember it because it was at this railway station of all places, and I remember them wandering around with their cameras and, you know, taking videos and the pictures, and it was this exact area of the platform right here, right in front of the station. And it's just a little bit interesting to me. It's honestly kind of bizarre that attack got really no publicity compared to the Sumi attack, and the Kharkiv attack got no publicity compared to the Sumi attack, although both of those had higher death counts than this one. I'm guessing that this one's getting more publicity because right now the United States is involved in negotiations with Russia, so it's kind of highlighting the contrast between the atrocities that are happening versus the negotiations that are going on and the attempt to keep them going. But a lot of people have viewed the Sumi attack to be absolutely abhorrent, like it was, and the French are demanding that the European Union creates a new round of even stricter sanctions because of this attack. According to the French minister Jean-Noël Barrot, he stated that Ukraine has been agreeing to a ceasefire for over a month. Putin clearly has no intention of moving in that direction. That is why he must be forced to do so, and then in parentheses just add in through stricter sanctioning regimens. The United States, on the other hand, took a different route. The United States has openly stated that they will not be joining a universal condemnation by the G7 on Russia's attack in Sumi because it doesn't want to upset the ongoing talks in Moscow. So we want to stop the dying, and all lives are precious and sacred until it turns out to be Ukrainian civilians, and then we'll just quietly let that happen because we want to keep these negotiations going that are going nowhere. So that was a little bit annoying to me today because considering that the Secretary of State and everyone else in the U.S. government pretty much made a statement about it when it happened, and we're now going to say, oh, well, it wasn't big enough to actually, stop anything or stop the presses with the Russians. In fact, we should talk with them more now because it really shows that they're wanting peace by killing all of those innocent people in Sumi. That's honestly a very distasteful look, in my opinion, for the U.S. government, and honestly shows that our moral compass is fairly cheap at this point. If just getting to talk with someone can completely overlook the fact that they just ended up mercilessly killing about 40 people in the middle of a city square just the other day. But anyways, moving on from that, that's just a little aside on my note. It doesn't really mean or count for anything, It's not like anyone, will actually listen to that actually matters in any kind of a position of power. They're going to keep talking to the Russians because, talking's more important than those 40 people's lives. Those 40 people's lives, might as well be like cattle. We'll just keep talking with the Russians because it's honestly better to just keep bumping our gums endlessly and getting nowhere than actually condemning the massacre of innocent civilians in Sumi. But moving on from that and on into Kyiv. We did get the speech from President Volodymyr Zelensky, and without further ado, let me make sure to get this up here. Without further ado, here's the speech. Peach!
І українці, і українки. Сьогодні весь день в Сумах тривають роботи після вчорашнього удару російської балістики. Розбирають завали. Майже 40 поранених досі в лікарнях, і серед них діти. 11 людей у важкому стані. Лікарі намагаються зробити все, щоб допомогти, щоб врятувати життя. Дуже важливі зараз всі прояви підтримки. Кожен лідер, кожна країна, всі дипломатичні представники, які висловились, ми всіх бачимо, чуємо. 35 людей були вбиті одним цим російським ударом. Мої співчуття всім рідним та близьким. 119 людей поранені. І це тільки один удар. Вже 34 дні тому Україна відповіла позитивно на американську пропозицію повного і безумовного припинення вогню. Усіх таких ударів, як по Сумах, як по Кривому Рогу, як по Дніпру, як по Куп'янську і Береславу, як по всьому фронту. І вже 34 дні зберігається відверта російська відмова від припинення вогню. Зараз так само, як протягом років, Путін зосереджений на продовженні війни. Зосереджений на ось таких ударах, на вбивствах. Російські державні пропагандисти готують свою аудиторію до того, що перемовини і дипломатія не дадуть результату. І причина цьому тільки одна. Вони там в Москві зараз не бояться. І якщо не буде достатньо сильного тиску на Росію, вони надалі робитимуть те, до чого вони звикли. Надалі воюватимуть. Це вже стало російською державною звичкою – воювати проти сусідів, експортувати ненависть та знищувати життя. Ми всі хочемо, щоб це припинилось. Мир потрібен і має бути тривалим. І саме тому Україна завжди конструктивно працює з партнерами в усіх форматах, які можуть дати безпеку і які можуть відновити мир. Ми не просто готові до миру швидко. Україна не хотіла жодної секунди цієї війни. І кожен день Україна захищає життя. Зараз після удару по Сумах майже 50 держав і міжнародних організацій висловились на підтримку України. Лідери країн, глави урядів, очільники дипломатичних відомств. Я хочу подякувати кожному і кожній. Світ знає правду, що відбулось і хто винен. І коли війна завершиться, світ абсолютно чітко знатиме, що це сталося, бо Росію, як агресора, примусили до миру. Агресора, який прийшов на українську землю в 2014 році, 11 років тому. І для усіх важливо, щоб це не зайняло ще роки. Сьогодні я провів ставку, ми продовжуємо розвиток нашої армії, формування корпусної системи, були відповідні доповіді. Також готуємо з партнерами основу для безпекового контингенту за участі партнерів, який буде підтримувати мир після цієї війни. Цього тижня заплановані зустрічі щодо цього, щодо контингенту. І також сьогодні спланували нашу зовнішньополітичну роботу на найближчі тижні. Ми працюємо заради ППО для України, заради стійкості нашої держави та сил оборони, та заради того, щоб дипломатія нарешті почала давати плоди. Слава Україні!
And Aram
And Hiram
Slava.
Slava.
And with that, that is the end of the speech from President Volodymyr Zelensky here on day 1,147 of the war. And that rounds out our news summary for the day. Actually, well overtime. It's about 40 minutes overtime or so. That is going to be moving us on into the question segment where we get to talk to all of y'all. And boy, howdy, what a humdinger of a question segment it is. We always have something incredibly fun and interesting to talk about with all of y'all. We really do. And I also want to remind all of y'all, our loyal viewers here in the Lee Spring Army, that we will be taking a break coming up here very soon, starting on the 19th of April. I almost choked right there as I said the 19th of April, because it makes me sad to think we're going to have to leave y'all. But beyond that, we are going to be taking a break from the channel from the 19th of April and up until, I believe, the 22nd of April, and then we should begin our normal streaming schedule again. To explain our absence, we will be traveling America during that time, looking for a good, suitable location for Enforcer HQ 3.0. We would stay on air endlessly, but this is a bit of a life thing. To give a quick explanation, our lease is going to be running out on our current place, and that means that we're going to have to be moving on to another place, which does mean that we are pretty much have an option to go anywhere at this point, because we are a national sort of an entity. We can go anywhere in this country. So, of course, with a Real Star ID though, you have to let the all-seeing Fed know where you were at. But beyond that, we are going to be traveling around the country from end to end, trying to figure out where our new HQ is going to be. And to excite a little bit of, to excite all of y'all, it could be anywhere. We could end up anywhere. I have to tell y'all, unfortunately, though, that some places are off the list, like the state of New York and California, because they're too expensive. I'm sorry. I know a lot of people of our channel watch from those states. But if you are from other states, such as Florida, Texas, the state of Washington, maybe even others, there is a high chance, a high likelihood that your state right now is being considered possibly as a future location for the Enforcer HQ and for the home of the Lee Spring Army to now be in. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see where it's actually at, but that's what we will be doing during those days, and because of that, sadly, we can't run shows. We might be able to put out a video, but that's highly unlikely as well, because both Matthew and me will be gone on this trip, so there won't really be anyone holding down the fort in the meantime to put out any videos, or any shows for that matter, until we return. So, we will be back, though, we can promise y'all that, and we will be right back to the normal streaming schedule, but starting the 19th, which is this coming Saturday, and up until the 22nd, which is believe is that Tuesday, we will not be able to run any shows during that period. So with that, I hope that does let y'all know what's coming up. Make sure to put that down on your calendars, and make sure to get some Enforcer reruns lined up for that time, because we'll want to make sure that y'all are well entertained until we return. And also, Plant Lord said, you guys going by train? No, it would be too long distance to be able to travel the whole country end to end by train. That would take days, maybe even over a week or so to be able to do that. So sadly, we won't be doing that. But hey, one could dream, right? But anyways, with that, it is time for us to get on into those questions. So Matthew, what do we got?
All right, so hopping into our final question segment of the night, we are fresh out of polls. So there's no polls left to address, so we're jumping right into our super chats once again. And the first one of the last segment goes to Rye Guy SR, who puts in a very generous $20 donation. And thank you very much, Rye Guy, for that support and helping to keep the channel running. And he said, no question, no shout out, just for you guys being here and being awesome. And love Ukraine, and long live this great republic.
Thank you so much for the support, Rye Guy Sr., and thank you for the massive support and helping this channel to keep on running. And long live the Lee Spring Army, and long live the Republic. Everything that I do here on this channel, what I say, what I believe in, is about pushing forward the United States. I do have a great affinity and appreciation for our allies around the world, but I'm an American first and foremost, and so my decision-making has to be best suited for Americans. And I gotta say that it is something that we are always trying to push forward here on this channel and push home as hard as we can. Some people don't get it. They're blinded by their political beliefs, whether they're Democrats or Republicans. They're really blinded by the darkness. We try and push forward the light here on this channel and really talk about things from a real perspective, not something that's made up and not something that's just said to have a party slogan and a line that's different than the other party. We're actually saying what we think should be happening that would be the best benefit to Americans. And I'll never compromise on that, ever. Some people want to come in here. Funnily enough, there's a guy who used to come in here a pretty decent bit. Some of y'all might know him. tried to call me an anti-American, and I'll tell you one thing, nothing gets me angrier than being called an anti-American. I go above and beyond to try and be as pro-American as I possibly can be. There's not a lot of YouTubers out there that have shelled out about $10,000 or so on having the orchestra that did the Squid Game soundtrack and a Disney Pixar composer all come together to make pro-American music of our own variety because we want our intro to be more American. There's not really a lot of YouTubers that would undertake that kind of expense if they were an anti-American. Even less so, even if they were a pro-American, a lot of people wouldn't do that kind of a thing. But we are always looking on this channel to try and make Americans proud of their nation and to look out for what would be the best for them so that way they have a nation to be proud of at the end of the day, because they can look at it and say that the American government is truly working for them and things are looking up and up with every single passing day. And so I got to thank you so much once again for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, and thank you so much for the kind words, because folks like you help us to make this thing possible and keep it rolling day in and day out so that we can keep the flame alive. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and moving on to our next one here. This one is going to go to none other than Jocelyn White, who's a longtime channel legend as well. And thank you very much, Josh, for that $20 support and helping to keep the channel running as well. We appreciate that. Josh says, for the travel fund, and I hope you find the perfect place for the new HQ and take a question from the chat in LLT, LSA.
And long live the Lady Spring Army, and hopefully we will find a nice place for the HQ. I'll be honest with y'all here. We are looking at like 3 specific places. We have it kind of like narrowed down to those 3, and it's a very divisive thing when it comes up on the channel, but we'll tell y'all like the general areas. So generally, we're looking at the greater Seattle area. That includes everything from Everett all the way down to Olympia. We're also looking at the greater Dallas area, so that includes everything Dallas, Plano, Garland, Fort Worth, Frisco, McKinney, and so on. We're looking at that entire area, and we're also looking at the Miami metropolitan area, spanning all the way from Miami up to West Palm Beach, anywhere in between there. We're looking at those 3 areas. Those are pretty much the ones right now that have been ironed down as the heavy-hitting contenders for Enforcer HQ 3.0, and that's what this trip is going to be attempting to achieve on this whole go, which isn't really an incredibly long time to be able to take a good look at these places, because I personally went on a trip not too long ago at the very end of March and the beginning of April to Seattle alone, and I got to say I was very impressed with Seattle. I thought it was a very nice place, over the top nice actually compared to where we're from. But we're going to have to go back again and take another look at it. But even still, with the amount of time I spent in Seattle alone, it was not enough time to actually get a look at the entire place. It's absolutely massive. And places like Dallas and Miami are a lot like that as well. So this trip has very massive goals, I guess is the best way to put it, with a very short time frame. So hopefully we'll be able to iron out what the vibe is in all of these places and whether we like it or not, because any one of those 3 places could end up becoming the Enforcer HQ 3.0. And once again, just got to put this out there. Y'all wouldn't believe how many things are made into being political for not being political. We've seen people make comments in prior streams, because I've been kind of leaning a little bit heavier into Seattle. Some people have been trying to say, oh, that obviously shows that they're a liberal because Seattle's liberal. It's like, I guess they don't even like think when we're talking about this that Dallas and Miami are also on the list, which are in Republican states. So it's not really like it has anything to do with a political thing. It has more so to do with whether we like the city or not. And so we're really going to be trying to figure that out. But one thing that May said, oh yeah, you got to think of hurricanes with Miami. Yeah, you got to think of hurricanes with Miami. You got to think of really tornadoes with Dallas, although really Tornado Alley's kind of moving over where we're at right now. And then with Seattle, you just kind of got to worry about like drizzles. Like, that's really it. But then people say that there's a lot of them. And in my personal experience, when I was up there, it didn't really feel like a lot. Honestly, we're having that many drizzles down here right now. Like, the weather in Seattle was literally analogous to the weather we're having in Birmingham. But we'll have to see, like, you know, what's up with each and which one's good and which one isn't. Because those tornadoes out there in Dallas can get pretty bad, and the hurricanes that hit Miami can flood the first floor of any building quite easily, which would suspend Enforcer Channel operations whenever a hurricane came through, which these days is getting a little bit more increasingly present. So We will have to see. But beyond that, I do thank you so much for the support and supporting the travel fund, so that way we can try and figure out where the HQ will be. And it looks like Matthew's running another poll about where's the place the Enforcer HQ should be. And interestingly enough, the results always look the same. Like, honestly, do you notice that, Matthew? Like, whenever you put a rural place as the fourth option, that usually wins out. But this always ends up the exact same way. Seattle is always 1, Dallas is number 2, and Southern Florida is number 3. Every
You
single
know what's
time.
odd about it?
What? The Seattle's at the bottom and people are picking it.
Oh, no. What's odd is actually it's not odd. Actually, it's kind of predictable. It's in the exact order of how many viewers are from each place. Like the most viewers are from Seattle out of this list. The second is Texas, and the third is Florida. That's what's. It's. I think it's people just voting for the place they live in. Actually, the people voting on this poll because we had the most viewers from Seattle out of all those 3 different places on the poll.
Really?
So I think that might actually be it.
Hold up, let me check that, man. I want to check that real quick. That's actually interesting to me. I haven't noticed that before. Cities. Let's take a gander at these cities here. Yeah, you're right, yeah.
Yep, it's in the same order. Now, if you add the rural place to it, that skews the results a lot. But if you leave it in this order right here, where there's no rural option like you're mentioning, it's literally in the order of viewers. So it's just people saying, move to where I live because I want you to be near me. That's basically it, I think.
Man, well, I gotta give a huge thanks to Abiel because that actually does look like that's what's pushing the voting because Seattle is higher than Dallas, but not by much, and this poll is reflecting that almost verbatim. Miami's way down on the list. Like, we actually don't have a lot of viewers from Miami. So that's actually wild to see that, Matthew, right here, that it really is just lining up with people being like, live near me! Like, that's honestly what the poll's coming down to, which is pretty flattering, honestly. I gotta thank y'all for wanting to vote for us to move where y'all are at.
Indeed, I'll be honest with you. Out of this entire list, I'll be honest with you. I haven't ruled anything out. Obviously, we've never ruled a single place out. But I'm starting to lean back toward Texas a little bit. And I'd gotten off of Texas for a minute. I was like, it's a little flat. Maybe we'll get bored with it or something like that. I'm starting to lean back toward it because Florida looks at like it's very expensive. Also, I've seen some videos of Florida, and I'm starting to think that maybe the Southern Florida area near Boca Raton and stuff like that, with the cost being high, and also some other issues like the environment, the weather, and things like that, and the possibility of hurricanes, might not be the best place to go. And also, it's pretty crowded from what I've heard. So that's bad things going for Florida. On the good side is it's the beach. It's very nice. You can go out there and hang out at the beach if you want, which is pretty cool. But Seattle, on the other hand, the gun laws aren't quite right. All my guns basically would be stripped of their efficacy pretty much because I would have to get rid of my magazines for them. Also, can't bring certain knives I've got here to Seattle. Also, the property crimes through the roof, it looks like. And the place is highway robbery to live in it. The upside is it looks nice and there's nice mountains. But Dallas just seems like a good middle of the road thing. Nothing super exciting in Dallas, I don't think. But it's a nice American city for what it is. North Dallas, that is. And I've been there multiple times, and it seems to be pretty nice. So I'm going to look at all of these places. But at this point, I really value like a place that has good value. And Dallas appears to have that, most likely.
As far as what I'm looking at, I'm leaning. A lot of y'all know this. I'm kind of leaning more towards the Seattle area right now, because I went there. I haven't really gone to Dallas much. I've seen it coming in on a plane, but I've never actually gone to the city of Dallas. So we'll eventually have to do that as well. But Seattle was very cool when I went there. It is pricey, but the reality is because I was looking around the prices, the price for our place, like the same size of place we have here in Birmingham in Seattle, like the same square footage and everything, it's actually identical. So as far as the pricing goes, it's actually as highway robbery as Birmingham, Alabama, which makes no sense to me, but that's how it works. But beyond that, it was incredibly nice. It was very clean. I see a lot of people say things in the chat like, oh, like I hear the usual complaints. And these are the complaints I heard before I ever went to Seattle and LA is that, oh, Seattle and LA, home of the woke, real shitholes, and like you hear that. And it's like, before I went, I actually believed that. Like, I'll be honest. I was like, man, it's like probably really political nut jobs. It's probably not a nice place. Like, I'll be honest with y'all, I generally just avoid places that are really political. So when I hear something like, oh, it's a real liberal town or a Republican town, I'm like, man, it's probably full of whacks. But we went to LA and we were actually pretty shocked by how nice LA was. That's not to say that it's affordable. Like, it's actually not at all affordable, but it was very nice, and we were actually shocked by that. It was also dodgy in some places, but that comes with any city. Come to Birmingham, you'll really see what dodgy's like. And then we went to Seattle, and Matthew actually did see Seattle, but a limited piece of it down here near the pier, and also at our hotel, which was like in the middle of the city somewhere around here. And it was wildly nice. And then I went up there, and it was once again wildly nice, and didn't really see a lot of bad stuff in Seattle. And I was just shocked by it. I was absolutely blown away. I was like, I cannot believe that a place looks like this, because it honestly looked like something straight out of fiction. Because when you come from out, like, people just, y'all don't know it because a lot of our viewers aren't from Alabama. But when you come from Alabama, the shocking thing is that really anywhere looks better than here. And that's not like the grass is greener kind of a syndrome. Like, there's actual differences. Like, you know, the roads are paved. Like, that's honestly just the most shocking thing, is that roads are actually paved in other parts of the country. Here in Alabama, you can run into a pothole like every 100 feet on most roads, and for some reason they're still not getting paved. Like, and it can go on for years like that. And then another thing is that these places actually have fleshed out public services like public transportation, which I probably never use, but it's actually crazy to think that a city would expend money on something that here in Alabama is considered an absolute waste of money, and they'd rather put that money towards, you know, like their pockets or something in the city waterworks or something along those lines. So it's just absolutely shocking to see that kind of stuff. Like, honestly, it's even like not like saying Dallas and Miami are crap. It's actually pretty shocking that when we go to Dallas or look at Dallas, you know, you can see crazy things like the DART, which I don't know if you all have heard about the DART, but the DART's like this little light rail system that runs through the whole of Dallas, and it's funded and run by the city. And it's like that kind of stuff is just crazy to us. We just don't get it. Coming from Alabama, none of this stuff exists. So it's absolutely shocking to see places that are that nice and have that much money going through them that they can just blow money on something like that, like, you know, a decent amount of people use, but here in Alabama, once again, is considered an unnecessary expenditure that no one would ever do. That kind of stuff is just nuts. Another thing that's nuts is that there's actually things to do. Like, there's little groups and hobbies and stuff. Here in Birmingham, we have a couple of things to do. Also, I couldn't believe this, Matthew, but there's an actual Louisville and Nashville credit union that exists near to the CSX yard, and I looked at that.
No way.
Yeah, I was like, whoa. I was like, that's crazy, because the company doesn't even exist anymore. But anyways, here in Birmingham, there are two things to do. You can go to a car meet, and the car meets are pretty hood. Like, it's mostly like illegal street racing that happens at those. Or you can drink. You can do guns. Like, we do guns, but guns only goes so far. Like I kind of want a little bit of a repertoire of things to do. I love guns up and down. Love them till the end of my days, and I got a good amount of them. I enjoy them a great deal. But at the same time, though, like, you know, I'm not really a one-track kind of a person. I like to have a little bit of a blend of things to do, a little bit of a variety. And we only have guns, really. That's really the only thing I can do here. And in places like Dallas or Seattle or Miami, there's just an endless amount of these little clubs and groups that are alive and well, with dozens or hundreds of members each, that have their own little clubs and things that you can go and join and do stuff with other folks and make friends and hang out and stuff. And so that's something that's just really shocking to us, and that's really what we want to do. And also, your Nugget saying, you can shoot guns on the West Coast, LOL. You can. It's just that with Washington State, they have this thing called an assault weapons ban, and it pretty much, like, bans most of everything that I have and pretty much everything that Matthew has. And that's kind of, like, the one hurdle that I'm seeing, because I'm like, man, you know, like, I'm not wanting to do everything guns, but at the same time, I would like to have my guns and the cool ones I have, and none of the cool ones that I have can go with me really to Seattle. So we kind of had to figure that out.
That's problematic to me, especially when you see a high property crime rate like that. So if you ever got in a scenario where you had to defend yourself, they've restricted your gun rights so much that you're either extremely hampered with what you can carry. I'm not even sure what their carry laws are there, to be honest. I haven't looked into it yet. But you're very much hampered if you have to defend yourself, based on what I've heard so far. And that to me is not a good thing, not a good mix. High crime and then also very restrictive gun laws. That seems like something that's really not my alley.
Yeah, it's a interesting thing. But one thing that is the case though is that they still have castle doctrine and stand your ground laws in the state of Washington. But as far as carrying, you can open carry. Open carry is legal in the state of Washington. But concealed carry you have to get a permit for, like it used to be back in Alabama. Like before they got rid of that here. So you do have
But
to
you have
get
to have a permit for it in Seattle to just conceal carry.
in the state of Washington. You have to have a concealed carry permit.
And I wonder what the process is, because if you want a permit like that in New York, you got to go through like some crazy like year or multi-year long process to get it, and that's why most people don't even have it. I wonder if that's the same thing here.
I wonder. That's actually a good question, man. In New York, though, in New York State, it's been like that for over 100 years, crazily enough. Because I remember I was looking at getting some antique firearm a while ago. It was in 1903, and one of them was apparently owned by some guy who lived in New York State, and it was complete. It came with its box, the gun was unfired, and it came with the permits that were issued by the sheriff's office of that county. That was right outside of New York City. I think it was like up in like Peekskill or something like that. And it was like, you can have this, you can carry it, concealed and everything. And that was issued in like 1919 or something like that, over 100 years ago. And I was like, damn, they had those laws back then. I think honestly, man, they've had those laws in New York State for a really long time because of the amount of rife crime that's always existed in New York City.
They probably did to crack down on the gangs at some point. Like they probably like made it even more restrictive for the gangs, I would assume, because they don't want people just roaming around the streets with concealed guns because they didn't want the mafia running around popping people, I would assume.
Yeah, I think that was largely the case, although that didn't really stop the mafia. It's like they're an illegal crime syndicate, so they just kept doing it. But the idea was there. It's just that you really like people who don't follow the law that are criminals. They're not going to follow the law if you implement a new law telling them that, hey, something else that you're doing is illegal. I mean, it's like these people grew a business up on prohibition. It's like they grew up a business up on providing alcohol when alcohol was as illegal as narcotics are these days. So it's like I don't really think they would really care to follow the law. But beyond that, they've tried. It still exists in New York State to this day. But still a very interesting kind of a thing with New York and their gun laws. And also, man, I think another thing that I learned is that their gun laws came into effect when McKinley got shot and killed by an assassin. Because McKinley got killed by a snub-nosed revolver. And then the state of New York back then, dude, no joke, they were like, "Oh my God, these people wandering around with these quick-firing revolvers hidden in their coat pockets, they're dangerous. We need to start restricting people's access to these." And I think that's when that started in New York State. All the way back then, it was pretty much at the turn of the last century.
Yeah, I'm not trying to get political here with this, but the states out there that want to restrict concealed carry, I don't understand that, because do the people restricting that think that the criminals are going to abide by getting a concealed carry permit? If we had some kind of guarantee that the criminals were going to sign up for it and therefore be regulated by the concealed carry laws, then it might be reasonable. But at the same time, though, the people that are law-abiding citizens that are the type to go get the license, they're not the ones going around popping people. And I know that's a political thing nowadays, so I'm going to stop right there with it. But I just don't understand.
And also, Sluggernaut said, Google it, you can't open carry in Florida. You can't? Hold up, let me pull it up.
Is that true? Is that true?
Carry in Florida. You can't.
Open carry? Like what are they defining as open carry?
Open carry. Hold up. We got a sheriff's department here, the Jacksonville Sheriff's Office. This is their answer to the question. Let's see here.
No, you don't need a permit at all to conceal carry. And open carry is legal under most circumstances. But you may openly carry a firearm if you're engaged or traveling to fishing, camping, hunting, test target shooting. Okay, so you can't.
You misread that. Open carry is still illegal in Florida under most circumstances. Not legal in most circumstances. It's illegal in most circumstances.
Yeah. Well, they're saying you can take it open carry under certain circumstances like fishing, camping, hunting, or test target shooting. So you can't open carry just for like defensive reasons. That's kind of interesting. But they'll let you conceal. Okay, so Florida doesn't have their constitutional carry law. You can carry it concealed without a permit. So they don't care if you have it. They just don't want it to be openly displayed for some reason.
That's a little stupid, man. Like that.
That's
Honestly,
weird.
That's like actually like brain dead. I'm not going to lie, because it's like Like, honestly, man, like, the reason why the concealed carry thing exists is because it's a lot more dangerous to have someone with a firearm concealed on their person. I mean, if they're open carrying, it's quite obvious they have a firearm. So, there's not like some sort of a mystery there. It's like, are they about to whip out a little, pocket pistol and blast you? But it's honestly, man, that's actually pretty dumb. Like, I never knew that. That's actually one of the dumbest things I've heard. You can conceal carry, but you can't open carry.
I'll be honest with you. I think the reasoning behind it is when most people see somebody that's open carrying, because I've come across people in Alabama that open carry their pistol on their hip. Me personally, like owning guns, I don't think much about it. But at the same time, though, there have been instances where I've seen that, and I'm like, I'll be honest with you. I'm a gun owner myself, but I'm a little bit uneasy with, like, for example, if someone seems a little bit too aloof with it or something. I'm like, I don't know if I want to like hang out around that person with that pistol like around their hip like that. They seem like they're trying to make a point by doing it, and they might be a little bit aloof with it. And I know some people are gonna be like, well, that's your right. Yeah, if it's your right, you can do it. But I think that might be the reason why Florida does not allow it. They don't want people to be intimidated by people open carrying. Now, I don't think it's a reason to restrict people's rights, but I understand why they would think that, if it makes sense.
I just don't. I don't like that. I don't like this at all, man. Like, honestly, man, like, I find open carry to be a lot better, in my opinion, than concealed carry. Because with open carry, like with an actual holster on you, you can carry really anything. With concealed carry, you really can't, and it's always uncomfortable. Because you're always having to find some way to shimmy a pistol into your freaking pelvis, or something along those lines. I always find it incredibly uncomfortable. So, like, I find that to be dumb, honestly, man. That's
you got to admit, like, you've never open carried any of your pistols. I never have either. Anytime I carry my pistol on me, you open carried where?
Dude, that little Makarov I got? Dude, I put that thing on my belt. I'd open carry it everywhere, like that leather holster and everything.
Like out, like where people could see it, or under your shirt?
Dude, for like a couple of months, I was just wandering around, just rocking that thing out there. Like, it was like clean,
Where?
like, to gun ranges, to stores, stuff like that. Like, I was wearing that thing all over the place.
Now, if you're just taking it to the range, that's different. But I mean, if you're like, you don't really like go to stores though. And also, stores don't allow you to even carry guns in there.
Let's see. Well, I was going to gun stores, so I guess that wouldn't count, would it?
Yeah, that wouldn't count. That wouldn't count. You're literally going there like to bring the gun to like either get a quote on it or either sell it or something. So no, honestly, I'll tell you, when you walk around a grocery store and you see somebody like like hip carrying, like let's say like a 357, like a revolver or something, in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, like, I understand why you'd want to have it on you, but it's at the same time though, it's like you're around families and stuff like that. Some people don't feel comfortable around guns. I'm like, you might just want to conceal carry it so that way you're not scaring people that are not gun owners and are not familiar with firearms, because it does scare people. Like, people have to acknowledge some people that are not familiar with firearms get intimidated by that, and it makes them uncomfortable. And the objective behind being a gun owner is not to go around trying to, wave your firearm around like, oh, look, I'm a gun owner. It's supposed to be for defense if you're carrying it, presumably.
I guess, but I still find it a little bit goofy that you can't open carry, man. Like, what if, for example, you were, I just don't get it, man. Like, I'm thinking about that. I just don't like that for some reason, because we come from a state like Alabama is a fairly forward state when it comes to the whole gun laws thing. You can concealed carry without a permit. You can open carry anywhere for really no reason. You can just open carry anything. You can open carry rifles, pistols, all that sort of a business. You can do whatever you want. But this just doesn't make any sense, because like, I would get it if you need a permit for concealed carry. That seems to make a lot more sense to me than just almost making open carry outright illegal under most circumstances.
Now, I wonder, in Florida, are they enforcing the fact that open carry is illegal? Like, for example, if you're carrying for defense, like, for example, if you walk around and you're open carrying your pistol just like down the sidewalk, let's say you're just like attending like a protest or something, and you're open carrying, will they actually enforce that and arrest you for it? Because if you get arrested for it, now that's pretty messed up. Because you technically have the right to, carry your firearm. So if they're arresting people and charging them over it, that would be going too far. Or maybe they just give people a warning. I'm not sure how that really works in Florida.
Let's see. I can't really see what the punishment would be for open carrying. But maybe we'll have someone that can tell us. A lot of people are saying it's absolutely enforced. Okay, yeah, so it looks like it's an absolutely enforced thing. That's a little whack. That's a little whack. What about Texas? Can you open carry? I have a feeling Texas is a definite yes because they're known for that kind of a thing. Um, let's see, open carry, but there are some restrictions.
Someone said they'll arrest you for being cringe. Maybe, I don't know.
Oh man. Let's see. Let's see here. Can you concealed carry? Can you concealed carry in Texas?
I think Texas is constitutional to carry, so you should be able to.
Let's see. Okay, so yeah, they do. So it's very similar to Alabama in that way. That it's kind of like a laissez-faire kind of a thing. You can do concealed or open carry, and no one really cares. So that's interesting. Seattle, well, not Seattle, but Washington State, on the other hand, is very similar actually to Texas. But you have to have, well, not really, it's not really similar to Texas or Florida now that I'm thinking about it. You have to have a permit to conceal carry in the state of Washington. There's also an assault weapons ban, which pretty much bans anything that's semi-automatic with a magazine capacity of more than 10 rounds. Meaning that M1 Garens are still legal in the state of Washington, which take a note of that. Like, take a note of that, man. It's like we don't want you getting into a home invasion scenario and maybe dealing with someone with an AR. No. We want you blasting cannonball-sized holes with a 30-06 through the walls and into the neighbor's house if you get like invaded in your house. Like, honestly, man, it's like I don't know. Like in that kind of a mindset, what's worse? Defending your home with an AR or an M1 Garand, because that Garand's got some punching power behind that 30-06,
Yeah.
and that's not stopping, in a wall or two. That thing's going through all the walls in your house.
Yeah, one thing I worry about personally is like, for example, let's say, because this has happened before, by the way, a foreign government contacts somebody over here in the United States. Let's say me and Andrew's run our mouth a little too much, and the Russians are like, okay, we can't have those guys running their mouth anymore. We need to shut them down because they're like, hurting like our image and stuff like that with the global, like, Russian loving Americans. And they're like, we're going to like finish those guys off. So the Russians call over here, they hire like some local gangsters or something like that to roll up with like, AK-47s or something, because that's, of course, illicit guns. They're not registered because these are criminals that have them. And they roll up somebody's house like ours and they try to come take us out. If you're restricted like you are in Seattle, where you can only have like a 10-round magazine or something, you're going to get outgunned really easy and you're going to get butchered by these criminals. Which and that's not an everyday scenario for every single civilian. But for example, us, we couldn't, like, for example, return fire if we were in our home and defend ourselves properly because we're restricted in what we can own. But I don't like that.
Man, I mean, I don't know. We'll have to see though, man, because honestly, man, Florida's laws are kind of a little weird. Honestly, that was weird, man. Like, I don't know what to make of that. Honestly, man, that kind of limits me a little, because like sometimes, man, I carry around that AK. Like, it's like, so what happens then? Like, you get pulled over, they're like, oh, you got an AK in your car, you stir stepped out. It's like, oh, come on, man.
That's
It's
not
like,
open carry. That would be concealed.
well, I mean, is it really concealed if it's just sitting in the back of your car? I mean, it's like, like,
Yeah. Well, most likely, I would say it's concealed. If generally, like for example, like I can't remember the exact law, but here in Alabama, at a certain age, you can carry your rifle with you, but you have to open carry it and like display it. So that's why in Alabama, you'll see sometimes they have like shotgun racks on the back of like pickup truck windows and stuff like that, or pickup truck beds where they can be openly displayed because there's some law, I can't remember exactly what it is, where you have to. So I think if you have your gun inside your vehicle, like let's say on the floorboard or something like that, that's technically, I believe, concealed.
interesting. I didn't know that. That's news to me. But also I saw someone say, check out Salt Lake City. I'll be honest, Salt Lake City wasn't that bad when we went through it years ago, but I just don't really have like a really big draw to Salt Lake City. For some reason, I just couldn't really get pulled into the whole Salt Lake City thing. I don't really know how to put a finger on it, but it was a nice city, but I just don't really feel like it was a city for me, Denver was a city that was really like interesting to me. Like, I didn't know what to think at Denver. We really didn't see a lot of it, and we immediately drove out of Denver and straight up to Fort Collins. So I didn't really get to see much of Denver at all. But I've heard some good things and some bad things. It really depends on who you talk to in Denver. But one thing I do have to say, though, is that their Union Station sure as hell is nice. Like, they built the whole thing new. Like, they tore down their old one. Well, they kind of tore down most of it. But that's what it looks like. And it's actually impressive, like, for being in the middle of the Midwest, in the middle of nowhere. I was like, wow, why did they build that? Like, honestly, no one does. But it's actually pretty neat. So that was an interesting.
Yeah, look at those derailers right there, man. Look at those derailers.
You mean those stops?
Yeah, those are good derailers.
Those don't derail, man. Those just stop them. You know, like.
I know. I'm trying to grate the train foaming like nerves.
The nerves. Okay. All right, man. All right.
The nerves.
The nerds. The nerds.
Nerves.
Still, the Patron Tequila Express. What's going on here?
Patron.
Bro, that dog opened up a tequila train like it's a bro.
I'll tell you what.
Dude, he got that liquor. Ooh, dude, no way. I didn't know that the big boy went to Denver. That's actually really cool looking, man.
And they put up a sign, a real rusty one or a real dirty one. So safety first. For your safety, don't climb on the equipment. I'm sure somebody's 5-year-old will be climbing right up in the gears.
Dad, I want to get meshed up in the running gears. It's like, yeah, kiddo, go on in there. It's a free country. Dude, how cool though, man. That's actually really cool. And they even put the big boy on it in chalk. That's pretty neat. Dude, I like these. The big boys are neat. Pretty cool looking.
Too bad looking.
Matty doesn't like anything. I'll look at motorcycles, y'all, for hours with Matty. I'll actually chit-chat about them. Matty doesn't know a damn thing about trains, and he doesn't want to act like he even knows anything about them either. It's so unfair! But anyways, with that, by the way, Matthew, that BMW S1000R looks way better than that Hyper thing, the dirt bike-looking thing, man. Just saying. Like,
Pull it up. Let's get the opinion on it.
All right. Well, we'll get the opinion on it, but I think a lot of people are going to agree with me here.
I think they probably will, but we'll find out.
All right. We're going to go with the S1000. There we go. There it is. Now, what was that other thing called, Matty? The Ducati what?
Ducati Hyper Motard 698.
I thought it was a motard. Like, I wasn't one to say that, though, because I wasn't one to sound like an idiot if I was wrong. But there it is. This, y'all, this... And of course, not talking about cost, this is all like imaginary because we can't afford these, but this or this, which one looks better to y'all? I'm saying the S1000.
Wait a minute, that's the wrong bike, man. That's the racing bike. That one's obviously going to beat it. Pull up the S1000 single R, not the double R. There you go.
This one or that one? Which one do y'all pick, folks? The S1000R right here, or if you're not really a big motorcycle person, the blue and black one, or the red and black one. Which one wins to y'all? This one or this one?
Yeah, let's see which one wins.
And let's see here. We're seeing, the results are coming in. The results are coming in. Holy smokes.
Oh, wow. It's almost even, actually. I'm shocked. Like, I'm surprised here. Someone said they're both good bikes. Honestly, I'll be honest, I'm not going to nerd out here too much, but they're in different categories. This one you're looking at is a naked bike. It's more of a road street bike type deal. This is for like a lot more power. And this one right here is more of like a dirt bike style supermoto thing. This is more for like fun riding than it is necessarily like fast riding. This has a whole different feel to it. Like, this is an entirely different category on this one. So between the two, I've had the naked street bikes my entire life. That's always what I've ridden. I've ridden one race bike. The race bike was uncomfortable as hell. You put all your weight on your wrists, and you couldn't ride it for more than 30 minutes until you got sore and exhausted on it. But the naked bikes are actually comfortable. But they're a little bit too fast. You tend to get in a little bit of trouble with it, especially if you're like me and you want to, test the thing to the limit. It gets you in a bit of trouble. So the other one only has 80 horsepower, and this one right here you're looking at has about 200. So a huge horsepower difference between the two.
It looks as though, Matthew, my pick is winning by a 10% margin. That's not really a lot, but it's still a little bit. And I'd have to say this thing does look better to me. Like, just looking at it from appearance standpoints, this looks better than this.
Honestly, I would have them both. If I could, I would have them both. Honestly, if I could collect anything, it would actually be motorcycles, because they're generally not so expensive. Like, for example, collecting cars is one thing. Like, you try to collect cars, you're easily going to go broke quick trying to collect cars because they're expensive. The maintenance is expensive. But motorcycles, you can generally get them for an okay price most of the time, and you can maintain them real easy. And most of the time, you can maintain it yourself if you know what you're doing. which is much better. And also, these are much more fun than a car, in my opinion. So, you know, that's just my 2 bits.
Yeah, you know, it's an interesting idea. You know, it's not bad. But man, I just got to throw in my little pick. You know what it is? It's a Janus Halcyon 450. These things always look good, classic looking, nice and stylish. I like them. Not a lot of power behind these things, mind you, but they sure as
Much
hell
like a
look good.
scooter.
They look cool, man. They look cool, man. They look like the very beginning of like motorcycles. It's just a neat look. It's like a 1920s, 1930s style motorcycle. I like it because this looks like what Lawrence of Arabia died on in his motorcycle crash right outside of Bovington. It looks just like that motorcycle. Not that I'm fawning over the death of Lawrence of Arabia or T.E. Lawrence. He was pretty cool, but still, I like that design of motorcycle that guy was on. It was a pretty cool one. Let me go see if I can pull up the T.E. Lawrence motorcycle. Let me go find it, Matthew. Let me go find it. Let me go find this thing, Matthew. Let me find it. Here we are. This was his motorcycle that he was actually riding when he got killed.
So that's actually not too bad looking, really. That looks pretty good.
Dude, look at that thing. That thing is absolutely sick.
You know what's fascinating is how come so many folks have gotten killed like in like auto accidents and also motorcycle accidents. Like you said, the Lawrence of Arabia actually died on it.
Dude, Lawrence of Arabia, if I remember correctly, I can actually show you where he died. They put a little monument up to it in Britain, right next to the Bovington Proving Grounds. Let's see, there's Bournemouth. So Bovington's out here. Yeah, right here. And on this street, I think. Oh, yeah, right here. That is right where he died, right there. There's a little memorial to it. But he
I'll tell you what, they've lost a lot of people in those motorcycle crashes. You know, Assad's brother, the brutal Assad's brother, he actually died in a BMW accident. He was driving his BMW car down like a mountain like an idiot because apparently he thought he was a race car driver, and he just straight up just ran off a cliff or something and got mangled and killed in it.
That's wild. I think T.E. Lawrence lived like further up the road, and he was driving into Bovington on that Brow Superior, which is what this thing's called, which looks good. So he was driving it into town, and he took that turn, and he sped up, and I forgot what it was. I forgot what led him to crash, but he pretty much ran into like a brick wall. You know those famous brick British walls that are like right along the freaking road. He ran into one of those, flipped right over the top, and then broke his head open on impact with the ground and killed himself instantly, accidentally, in that crash. So that's how he ended up dying. Really unfortunate, but beyond that, that is an absolutely sick motorcycle. I love that thing. It's really cool looking. But once again,
I like it personally. And also, by the way, I said something in the chat. I said, I think I asked Miss Diesel. I said, "Did you wave at sport bike riders?" I said, "Yeah, I wave at all bikers." And then so I said, "Yeah, because the Harley riders are rude." I don't know if this is like this anywhere else, but it's legit. Like, I'm not making this up. The Harley riders in Alabama will not wave at sport bike riders. If you're on a sport bike and somebody's on a Harley and you pass, and also if you're not a motorcycle person, everybody waves at each other on motorcycles. It's like a pretty unique little thing. It's like you'll wave at every single motorcycle that passes by if you're being friendly. That's just the way it works. But Harley riders will not wave. It doesn't matter how hard you try, they will not wave. And if they pull up to you at a red light, they will not speak to you at all if you're trying to even look at them or anything. It's the most weird thing I've ever seen in my life. It's like an actual like wannabe tough guy biker thing going on in Alabama. And I'll see someone saying, "Yep, I know." I think it might be like maybe across the country. I'm not sure.
Interesting. I'm trying to see really quickly, Matthew, what kind of power did this thing have? Apparently, it was a S100. So let's take a look at this, see what kind of power it had. So it's a 998cc engine. But that doesn't mean much for back then, man, because like the engine displacements were actually pretty big and they didn't really produce a lot of power. How much horsepower did this thing have, Matthew? Like, can you tell really quickly anywhere?
998cc engine. Let's see here. Scroll down a little bit. It might tell you. Let's see here. Not seeing it. Scroll on down. Keep scrolling. Let's see here. It's 120 horsepower. That's actually pretty damn good, actually. That's solid, man. Because my first bike had like 50 horsepower, and it was decently fast. This thing was actually pretty quick.
But you know what's crazy, man? Is that let's see here. These things were only getting up to let's see. Actually, they were getting on up there to like 130 miles per hour and stuff. That's actually crazy, man, because this was happening in the 1920s.
Yeah, I think the problem with these bikes is it has the engine to go fast, but the suspension and the frame is probably very unstable at higher speed, I would imagine. And that's also another thing. The Enforcer's never ridden a motorcycle at high speed. He rode one at low speed one time, but just for a short moment. Some bikes feel extremely unstable if you get them like above 60. Like my first bike, which was a Honda 500, started feeling really, really unstable above 60 when I started getting some wind on it because it was a lighter motorcycle. And it just depends on the frame and suspension. Like that's a huge factor in how fast you can really go like safely on one.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, dude. Though, look at this. Look at this right here. In red, like this red, not that far off. Honestly, man, you could get it like in a stainless color. Let me go see if there's one on here really quickly that's like stainless or so. There was one further up, but it had like a little bit. This and that. Honestly, not that far apart. Like it looks fairly analogous, although it's not like as beefy looking as a Brow Superior. It does look a bit like a Brow Superior.
Yeah, somewhat. It looks like pretty close, like at least inspired by it or something.
Yeah, and that's what's cool. These things can get up to 90 miles an hour, like up to 90 miles an hour. They're not incredibly strong. Like I think it has like 30 something horsepower. It's not a lot, but they look cool, and I've heard a lot of good things on the internet about them. That they're fun to ride. Not that I'd ever get one. I don't even have a motorcycle license, so I actually can't drive these things. It's not I really can't drive them. I can't drive them. But it would be cool to just imagine about having one of these things because they just look neat. That's like my take on it for the large part. But just look at the different colors that you can get of this thing. You can get this red. That red looks good, man. That's a good colored red right there.
That does look good. I could tell you though, this thing would never get above 60. I could tell you right now, it would have the power to get above 60. It could probably go about 80 or 90, I'd imagine, with that kind of horsepower. But you get above 60 on this thing, you're gonna feel like you're like close to death, like because of how unstable it's probably gonna feel. That's my guess.
How fast can a 450 really go? Let's see here.
Top speed of 90, it says right there. They said 14,000. Man, that thing's 14,000. It says 14,000 is too much for a bike with a top speed of 90. Honestly, whoever wrote that on that Reddit forum, they are like 100% right.
I mean, they're not wrong. Let's see. All mentioned though are most happy around 65 and 75 miles an hour.
Yep.
So you're almost like dead on the nail with that. Yeah, so it's not really going to be going that fast. Brow Superiors though, man, could kick it, like guaranteed over 100. But that would be pressing it to even get up to 90. So, a little unfortunate with that. But beyond that, man, it would be pretty neat though to have one of these just because of the look. Like it looks neat. It has very striking appearance, but it is pretty expensive. And also I don't even know how to drive a motorcycle, so that's also another issue. But
it's fun. It's fun. If you have one with a proper engine, it's fun. I see people saying, I did 145 on a BMW K1300 and backed off. I've done pretty good speed on the track, on a close course with my prior motorcycles. I'll be honest with you, being a little bit older now, just a few years older, I probably would not repeat that again, like going that fast on a motorcycle, because really if you mess up at like 140 or like even above 100, you're going to be screwed. Like if you mess up, you're probably going to get killed. Unless you're on like a flat surface and you have really good riding gear on, you're probably going to either break a lot of bones or you're probably going to get killed. So generally speaking, these days, if I had another motorcycle, I'll be riding pretty conservatively, even if it was a sport bike.
Whoa, I mean, you're going to knock that noggin on something and see the great beyond. Whoa. It's like,
man, I tell you, when you're young, you tend to be a little stupid when you have 200 horsepower, but you really got to, calm down and think about your health.
They call that full of piss and vinegar. Dude, this thing in black, solid black like this, that actually looks pretty good if that picture had more pixels. Man, these just look cool, man. I'm not gonna lie, man. The style is there. They just look good.
Let's see. Yeah, I'll be honest. It looks pretty solid. And also, I see people talking about, I've had friends get killed on a motorcycle. I'll be honest with you. Part of the reason why I sold my last motorcycle is because I was actually getting worried about possibly getting into an accident on it. I was an extremely good rider, by the way. I'm not just bragging about that. I was actually extremely good. I knew how to handle the bike in every way possible. And I had actually had a lot of close calls with idiot drivers, like pulling out in front of me and doing stupid stuff. In Alabama, nobody respects motorcycles, by the way. If you're on the highway or on a road with a motorcycle in Alabama, it feels like everybody's trying to kill you because nobody even cares to look because they don't respect motorcycles on the street, and you're like just a moving target. So that's part of the reason why I got rid of it. I actually had a close call at a red light. Some woman pulled out in front of me at the yield sign at a red light. I slammed on both of the brakes and barely dodged this car going through a red light. And that was like the last time before I sold the bike. It's like, I like riding it, but it's dangerous. I'm going to have to get rid of it because I'm going to get killed in the same if I keep riding it. And that's why I got rid of the last bike I had.
You know, these things have actually dropped in price.
From what to what?
It would drop from like 15,000 or so. It's just like shy of that. Now you can get a Halcyon 450 around 11.2.
11.2. Yeah, that's honestly still pretty expensive for the type engine this thing's got.
That's on up there, but they're starting to knock a couple of $1,000s off of them. So that's actually pretty nice. So let's just look at the paint jobs, man, that you can get. All of them look good. Like, all of them look really good, in my opinion. Like, that olive drab looks clean. The charcoal, very clean. The American blue, I'm not going to lie, man. The American blue is striking. That looks good.
They charge you a whopping $95 for that paint.
Because they hand apply it. Each of these motorcycles is handmade, which is pretty cool. By the Amish. Not a lot of people can brag that a lot of parts of their motorcycle were made by the Amish, but this thing, you can get it in any of these colors. You can get this in Charlevoix blue. I don't know if I get that one. I honestly like the American blue better, but that one actually does look pretty good too.
Have you seen those motorcycles that Keanu Reeves makes? Have you seen those?
No, I don't think so.
Pull up those. Keanu Reeves motorcycle. He'll pull up his motorcycles that he's involved with.
This?
There it is. Yeah, Arch.
Let's see here. Oh, you don't want to play a video. Oh, God. Oh, wow. That's weird.
These are pretty cool. I think they are gas powered, I believe. But the real cool part is the price tag on these things. They are fantastic. They are so affordable. Honestly, good on Keanu for making these things affordable because I'm so glad a lot more people can get on these and ride them. The price should be around here somewhere, but they don't. They look pretty damn cool, don't they? Like pretty advanced. Very nice.
They're like 100,000, aren't they?
Yeah, and also it doesn't look like it actually puts the price on the site. It looks like that tells you a lot as well. Yeah. I should warn you, actually. I've heard these things are pretty damn expensive. Like I think 100,000. Let me pull up here. Arch motorcycle cost. Yeah, the models are like the KRGT are priced around 85,000, and the new model starts around 128,000. So, yeah, you're paying like used Ferrari prices for that motorcycle. So it looks cool, but that's not worth it.
I'd pass on that, man. But let's see what we can customize this thing with, because it looks like they actually had a new model that they were selling too that also was a 450, but it was kind of like a dirt bike thing. I think you might actually like it a little bit. But we can add a pinstripe, Matthew. We can add different color pinstripes. Look at that. Oh, dude, silver actually looks pretty neat. Like with the blue, that actually looks cool. How about the second pinstripe? This costs extra. And I think I'd honestly just clear the selection on that one because it's not extra enough for 250. So how about a wheel pinstripe, Matthew? Oh, look at that. Look at that, man. A little extra pizzazz right there. A little extra pizzazz. You can do that. Feather logo color. Oh, dude, look, you can actually change the feather logo color. Look at that. So you can make it silver.
That's pretty cool. I
That's
don't know how long it takes to actually get one of these delivered. Does it say how long it takes?
That's a
Scroll
good
all the way
question.
to the bottom. It should tell you.
Damn, you can. I forgot. Yeah, these things are like handmade, so you can like customize everything on them. But, yeah, that's the warranty length. You can get 2 year, 3 year.
What happens if you say place deposit? Does it tell you how long it's going to take?
I don't want to do that. It might throw up personal information on screen.
Oh.
Like, you'd be like autofill, and then it like puts in all of my financial information on screen for everyone to see. So we're not going to do that one. But, let's look at all the options, man, because this thing actually does have like a million gazillion different options. So let's go up here. So we're going to skip all the different coloring stuff. So new primary color matched frame. Oh, you can have like the frame match the color of everything else.
I don't like that.
I don't like that either, really. Let's see. Standard fender pinstripe.
Also, by the way, we got a lot of super chats to get to, by the way, and we're running late.
Dude, look at that, though. You can change the color of the leather.
That is pretty cool. I'm not going to lie.
That's pretty neat, man. It's pretty neat. You get a... Oh, dude, that's actually pretty sick. Look, I actually liked it solid colored. Polished stainless steel exhaust. Bro, honestly, man, honestly, man, like this is getting on up there in price, adding all this stuff to it. These things are pretty neat. But anyways, we do have to get to more questions because we've been rabbit holing too long on motorcycles. But anyways, with that, it's time for us to get on to the next one.
All right, and our next one is going to go to Andrew Barbaro, who puts in a $50 donation. And thank you very much, Andrew, as well, for that $50 support and helping to keep the channel running. And we do appreciate that, Andrew. He says, for the travel fund, and would tell you to come to Ohio, but I myself can think of better places, and good luck on your search.
And thank you so much for the support, Andrew. And sadly, I wouldn't go to Ohio. It's just not really a place on my list because I've never heard good things from anyone about Cleveland. Which is kind of sad because they have like a massive steel mill here in the middle of the city. Maybe that's why it's not a good place. It's just a massive steel mill in the middle of the city. But beyond that, I do thank you for the support and help this channel keep it running. And hopefully we will find a nice HQ 3.0. And a huge thanks to you so much once again. And we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Jocelyn White, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Josh, for that support. And also, I think, did we already read this one? I think I did. I think I forgot to actually put a red check mark on it, but I'm going to read it again anyways. I can't remember. But Josh said, for the travel fund, I hope you find a perfect place for the new HQ and take a question from the chat and LLT, LSA.
And we did read that, but I do thank you so much once again for support, and long live the Lee Spring Army. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Jenna, last name Tolles, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Jenna, for that support. And they've already left for the night, by the way, so sadly they're not here, but hopefully they will hear it tomorrow. But they said, do we get another political night? I can't believe that anybody says that Ukraine started this war, and I'm sorry that anybody has to hear that.
Thank you for the support. I would say that tonight isn't really a political night. People try and construe my no politics rule to their own like motives. So if they're like a Republican, then like if I diss on the Democrats, that's not political to them. But then if I say their guy's not really doing something good, then it's political. Or they flip the inverse. If it's a Democrat, and I'm crapping on a Republican, then it's not political. But if I'm crapping on their guy, then it is political. But I feel like tonight was really apolitical because I kind of just took a shot at everyone. Of course, the current president's a Republican, which really can't be avoided. And honestly, what they're doing isn't good at all, and I find it to be stupid. But, I feel like I kept it as apolitical as I possibly could. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so a huge thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well, and we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Mace, who puts in a $20 donation, and thank you very much, Mace, for that $20 support. He said, how much salt should go on a hot dog? I was thinking of starting a stand. Can you refer anyone to help me? And how much do most people like on their dogs? And Slav Ukraine.
Aw, man, I could help you with that. I am the hot dog man, and I put all the salt on every hot dog. Aw, man. I take the entire cylinder of Morton salt and pour it all over each hot dog. It has to be extra salty. Aw, man.
Did you see he was getting roasted by his own people today?
No, I didn't. What was happening with that?
Hot Dog Man got roasted viciously in his Discord by one of these people that's apparently one of his biggest supporters or something there.
Really?
And they roasted the hell out of him because Hot Dog Man picked another fight with another Ukraine YouTuber once again, who he's had a previous fight with.
Which one is it?
Can't leave the guy alone. It's the Welcome Back Defenders. He picked a fight with him again. Yeah, he won't leave the guy the hell alone. He knows everybody.
He's the new us, for him. He's moved on from us. He's now moved on to Welcome Back Defenders. That's his new target. So now he'll get a feeling of what it was like to be us for 2 years.
Yeah, so Welcome Back Defenders didn't put up with it very long and told him to piss off, basically. And obviously, y'all know how we feel about the other guy too. But he told Hot Dog Man to piss off, and it looks like that didn't go over well with Hot Dog Man supporters at all. Like him going back after that other guy. So it looked like a mayhem over there in the Discord that they were over there. People were sending me pictures of it, so talking about look what's going on over there in this Discord. And I was like, oh my god! I'm like, they're roasting the hell out of him, honestly, vicious roast.
Dude, honestly, man, he kind of gets his rocks off on that, I think, because he'll always be, oh yeah, come at me with more. I'm like, bro, you're weird, honestly, man. But beyond that, I do have to say that's very interesting to hear, man. I did not know about that, honestly. just to let y'all know, Hot Dog Man, beyond us making him the butt of jokes still on the channel, he doesn't really register on my radar anymore because he gets like 2,000 views a video, so nobody even listens to him anymore, so I could care less about what he's saying. But that is really interesting to hear that he is absolutely getting a shellacking right now by his own people. Honestly, man, he's going to run his people out of patience because he's already run most of them away. It's just a little time coming before all of them are gone. But anyways,
And also, he's complaining that his Twitter page isn't getting any views or anything. So I went to go and inspect. I was like, let's see if this is true because he's over there griping and people are sending it to me. I'm like, let me go see. I looked, and his Twitter page is actually like inactive or something. Like he's posting on it, but they're not getting any views at all. Like he's getting like 1 or 2 likes a post or something, and only like I think 100 views a post or something. I'm like, dude, I'm like, oh my goodness, man, that Twitter page is as dead as his YouTube page, which is crazy. I mean, he can post as much content as he wants, and he gets no views.
Excuse me, I can't hear you because you're not monetized on Twitter.
It's like, at least I'm like, I'm thankfully people are reading my tweets when I typically type something on Twitter. It's usually getting read. At least that's a positive.
Do you remember when? So a while ago, Hot Dog Man was absolutely clowning on us because we couldn't get monetized on Twitter, which honestly we couldn't care about. But beyond that, he got monetized, crazily enough, and he was like, I can't hear you because you're not monetized on Twitter. I'm going to the moon. And then the first month of revenue stats came out for him from Twitter, and he went, what the F? I only made 50 cents. And it was like, he got like 5 million impressions or something like that in that month. It made like 50 cents. And so I was like, wow. I was like, honestly, it doesn't really seem like we missed anything on not being monetized. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that fairly well, at least in our opinion. And also, I see some people talking about Welcome Back Defenders and saying, actually, I think he's a good guy. Well, he tried to get us canceled like twice, like literally, like no joke. He was like one of the main people trying to get us canceled. Tried to get us canceled for the Hot Dog Man the first time, and the second time because we do voices on the channel. Like you can just end up becoming a voice. And we started doing his intro thing, Welcome Back Defenders, and he just went off. Like, he tried to have us canceled for doing that. So, like that's how fragile that is. So, we don't really, I won't even pick a bone about it. I'm not really a big fan of that guy. But anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, our next one goes to Jose Diaz, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Jose, for that $20 support. And we do appreciate that very, very much. And I was trying to double check here. Let's see here. Jose Diaz at least said, he did not leave a comment, but he did leave a super sticker of the YouTube Doge holding the #1 sign. And thank you very much, Jose, for that. And Enforcer, what say you?
And I got to thank you so much for the support, Jose Diaz, and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Jenna, last name Tolls, once again, who this time puts in another 20. And thank you very much, Jenna, for that support. And they said, leave the parties together. Both are funded by the 1%. They don't really care about the people, neither. Hold both accountable and save your vote for someone that isn't purchased.
And I thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And I'd largely say, I have a different way of looking at it, but that's almost the same kind of a thing. It's kind of the same end goal that I have. I'm just not really a big fan of them. Have y'all, do y'all really look at it? Like, take a step back and look at it. Like, all the insider trading, all that kind of stuff, the corruption that goes on up there, oh man, there's a couple of things I can bring up. Like, I'll bring up a couple of them, politics aside, I'll bring them up fairly and bring up punching points on both sides. Nancy Pelosi and also that guy, Tommy Tuberville, the insider trading they do is unreal. Tommy Tuberville's a Republican, Nancy Pelosi is a Democrat. They insider trade till the cows come home. Both of them different parties, but they're doing the same thing. And it's just stuff like that. Like, it just is just sickening to see, honestly. But I do thank you so much for the support, but that's largely how I feel about it. I'm not really a big person to root for either side, because at the end of the day, when you boil it down to the basic levels, they're almost the same. So with that, I got to thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this channel possible, and we wouldn't be able to keep it running. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And also allegedly, by the way, allegedly. But anyways, moving on to our next one. This one goes to Adam McLean, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Adam, for that $20 support. And he said, because I love the channel and for all of the right reasons.
Hey, and thank you so much for your support. And thank you for loving the channel for all of them right reasons. And we are hoping that we make y'all proud every night we get on air and that the news is good. And so with that, thank you so much once again. I hope that has addressed that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Cookie, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Cookie, for that $20 support. And it said, East or West Coast, boys. Honestly, I don't like the East Coast. I'll be honest with you. Like, I know technically, I think the southern part of Florida near the Miami side is the East Coast, but most of the rest of the East Coast, I really don't care for. Like, it's not really my thing. The West Coast is pretty nice, but it's just too expensive. Like, that's the problem with it. But Enforcer, what say you?
I think it's more expensive because it's just nicer. Like, a lot of people really want, really covet being on the West Coast, so I think it's more expensive for that reason. The East Coast is tough for the most part. Like, kind of like brackish waters in most places, like Savannah, Georgia. Because most of the East Coast is like a giant estuary along this whole length. So most of it's like swamp. Out in the West Coast, you really don't have a lot of that swamp. It's pretty much just normal ground until you reach the ocean. Like for example, let's see. Dang, they don't have like any drop downs around here. Damn, bro. Let me drop y'all down right here. Just like this along most of California's coast. Really gorgeous stuff. It's really pretty. Meanwhile, over here on the East Coast, most of the place, let me see if I can even get y'all close to it. Most of the place looks like this. And this just really isn't that appealing. It's not as appealing as like the stuff you get on the West Coast. So, that would be my take, like as far as like the actual coastline and what it looks like. But as far as the vibe, it's a little bit hard to say because we haven't really been directly along the East Coast. Like we live on the eastern side of the United States, east of the Mississippi, but we haven't really been on the actual East Coast a lot. We've been on the Gulf Coast a lot of the Gulf of Mexico, but we haven't really been on the East Coast much. On the actual coastline, so it'd be a little bit hard to say. But still, I think in my opinion, of my experience, and I lack a lot of experience on the East Coast, so keep that in mind. The West Coast, in my opinion, is nicer, just for that reason. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that well, and I think it wants to give her support. Help this channel to keep on running, and we are on to the next one.
And holy moly, I'm not sure if this is confirmed yet or not, but I just saw a press release from the White House. It was a fact sheet that was put out apparently a couple hours ago. And it says in the middle of the fact sheet that China now faces up to a 245% tariff on imports to the United States as a result of its retaliatory actions. I haven't seen any news pick up on this yet, by the way. But this isn't a fact sheet. In fact, Enforcer, go show this. That way we're not accused of spreading fake news or anything like that. I'm going to go ahead and post a link. And let me put that in the Discord.
Oh, wait, it's not on Twitter?
No, it's on their it's on the White House's page. Nobody's actually posted about this yet.
Oh, okay, all right. Let me grab it. Let's see here. There we go. Visit the site.
Roll down, all the way down.
Oh, right there. Oh
yeah,
my
look
God.
At that. I'm seeing that correctly. Like, I haven't seen news pick up on it yet, but I'm seeing in this fact sheet right here from the White House, it says a 245% tariff on China. Like, that's crazy. Like, they just like, what, they try to sneak that in a fact sheet? They didn't even announce it on its own little like announcement.
What the hell's Liberation Day?
I don't know. I know that's right. That was the day they announced the tariffs on the world.
Oh, so they came up with a
We'll
name
liberate you
for
from
it?
your wallet. What was that?
Wait a minute, they made a name for that?
Yeah, it was called Liberation Day. It was the big day. They'll liberate you from wallets.
Are they gonna make that like a federal holiday or something?
No, it's just a moniker.
I was about to say, that'd be dumb as hell if we made that a federal holiday. It's like, usually there's like some sort of significance behind the federal holiday. It's like, what, are we going to have a federal holiday for everything now? We're going to have, Congressional Drawdown Day. It's like, where's it going to end there? Let's see. Individual with which the U.S. has the largest trade deficits in order to level the playing field and protect America's national security. But that's word soup, but when you really think about that word soup, I don't really know how that's achieving that. Trade deficits are all right. It's not an inherently bad thing to have a trade deficit. It's not like it's money disappearing from the United States or anything. but that's a little weird. More than 75 countries have already reached out to discuss new trade deals. I'll explain to y'all what that means in this current administration's wordage. Someone could have called them up and said, "Hey, you asshole, kiss my ass for raising those tariffs," and then we go, "Look, another satisfied customer. Put them on the list. They want to talk." Like that's how it could be, because that's kind of what the Russians have been doing with us in negotiations, and we're still saying that they want to talk. So keep that in mind. There may not be that many of them. Let's see. The individualized higher tariffs are currently paused amidst these discussions, except for China, which retaliated. If I'm not mistaken, the European Union retaliated as a bulk entity against the United States recently as well. So I don't know about that. Let's see. Oh, a 25% tariff on steel. Oh, that's great. After we massacre, even under his administration, the last one, he was massacring even the mini mills, and now he's going to go, we're going to protect the steel. Come on, get the hell out of here, dude. That's not even what you're doing. That's not even what he did in the last time he was the president for 2016 to 2020. He was out there freaking slaughtering the mini mills like it was nothing. Like he was saying, maybe they need to be bought out by Nippon Steel from Japan. It's like, come on, dude, you can't be talking like this. That's just...
Wait a minute, I don't think he said that.
Dude, he was back in the day, man, he was the one talking about, if U.S. Steel can't be competitive, he was doing all that stuff back then. Now he's not for it. Now he's blocked the sale to Nippon Steel. But he was one of the first people, man, who was talking about, maybe they need to be bought out or something. Because back then, man, he was having that little romance with Shinzo Abe, and so then, trade relations with the Japanese were fine. That was kind of the deal. I don't know about that. But let's see. Restore fairness.
Also, by the way, let me know when you're done taking a look at that. We also have another announcement to make on something else, but let me know.
To safeguard American innovation. Let's see. Beyond the word soup, I'm not really understanding. Can they explain how this actually is threatening America's national security and economic stability to import raw materials at cheaper prices? Can they actually explain how that is actually jeopardizing our national security beyond the fact that they're saying it? Can we get a essay length explanation of how that's actually jeopardizing our national security and economic interests? Because I haven't seen anyone explain it yet. But what's our next piece of big news, Matthew?
I was going to say also, by the way, I meant to announce this actually earlier, but we'll get to it now since we're still on the air. United 24 actually reached out to me the other day and wanted to say a big thank you to the LSA for supporting Ukraine so very much. And they also asked me to share something, which I was like, oh, we're going to definitely share that because it's very good. They've started a new fundraiser for demining certain areas of Ukraine, and they're demining the Kherson, Kharkiv, and Kyiv regions. And they're demining in those areas, and they're demining areas around the schools, the parks, the playgrounds, also a very large hospital as well. And also they're trying to demine the forest also. And they're needing some help with it. So they're running a fundraiser on United 24's page for it. And the enforcer actually has it pulled up right there. You see their goal is actually 1.5 million, and they've raised about 85,000 of it so far. So I just want to give it a shout out to that, by the way, to go ahead and give them some awareness for that, because they were wanting some shout outs for it. And we're more than happy to, of course, help United 24 because it is an initiative of Zelensky. So, of course, more than happy to shout it out for them.
Yeah, and if you would like to help out, it would be an amazing thing. Of course, the Lee Spring Army has supported Ukraine all kinds of ways throughout the entirety of the war through multiple nonprofits. So if you all like to help, y'all can go directly to United 24's website, and this fundraiser's on it, and y'all can help to support the demining of specific regions inside of Ukraine to help to return the Ukrainian citizenry back to normal life. We've always loved to have a pretty decent relationship with United 24, and it's great for to hear that they want to extend a massive thanks to the Lee Spring Army for all the support that y'all provided to Ukraine so far, and hopefully we'll be able to help them out just a little bit extra as well. And so I hope we were able to address that well. Kind of a little bit late in the stream that we did. It's 3 hours and 30 minutes in. And also, Matthew, how many super chats do we have left?
We have about 25 left.
Holy smokes, we got to start putting on that gas, my boy. Let's knock out the next one. What do we got for the next one, Matthew? What do we got? So
the next one goes to Danny B, who puts in a $20 donation. And thank you very much, Danny, for that $20 support. And Danny said, good evening, Enforcers. Chef Danny here. And being from North Dallas, I can tell you there's a lot to do. And there's also great barbecue everywhere. And here in Colorado, there's no good barbecue. And Enforcer, I shot my 45-70 this last weekend.
And I love to hear it. I hope you have fun with it. Those things are kick a good bit, but they're fun for sure. And also, thank you so much for giving us a little bit of a recommendation. Barbecue is something that we have plenty of here in Alabama. Honestly, but we have so much barbecue. We have so much barbecue. We've gotten tired of barbecue. We sat there and gone, please stop giving us barbecue. We want something else. And they keep saying, no, you get more barbecue. You just get to keep eating it, or it's fast food, McDonald's. But beyond that, I do thank you for the support. But it is good to hear that they have good barbecue, which is the home food that we're used to here in Bama. But I do thank you once again for support and helping this channel to keep it running. I hope you had a blast with that 4570. I wish I had a 4570. That's one of the few things that I don't have. But still, thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that incredibly well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Gerald Everett, who puts in a 20. And thank you very much, Gerald, for the two $20 super chats, and we appreciate that very much. And Gerald said, live on Merritt Island, Florida. Don't come to Boca Raton. And Orlando area is mostly cosmopolitan, and it has much more rental diversity.
Thank you so much for your recommendations. We will have to keep those in mind as we survey the land of Florida. Oh, look, it's the Brightline station to Orlando. Isn't that magical? Isn't that magical?
Man, that's nice. Look at that.
Look at that, and they have their one-track main line.
Where's Walt Disney World?
What?
Where's Walt Disney World?
Oh, Walt Disney World's way over there, dude. You're not gonna have a view of that from the airport. That's miles away.
Well, you know, you can always dream about things, you know.
You can be a dreamer. You can be a dreamer. Oh, dude, look at that. That's incredible right there. The Chargers. I love Chargers.
I look like the interior of like the contemporary resort, like Walt Disney World, like the monorails coming through it.
You know, it kind of does have that vibe to it, doesn't it? You know, it does.
It kind of does.
It kind of does. Kind of does. Man, I love Chargers, though. You know, Matty, these are the same Chargers Amtrak uses, just that they have a pointed nose instead of a flat one.
Yeah, these aren't the same Chargers they're whipping around the streets, I tell you that.
Anyways, with that, we are on to the next one.
Also, Cookie said they got trains in Frisco, Enforcer, and they do. They do have trains in Frisco. Enforcer don't understand that, though. He doesn't understand. They got trains in Frisco. Trains. But anyways, we are now moving on to our next one from Gerald, who puts in another 20. And thank you very much, Gerald, for that second. He said, theoretically, no open carry in Florida. Think about it. We are a major tourist destination. We don't care if you have a gun on you, but we don't want to scare the tourist away. And that was my assumption, Gerald. I thought that was probably why they did it, because they don't want to intimidate people with guns, and they don't want to have the native Floridians walking around with their open carry scaring off the money, which is the tourists. But thank you, Gerald. And Enforcer, what say you?
I still don't like that, but I now understand it a little bit. But I mean, hey, man, they could be doing that in Seattle, man. They just don't want people walking around with, you know, like a scary looking gun or something. But beyond that, I don't
want to walk around with it. I just want to have it in my house.
Well, I mean, you know, what if a tourist came in your house?
You know, that's my house is not open for tourism, I'm afraid.
You don't get a choice. They just opened it for business. But beyond that, I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Robert McCann, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Robert, for that 10 as well. We appreciate that. He said, times are tough. I appreciate the reports and stand with Ukraine and LSA.
And long live the Leaf Spring Army. And thank you so much for the support and standing with Western and pro-American values. And so with that, a huge thanks to you so much once again. Hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And also, by the way, big shout out to Melody Myers for putting in a $10 donation, and we appreciate that, Melody. And thank you very much for that 10. And Enforcer, what say you?
I got to thank you so much for the support, Melody Myers, and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, even without throwing in a comment, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And so a big thanks to you so much once again. And we are on to the next one.
And we have a $10 super chat once more from Adam McLean. And thank you very much, Adam, for that second support of the night. He said, if you can afford it, definitely support this channel.
Hey, well, that's his words, not ours. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, as we always say, we wouldn't be able to keep this channel running. We wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. The Museum of Flight. Behold. Whoa.
Behold this.
I walked in here, man. I was about to actually walk through, but they told me it was closing in like an hour, and I was like, oh, well. So I left. But they have a B-29 and everything, dude. It's actually pretty crazy. They even have the Boeing Airplane Company factory building here. It's like pretty freaking rad, man. It's like, wow. They have everything. It's like, cool. So neat.
That's very nice.
Very nice. But still, thank you so much once again for helping this channel to keep it running. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to RJ, Royal Jordanian. No, not really. So it's RJ who puts in a 10. And thank you very much for that support. They said, you're right on all accounts. Iran, I think, lost the responsibility to be in the nuclear club. And whether our government can actually enforce it, that will be seen.
And I would agree. But I thank you very much for agreeing with my standpoints there. I feel like I make a fairly eloquent point. But nevertheless, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Ogre Online, as opposed to Ogre Offline, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much for that support. They said Iran followed Obama's deal until, and it was working, and the U.S. ripped the deal up for no reason. Israel is making the U.S. fight Iran and brainwashed to say they want to kill us when we bomb their generals. No.
That's kind of, but the thing is, though, is that that's like kind of like a conspiracy theory take. But you really don't have to look that far when you can literally just look at an Iranian National Assembly and they're chanting death to America. It's not really like the Israelis are like lying to us or anything. You can literally find the raw video footage straight from Iran where they're talking about that. I mean, hell, Khamenei comes out and publicly says, I know because I cover the news, that he's going to kill the Americans, like, often. So it's not really something that, you know, those wicked Israelis are lying to us about, because, you know, it's literally what's happening. I mean, you don't have to be lied to know what's going on. Like, that's actually the truth. So, you know, it's not like I gotta be honest with you, man, this contrarian stuff is getting old. Like hearing people go, our enemies are not actually our enemies. They're our friends. Our allies are just poisoning our minds to make us think they want to kill us. Like, honestly, man, that's like saying Hitler doesn't want to, you know, hurt anyone. He's actually America's friend. It's the British that are lying to us, that are making us think Hitler's a bad man. It's like, come on. It's like, think for a minute, please. Look at the facts. Like this. Don't listen to the TikToks. You listen to the reels. Look at the news. We cover it every day. Like I don't know how you can say that. You've been on this channel every day. We've shown them literally saying death to America and death to Israel and all that kind of stuff for years, like at least a year and a half now. And so, like, I don't know how you can say that. I don't know how. But anyways, still, thank you for the support and helping this channel and keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Chef Danny B. Once again, he puts in a 20 this time. And thank you very much, Danny, for supporting the channel yet again. And we appreciate that. And he says, Chef Danny again. Enforcer, you were right about the 4570. After 50 yards or so, it really inaccurate. And my arm is still sore 2 days later.
I gotta thank you for the support, Danny B. Oh, no, the 4570 with a good barrel length, like when I say good, I mean it's more than good. It's like 27 inches, which is insane. It is accurate. Like, you can get enough spin on that thing to make it accurate. But yeah, the kick on those things is mental, from what I've heard at least. Those things kick like a mule. And I think you have like a rubber-plated, a rubber-backed buttstock. And I would probably get a steel-plated one, so those things would punch. But beyond that, I'm glad to hear that you are having fun with that thing, though, because 4570 is a journey of its own, and a really fun one. So I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And very interesting here, Danny B, that you're finally experiencing the raw power of American 4570, or as it used to be called, I think it was like the 45 government round, back when, you know, there was no other really 45s of any kind. But beyond that, I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Jay Fitzarelli, who puts in a 10. And thank you, Jay Fitzarelli, for that support. Excuse me, goodness. And he said, demographically, Russia and China are done. And y'all think they are throwing in the towel?
They're cooked, Tonga. But Russia actually is cooked, like, demographically. They just don't have a population significant. Really, a lot of countries are cooked demographically, interestingly enough. Japan is cooked. China is cooked. Russia is cooked. Actually, crazily enough, Argentina is the most cooked country on Earth right now, which people do not know. Actually, no, correction. It's actually Chile. It's either Argentina or Chile, but their fertility rate is so low that in Chile, it's actually expected within the next 2 generations, they will see an 80% population reduction, just due to the amount of deaths not being matched by the amount of births, which is actually crazy. A lot of countries are going through this right now. I feel like it's a post-industrial kind of an issue, because we've never seen this happen before in human history, except for in the post-industrial era, and I really don't know what's bringing it about. It's a myriad of factors,
do.
really. I know what's bringing it about, but it's really a myriad of factors, and we don't have enough time to talk about them, but it's still a very interesting thing. And what's actually crazy about that is that I actually met some folks on my flight from Dallas to Seattle who were from Chile that lived in Seattle. They had a lot of good things to say about Seattle. Actually, they were from the capital of Chile, which is Santiago. But they had a lot of good things to say about Seattle. And I was chit-chatting with them, and they had like 3 little kids with them. And like just on that mindset alone, it shocked me when I heard that Chile actually had the lowest fertility rate. Because it's like, you know, the only Chileans I ever met, they were on a plane with me, and they had 3 little kids. And, you know, like you would never think just off of that one impression that they were having a massive fertility issue in their home country, but apparently they are. But still, I thank you for the support. And I'd have to generally say a lot of countries are actually dealing with that right now and are dealing with declining populations due to low fertility numbers. But with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to David Robinson, who puts in a 10. And thank you, David, for that support. And sorry about the voice crack. He said, you guys are doing a great job. And no politics is a great general policy. And thanks for your time, deep dives, and worldwide war coverage.
And I got to thank you so much for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be here right now. And so with that, thank you once again. And we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Ingrid Zakan, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Ingrid, for that support as well. They said, check out Jupiter, Fort Pierce, and Port St. Lucie. And I have checked those out. That's on the list to take a look at some point. Jupiter and all those places, they generally seem to be a little bit more affordable than Palm Beach, Boca, and the rest of the places. They're north of Palm Beach, though. There they are. See Port St. Lucie, Stewart, Jupiter. It's all up there, sort of up. Yeah, sort of around this area right here. I think one of the president's daughters lives somewhere around here as well. I think I'm not really sure, but yeah, kind of interesting place. But unfortunately, what say you?
Very interesting. We will consider it and keep it as an option for future adventures and endeavors. The swamp. The swamp. Yes. Over here, residences. Calusa. Over there.
This is good for building up resistance, like resilience and stuff like that out here in the swamp. Like this, nothing hardens a person quite like the swamp.
Over here on this side of the street, the endless mire of the swamp. I gotta be honest with y'all, I hate swamps. I gotta be honest, that's why one of my major detractions of this place is that it literally shoulders a giant swamp. And I just don't like that. It feels like a giant New Orleans to me for that reason, because New Orleans is surrounded by bayou, and the bayou's actually dying. Like, most of it's actually disappearing these days, but it used to be surrounded by a massive amount of bayou. Nowadays it's just kind of a smaller amount of bayou. Really, nowadays the city of New Orleans is almost bordering the Gulf of Mexico itself and Lake Pontchartrain. It's almost like on an island to itself. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that fairly well, at least in my opinion. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, so our next one here is going to go to Adam McLean. Once again, he throws in another super chat. Thank you very much, Adam, for that $20 support, and we appreciate that very much. He said, thank you for being on the money tonight. On the money.
And I thank you so much for the support, Adam McLean, and throwing down the money when we're on the money. Pun intended. But I do thank you so much for the support, and I'm glad that you agree with a lot of my talking points tonight. Some people are just too obtuse to get it, but I'm glad to know the Lee Spring Army gets me, because I get y'all. And so with that, a big thanks to you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Nelson Johnson, who puts in a 10. And thank you very much, Nelson, for that support. He said a 10 limit gives you a good reason to have 2 Rugers.
That's an interesting idea. I don't like Rugers. But, you know, the capacity limit in Washington State actually relegates you to using 1911s because they only hold 7 rounds, but it's 7 rounds of 45 ACP. So up there in Washington, Matthew, they believe in guns for real men, like, you know, 1911s, M1 Garens, your grandfather's guns, your grandpappy's guns. You're gonna be fighting the Great War up there in the state of Washington. You know, if you get your home broken into. But anyways, I do thank you for the support and helping this channel keep it running, but a very interesting way of looking at it, very creative way of looking at it. But still, thank you once again, and we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Purple Gerbil, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Mr. Gerbil, for that $5 support. And they said, please take a live chat.
And we will, Purple Gerbil. So what do we got?
And this live chat question is going to go to, let's see here. It's going to go to, let's see, Emma, who says the oil prices are dropping. Why are the prices at the pump not decreasing equally? You know, Amma, that I actually asked that exact question yesterday. I said the oil prices are going down so bad, but yet the gas prices are going up. How is this? How can it be? Honestly, I don't know. But Enforcer, what say you?
Actually, sadly, I'd have to declare ignorance on that right now. I really don't know either. It has something to do with the government subsidizing the price of gas, and also due to the fact that oil refineries only produce a finite amount of usable fuel products, and so there may still be a capacity limit on that, possibly. But once again, that's my best attempt at an explanation, not really knowing why that's the case. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Robert Johnson, who puts in the 5. And thank you very much, Robert, for that $5 support and helping to get the channel running as well. And we appreciate that very much. We also have a 5. Also, by the way, someone said check out Tyler, Texas. I've driven through Tyler, Texas on the way to Dallas. It was an interesting place, but I think it's a little bit too remote for me. And the Enforcer's probably going to take a look while I'm reading the next one off. And our next one here goes to Brian Gonzalez, who puts in the 5. And big shout out to Brian as well for that support. And he says, did you see the Russian drone pilot showing off his gaming PC from the high rise that he was set up in? That's some BS.
I did see that. I did see it. And yeah, that pretty much makes Moscow City technically kind of sort of maybe a military target, but we'll see how the Ukrainians play that one out. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. Oh, look at that, man. Look at that. Honestly, that's a really cheap looking model railroad, man. Like
That's a Lionel.
Man, Lionel's going downhill these days, man. Like, I've seen some of their quality. Like, I sound like Papa John right now, man, but I've seen some of their quality, and it's not improving. It's getting worse. Like, have you seen the stuff they're coming out with, dude? Like, they are charging, like, $1,600 for a model, and it looks like it's maybe worth $300 at best, maybe. Like,
Yeah, I've seen it, actually. I've actually seen those.
yeah, the mold qualities are terrible. Everything's plastic now. There's no metal or die cast in it. It's just sad, man. I remember back in the day, Lionel was like the company to get like a model train for your kids, and they just didn't adapt with the market. Like they adapted poorly at first, and it hurt their company badly. And now they're working with minimal capital, and they're still trying to hang on. And their product quality is just reflecting that so much. If you want a good model, I'm not like sponsored by these people or anything, but if you want a good model train, Scale Trains is like the Lamborghinis of the HO scale model railroading world. Like just impressively good looking stuff. Like prototypical down to a T, even like their non-prototype versions are prototypical down to a T. I mean, that's a pretty impressive look right there.
Oh, $400. Am I seeing that price tag?
Let's see here. The ones with actually it's like 300.
Oh.
But man, these are the best. Like, I'm not even kidding, dude. These are highly sought after by people. Very high price, but highly sought after nevertheless. Really, really good company. And it's made in America, Matthew. You're paying those made in America prices.
I'm surprised it's made in America.
Yeah, it's pretty cool, actually. Pretty cool, right? You know, it's a made in the USA. Made in the USA, Matthew. That's what everyone wants, made in America. But still, I like them. I think they're cool, and they have very cool stuff. Like, look at this, man. Like, not to keep on this forever, but look at this, dude. They make every variation. They even make the Ferromex ES44s, man. Look at that. You like those liveries. You like the Ferromex, man. Like, pretty nice.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, man. And they make all the heritage units. Like, they do it all, man. It's pretty damn cool. But anyways, with that, by the way, I don't have one of those. Too much for me. But anyways, with that, we're on to the next one. You hear me?
All right, so our next one goes to Gladiator, who puts in a 9 New Zealand.
Oh!
And thank you very much, Gladiator, for that 9 New Zealand, and we appreciate the support very much. They said, why haven't the U.S. Marshals been sent to retrieve Garcia from El Salvador? I'm confused, from New Zealand. Let me lay it out like this, folks. Let me lay it out like this. There was an admission that the man was sent mistakenly to El Salvador, to a very brutal prison called Secot, which is pretty rough. And there's a Supreme Court decision out there, unanimous, that says we need to facilitate bringing the guy back. I'm not saying whether or not the guy is guilty of anything or not guilty of anything, but at least give the man his due process, at least. That's like a cornerstone of American judicial system, is due process. And it sounds like a mistake was made, and now we're trying to just abandon the man there, which is kind of crazy, if you ask me. But I'm not going to say any more than that. I'm just going to leave it at that. But Enforcer, what say you?
I'd have to say, what's going on? It's a little interesting. There was a unanimous Supreme Court decision. Very rarely happens. It's 9-0. All 9 Supreme Court justices agreed that he has to be brought back. And the executive branch completely rejected the Supreme Court's ruling and is doing what they want. Technically, that's unconstitutional. Literally, by definition, that is unconstitutional. Technically, people want to work off of the correct process here that is actually grounds for impeachment. But we will see. Beyond that, though, this seems to be a violation of due process, and it does sound as though, by everyone, including all the Supreme Court justices, this was an unlawful extrication of someone who was not supposed to be thrown out of the country without due process. So that's what I'd have to say. At least from what we understand. I see someone say due process for anyone in the U.S. Anything else is unlawful. People don't
value the due process enough. They don't value it enough until it comes around to them. If you're ever accused of something, if nobody's ever been involved in the court system, we went to law school for a bit, and also our family is in the legal field. You want to ensure that you have your due process, because sometimes people get charged with stuff wrongfully. It happens a lot more often than people think. And people automatically assume the person guilty and want to throw them in the prison before they even have a chance to speak their mind. But luckily, here in the United States, we have due process ingrained in the law. So you have to have your day in court. Apparently, that individual who got deported down to El Salvador really didn't have his day in court, according to what I've heard. And if he's a citizen or not a citizen or whatever it is, the Supreme Court said that he needed to be heard, and he didn't get his due process. So, that's the highest court in the land saying that. So it seems like it would probably be, and also like the enforcer said, for a unanimous decision, for it to be all 9 justices, or not all 9, but if it was unanimous with 9 of them saying he needs to be facilitated to return here, that is a pretty big deal. I mean, that's like saying something.
That's saying that something was so wrong, it actually got both sides, both the liberal and the conservative justices, to agree that something was wrong. That takes a lot to have that happen, because if y'all ever look at Supreme Court rulings, a lot of them these days are usually 5-4, or 4-5, 4-4 and 5 against, or 5-4 and 4 against. Usually it's literally just almost split right down the middle, with that one deciding vote always being cast. This was a 9-0 decision. Even not to speak about it politically, but to speak about it with how governmentally and mechanically this works. Even the most conservative justice said that this was unlawful, what happened. That takes a lot. Like that takes a lot to see a unanimous decision ever from the Supreme Court. I mean, even issues on, like in the 60s, for example, on civil rights, while usually having a majority in the courts, they still usually had 2 or 3 dissenting judges on the Supreme Court. And those were considered fairly unanimous decisions back in the day, or fairly majority decisions by the court. And even still, there was 2 or 3 justices against all of those decisions. This was a 9-0. Literally nobody was against the decision in the Supreme Court, and yet it was completely overlooked and just ignored. Honestly, it shouldn't be overlooked or ignored, even if it was a close split, like a 5-4. That's the decision of the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court has a constitutional right to judicial review. That's been laid out pretty much ever since the inception of the nation under, I believe it was Marbury v. Madison in 1803. So to complete...
Also, go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you were finished.
Oh, no, go ahead. You probably have something better.
Well, I was going to say, someone said he had due process in 2019. The court said he can't be sent back to El Salvador in a protection order while granted asylum. I don't know all the details about the case. I think, based on what I read before, that he was granted asylum here because he was claiming that he was being hawked down by the gangs in El Salvador. So he was trying to escape that. And once again, I'm not saying whether the guy was guilty or anything. I think he's being accused of being an MS-13 member. I think at first he was accused of being a Tren de Aragua member, but then they couldn't prove that, so they moved on to MS-13. I don't know if he's an MS-13 member or not. Even if he is an MS-13 member, he has to get due process because he's still here and he was granted asylum. So if they're accused him of being that and they can prove it, then they can kick him out. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. That would be legal. And that would be right as well. If there's a crime and he's due to be deported, that's what happens if you break the law and you're an immigrant and you're here illegally, is you get deported. So that's just the way it works. But at the same time, though, you can't just say we're not going to put the man through the court system or something. We're just going to throw him out unilaterally. It doesn't work like that.
And to people who would disagree, got to explain something to you here. It doesn't stop there. Any single time that anything's given an inch, a mile will be taken. And some people say, well, he shouldn't have been an illegal and he shouldn't have broken the law. You know, some people will say that. Well, eventually this will extend to the laws extended to make other people criminals. Maybe you'll end up becoming a criminal through extension of the law. And maybe you might end up, even though you're a citizen, being deported to a foreign country to sit in a foreign prison. You know, it can happen. Like once things like this kind of happen and the waters are tested and Supreme Court rulings are just completely ignored, this starts to tread dangerous waters here, where the executive might get a little bit too much power and might start to abuse that, and then you could end up being on the receiving end of that. I know a lot of people who say stuff like, "Oh, well, you know," like for example, what if today you're a fan of this? Like you're a fan of this today. What if, say, the next day they start to extend laws that say to some people, you know, to speak to a little bit of the political aspirations of some who would agree with this, and this would also include myself, so, you know, we're both in the same boat here in this hypothetical. What if it extends to one day they say that American citizens cannot have firearms and they have to turn them into the government? What if that happened? And if you didn't obey that, you're now a criminal by definition. You're a criminal for any reason at that point. The line has been crossed, boundaries have been broken, and you're a criminal, and they can, without trial, ship you off to a foreign country to sit in a foreign prison until you rot. That is a precedent that you don't really want to lay out, because while it might just be some random guy's, you know, position today that he's in, and he may have been a gang member and he was granted asylum, he's technically a foreigner, he's not an American, that could easily start to extend slowly yet surely into other grounds. Because like many other political things that have happened here in the past, once an inch is given, a mile is taken. It's like that in every single instance. You can see that with anything. And it can easily start to extend into categories that start to affect you personally, and you've given up your rights wholesale in the moment, cheering it on, not really realizing what that's going to bring down the road. So I hope that kind of addresses that well, in my opinion. But what happened? Like honestly, it's not even really the fact that the guy got deported to El Salvador. It's the fact that the Supreme Court's ruling was completely ignored, even when it was a unanimous ruling, is what's really the most concerning about that. Just speaking about that on more of a clinical perspective.
It's scary. I'm not gonna lie. When I see things like that happening, just on a completely objective basis, it scares me, because one of the cornerstones of the entire U.S. governmental system is checks and balances. I found out yesterday on Twitter, because I was having a discussion with a lot of people. Somehow my post got a lot of attention. I think it was because it was sort of political. It was talking about this. Most people don't know about the idea of judicial review, and I guess most people wouldn't, because most people haven't studied anything about the law and they really don't care until they get put into the court system. But the courts, the Supreme Court of the United States, has the right to review the executive decisions of the executive branch and to determine whether or not they're constitutional or not. That's why lawsuits are filed by states sometimes challenging executive orders, because they say and they claim that things in these executive orders are unconstitutional. So the Supreme Court then reviews that and will either strike it down or validate it. And right now, they are looking at things and they're saying this is invalid, and the executive is saying we don't have to listen to you at all. You don't have any power over the executive at all, which completely upends judicial review on its head and messes up the separation of powers horrendously. That scares the shit out of me. I'm not going to lie. That scares the hell out of me when I start seeing that.
So here, let's go to Article 2. Oh, let's see. Let's see, we need to go to the third. Let's see, Section 2. Let's see, a law arising at laws of, let's see. Hold up, I'm trying to see. Trying to see.
Are you looking for the judicial review? You're looking for that in the Constitution?
No, I know that's like a case ruling from later. I'm trying to see, because it should say somewhere in here. Let's see. The laws of the United States, treaties made, cases affecting ambassadors, other public ministers, and consuls, to all cases of admiralty, maritime jurisdiction, controversies of which the United States shall be a party, to controversies between two or more states, between a state and citizens of another state, between citizens of different states, between citizens of states, same state claiming lands and grants of different states, between a state of the citizen of and foreign states, citizens or subjects. So to really quickly explain here, because I can't find anything that would say directly the president or the Congress in this, but pretty much what this is saying is that the Supreme Court has the right to decide the any issues that would arise under the Constitution in pretty much any single given case. The Supreme Court is the court of the land. It decides what is legal and what is not legal, or in more technical terms, what is constitutional and unconstitutional in all cases. There is no one that exceeds the authority of the Supreme Court in those decision making sorts of instances. If the executive branch was not beholden to the Supreme Court, that completely destroys the checks and balances in place and means that the executive branch is now all powerful and can do whatever it wants, and it is above the law. And if y'all remember from your basics in civics class, no one is supposed to be above the law. So by saying that the executive branch is not even subjected to judicial review, means that the executive branch is now above the law, because not even the Supreme Court, which is the most powerful court in the United States, can tell the executive whether something was constitutional or not. And that is an incredibly scary thing, because that means that anything that the executive does is technically lawful. There's no way to contradict. So according to that, the president at that point could send around hit squads to just start wiping people out across the country that go against the guy, just shooting them, dead in their house. And there's really nothing that can be done, because not even the Supreme Court can say that that's unconstitutional at that point. So that's a very extreme kind of an instance or an explanation there. But at that point, you can literally go to whatever links or ends you want, and there's nothing anyone can do, because the Supreme Court cannot say that what you're doing is unlawful and unconstitutional. So I hope that kind of addresses that somewhat well. But that's kind of the concerning thing about it. I also saw someone say, saw someone try to justify it. You justify it now until it happens to you. And by the time it happens to you, it's going to be a little too late. But anyways, with that, I hope that does address that somewhat well. And with that, we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Joe O, who puts in a $5 donation. And thank you very much, Joe, for that $5 support, and we appreciate that. And he said, I appreciate the effort you put into the show.
Hey, and thank you so much for the support, and we appreciate you supporting it and helping us to keep this thing running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Peter Florence, who puts in a 5. And huge shout out to Peter for that $5 support. And he says, I have serious whiplash, but yeah, they were invaded.
Yeah, they were. And I thank you for the support and helping us to keep this thing rolling. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Robert McCann, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Robert, for that 5. He said, what happened to peace through strength? Only an exception for Russia. Negative. Nope, not okay.
And I would have to say, I thank you for the support. And I'd agree with that for the large part. And so with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Philip Fixes LSA, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Philip, for that support. And he has a comment here that sadly I cannot read on the air. It gets too political, I think, or at least I think it is. But thank you, Philip, for that $5 support once again. And we do appreciate that once more. And also, let's see here. He did mention, how about a trip down Church Street in Orlando, start at Tampa Avenue and go east. 3 stadiums and changing surroundings await.
I thank you for the support, and I would love to do that, but we are running so far overtime at this point. The stream's now over 4 hours long, and we sadly got to keep this thing moving. But I do thank you for the support, and maybe we will be able to take a look at that tomorrow, possibly. But still, thank you so much once again, and we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Ben Birch, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Ben, for that 5. He said, may sanity resume.
Hopefully so. But still, with that, I hope that does address that well. Thank you so much once again for support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And this one goes to Ogre Online once again, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Ogre. They said, let's see, they will try to make a deal. The USA does fight Israel's wars, but war with Iran will require boots on the ground, and people don't want to fight for Israel.
Well, we're not really fighting for Israel. We're fighting for us. Here it comes. Oh, USS Liberty. Oh, it's like friendly fire incidents do happen sometimes, and sometimes Americans fire on Americans in war. Pat Tillman did get shot. So what are we going to say? Pat Tillman was an Orthodox and Orthodox Christian, and a Protestant killed him because of a difference. Where are we going with this? But beyond that, I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, but I'd be perfectly fine with going over and fighting Iran. If I had to sign up and go join that fight, it wouldn't be a picnic, but I'd do it because it's what's got to be done. So with that, I hope that does address that well, at least in my opinion. And with that, it's time for us to move on to the next one.
And our next one goes to Ryan H, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Ryan, for that $5 support. And he said, y'all should check out Columbus, Ohio for your next HQ. Housing is more affordable compared to other cities, and the food scene is top notch. LSA.
Hey, and I got to thank you so much for the support. And Columbus, Ohio, a very interesting suggestion. Not a lot of people recommend Ohio, but I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running, because if it wasn't for folks like you, we wouldn't be able to make this thing possible. And so with that, we are on to the next one. Also, really quickly, I saw someone in the chat, man, say, oh, Nightbot got him. They say, I don't care either. He broke the law when he entered illegally. Pretty simple. Well, he didn't really enter illegally. He requested asylum, and he was granted that. So he was here legally. Like, he was actually here legally, because you are allowed to legally be in the United States if you've been granted asylum. So that's
I'm not clear on that. I'm not clear on that. I think, and once again, don't quote me on this, by the way. I'm not trying to say anything that's like factual. Take this with a grain of salt. This is based on what I've seen. I think the guy might have entered illegally, and then he requested asylum after he entered illegally. I think that was the story, but I'm not entirely sure about that, so take it with a grain of salt. But I think that might have been the case. Well, whatever the case is, though, if he's here illegally or not, every other illegal immigrant has gotten due process. How come this guy's different?
Also, this guy has said lawlessness was him entering illegally. Okay, well, let's extend that to you. I'm sure that at some point, because most people have, you have conducted a misdemeanor. So you were at one point inciting lawlessness in this country. Should due process be restricted in your case as well? And should we move immediately to life imprisonment or execution, or possibly deportation to a maximum security prison in a foreign country because of your extension of lawlessness in this country? Should we start to move there? Because once again, you could say, well, I'm an American. Well, once this line is crossed right here, where judicial review is just thrown out the window and the Supreme Court's told that they can take their ruling and wipe their ass with it, anything can happen at this point. So what I'm saying can happen to you could easily start to happen quite easily to anyone, including you, for any kind of a situation or incident. Like, let's say right now you're a fan of what happened. Let's say in the future you're not really a fan of something that the current president's doing. Who's to say that he doesn't just send, I don't know, the FBI to come and arrest you and then put you in prison and suspend the writ of habeas corpus on you to where he can just keep you in prison indefinitely without a trial? What if that happens to you? You got to think about the overwhelming consequences, because otherwise you're going to start you're pretty much giving your rights away on pennies to the dollar for really nothing in exchange. So with that, I hope that addresses that somewhat well, and we are on to the next one.
All right, and our next one goes to Philip Fix's LOC once more, who puts in a 5. And thank you very much, Philip, for that support. He said, today I saw an engine, an FCEN 7033, a former CNI engine working in Central Florida in her late years. And Matt, the car shows in Orlando are awesome, plus the gun fairs.
And that's very interesting to hear, actually. Pretty neat. And I got to thank you for the support. And maybe we'll see that sometime around, perhaps. But still, thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Plazoth, who puts in a 4. And thank you very much, Plazoth, for that $4 support. They said, why are the G7 countries not in a dynamic list?
I don't really know what that would mean, unfortunately, so I'd have to declare ignorance on that. I feel like that might be a basic thing that I should know, but unfortunately, I think my brain's starting to get tired, and I'm not knowing that right now. But I do thank you for the support and helping this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And our next one goes to David Long, who puts in a 2. And thank you very much, David Long, for that support. He said, here's my $2 for the Austin, Texas vote.
Hey, and I thank you so much for the support. And it is being considered. Perhaps we may go there one day. But I do thank you once again for the support and help this channel to keep on running. And with that, we are on to the next one.
And the next one goes to Horror Realm, who puts in a 2. And thank you very much, Horror Realm, for the support. They said, check out my state, West Virginia. Come live here.
Oh, West Virginia. Oh, well, that's an interesting recommendation. We'll consider it. But I do think of his support.
West Virginia.
Mountain
Mountain
Mama. Take me home.
Take me home.
Country
Take
roads.
me home.
Oh, it goes country roads after that. It doesn't go take me home twice. Yes. Thank you so much once again. I hope that does address that well. But with that, we are on to the next one.
And with that, folks, that is our last super chat of the night. So once again, folks, thank you all very much once more for the support and helping to keep the channel running, because we do sincerely appreciate it. And it is that support that keeps the streams running every night. And we, of course, thank you very much for that. It's now time to get to our live chat questions proper, super late into the stream, 4 hours plus. Crazy stream. But tonight we had a Morse code decoders. We had all of them, not just a, but all. Cliff Simonson, Mark Hodges, Earl Bernew, Kevin J, Paul Schultz, David Millsaps, Roy Fluffiness, Arabelle Garbo, Johnny Dog, and Norm Pritchett. They said tonight's Morse says Russia is getting a beating, pretty good bit, but just sitting there getting hit by the drones. LLT, LLC.
And that's the sound of money. Y'all got that dead on the nail. That was the Morse code message of the night. And I got to congratulate y'all for getting that correct time and time again, because y'all have always shown that the Lee Spring Army can get that right with the Morse code decoding unit of the Lee Spring Army Signal Corps. And so a massive congratulations to you all once again. And we're about to be moving on to the final 3 questions of the night. But we have a fella in here who keeps on justifying everything. He's now told me that making theoreticals and assumptions doesn't make you right. So what are you working off of here? Like if you can't make theoreticals and assumptions based off of actions currently, do you not have a brain? Can you not extrapolate information and decide what's going to be happening off of those actions that would seem logical? Are you not capable of analysis? So you're saying that we should take every action at face value and never assume that's going to be extended farther. I mean, just be honest here, the current administration has already made it quite clear that they're now exploring the possibility of taking American citizens and shipping them to El Salvador if they've conducted crimes they deem grievous enough, without any due process or anything on that. So it's not really like it's something of fiction. I mean, they've already publicly stated out of their mouths that this could easily start to extend to American citizenry. And also the question is, why in the world are American citizenry being sent to a prison outside of the United States, outside of our purview and jurisdiction, when they are American citizens first and foremost? They've already made that very clear. Let's just, remove the censor on that. So now you're saying that we shouldn't read into that at all, because it hasn't actually happened yet. We should only read into it once our rights have been stripped from us, and then we really can't do anything about it. Then and only then should we really talk about it. And then you'll probably find a reason to justify it, because those are heinous enough criminals to actually send away. And I'm not one of those heinous criminals yet, until they extend the laws to include me as well. Where does it end?
I just don't understand people that don't understand the importance of due process. Like, even before I went to law school, I understood the importance of due process. If you don't have a standardized system that every person in the country is entitled to receive when they go to court and they're charged with something, then what are we even doing? It's like people go to court and they get different treatment based on what? We start reverting back to the old days of America when people didn't have equal rights. It's like, do people understand this? And also it's like, I don't think these people understand that you can get charged with anything in America. It doesn't mean you're guilty of it. You're innocent until proven guilty. But under this idea of not having due process, that's sort of messes with that a little bit. You're basically guilty, and you're assumed guilty, and then you had to prove yourself innocent. That's what that turns that into. I don't understand any American that is living in this country that would advocate to not uphold due process under all circumstances in this country. Like, I don't understand that at all.
It's absolutely insane. And also, under this premise, it's not even innocent, and it's not even guilty until proven innocent. You're just guilty. They can just arrest you, throw you on a plane, and ship you off to El Salvador without any due process at all, even under the concept that you're guilty until proven innocent. There is nothing. You're just guilty. That's it, based on a whim. And now this person's saying, have any Americans been sent to El Salvador? Oh, boy, you're one of those people. Like, and then it's going to happen. And they're going, well, that was only an egregious case. I mean, that one was justified. That one gets a pass. You're one of those people that can't work off of a hypothetical and say, well, maybe that would be crossing the line a little bit. You're just dead set on defending whatever, because it doesn't really matter if it's stomping on your rights. What matters to you is that you're rooting for your home team. So no matter what they're doing, even if it's a massive abridgment of your civil rights, you will openly go and support it just because you want to be on the in group. But I'll tell you this, man. The in-groups usually start shrinking, and considering that you're in this live chat right now, and I don't know who the hell you are, you're going to be on the outer end of that little in-group, and you're going to be one of the first people to get it once they start to finally crimp down on this thing a little bit. I'll be one of those people as well, because I'm not in any of these groups, so I'll easily be out there with the rest of y'all getting shipped off to El Salvador. So, keep that in mind. And also, if it happens,
I'll tell you, It starts with, for example, and I will say this: when someone is illegally in the country, it becomes easier to say eliminate their due process. If you're talking about a U.S. citizen that was born here, raised here, and things like that, I'm sure that person would say something different. But the catch is, though, it starts with illegal immigrants, and then it comes over and starts being transferred over to U.S. born citizens. that have been born here, raised here, that same principle of eliminating your due process starts being applied across the board to everybody, not just the illegal immigrants, but you as well later on down the road. That's what happens throughout the course of the country. Your rights get eroded over time. And if you don't protect every single one of them vigilantly and make sure that the courts are upholding them and insist that the politicians aren't eroding them either, you're going to lose them. And it's going to keep getting worse over time. So why would we be so apt to say that we want to risk losing all of our rights just to get rid of one illegal immigrant and put him out of the country that easy? And at this point, I don't even know the facts of the case right now, to be honest with you. All I know is he wasn't granted due process based on what I've heard.
And the
So
Supreme
I just don't get it, man. I don't get it.
Well, we don't even know, and we don't even need to know the details of the case because the Supreme Court knew the details of the case and unanimously stated 9-0 that that was unconstitutional and he should be returned to the United States for due process reasons. So we don't even need to know what actually happened. All we need to know is that every single justice on the Supreme Court, conservative and liberal, all agreed that this was blatantly unconstitutional and the guy needed to be returned. And at that point, it's not like you're going, well, do I really trust the Supreme Court? I mean, literally every single one of them agreed that this was unconstitutional. Like, literally the most conservative justice to the most liberal one were all on the same page on this one. That doesn't happen. So I don't even need to know the details of the case to know on this one. This was a blatant abridgment of a great deal of civil rights that we all enjoy, and it now appears that they're being cramped down on a good bit. So with that, I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the third to last question of the night.
And this one goes to Christian Cruz, who says, this will destroy Americans' weapons export in the future. Who will trust America in the future?
Let's see. Can you reread that one again?
I think they're talking about, let's see, I'm trying to figure out what Christian was referring to here. Something the U.S. has done is going to destroy the American weapons export in the future, and who will trust America in the future?
Most likely a lot of countries will move towards the French as their arms provider in the future. The French are actually a pretty big one, or the Swedes. That's what I would assume, at least to this point, because they can't really trust the United States. Those are really their only other Western-based arms providers that they could get weaponry from. So I hope that does address that well, at least the best I can. And we are on to the second to last question of the night.
And this one is going to go to, let's see here, Jeff Veeder, who said, do y'all think the war is going to end in 2025 or 2026? And it's going to go on well beyond 2026, I would say. But Enforcer, what say you?
I think this war is going to drag on beyond both of those years as well, like Matthew's saying. I think this war is going to be going for quite some while. But with that, I hope that does address that well. And we are on to the final question of the night. And so who is like last person to throw in the lucky last question of the night?
Also, by the way, someone's saying that asylum seekers cannot cross the border without being processed at a point of entry. Oh, no, my friend. I'm afraid that you can cross the border at any point you can sneak across. It's illegal. That's the whole point of it. They're illegally crossing. You can cross the border where there's no fence. Some people cut holes out of the border. Some people are athletic enough to climb the fence and just jump right over it. I've seen on video people doing that too. And also some people are digging tunnels underneath the fence. Even though it was supposed to be tunnel proof, apparently you can dig under it as well. And of course, there are the few that fly in as well. So there's like a ton of ways to illegally cross the United States border. But that's the catch, though. People can cross illegally, then get here and then claim asylum after they're already illegally in the country. I'm not sure if that's the case with the guy that was deported to El Salvador without due process, but whatever the case is, it can happen. I mean, it happens all the time. That's like a humongous political partisan point in the country right now is the border issue.
Well, I think that had to have been the case, is that he illegally crossed and then requested asylum and was granted asylum. Because for all the Supreme Court justices say that he was owed due process, there was something that was certainly guaranteeing him some form of legal protections that would provide him due process.
Say that last part again.
Because the Supreme Court was unanimous in their decision, there had to have been something that was guaranteeing his right to due process. And I have a feeling that him being an asylee would have certainly been one of those things that would have gotten him a definite right to due process.
Oh yeah, even illegal immigrants that cross the border and they are not granted asylum, whether you think it's right or wrong, that even they have technically due process rights. And, I'm not going to get political here, but at the same time, I understand why some people would be like, hey, we can't grant due process to every single person that illegally crosses the border. Let's say somebody illegally crosses the border in El Paso, Texas. The border patrol picks them up and takes them right to the processing station, literally right next to the border. And then some people are like, we need to give that person due process and put them through the court system for months and stuff like that and house them. I can understand why people would say we shouldn't have to foot that bill as a taxpayer because they just illegally crossed the border right there and they could literally be sent right back at the same point. It's tricky. I mean, it's tricky. But if this guy was granted asylum and he was entitled to due process, that's a different story, I would say, like you were saying.
Yeah, it's a bit of an interesting thing. But anyways, with that, we are on to the final question of the night, I believe. And so, who was the last person to throw in the lucky last question of the night?
And this one goes to AF Kaplan, who says, if Ukraine cannot buy Patriots from the U.S., could they buy them from European allies that have them instead?
That's a little tricky. I don't think they can because the U.S. would have to give a green light on those sales. And at this point, with how much of the United States has pretty much a vendetta against the Ukrainians, I'd have a feeling that we probably reject the sales and tell them that even they could not sell their Patriots to the Ukrainians. So they can, but they probably would run into another roadblock. But with that, I hope that does address that the best I can. We've reached the end of tonight's stream. I've got to thank everyone for the massive support that y'all have thrown in tonight. And not only that, I got to thank everyone for watching. We've reached a peak viewership of 7.8 thousand people here tonight, and 57,000 people have watched the stream before it ended. We are entirely honored and appreciative to have all of y'all here tonight, and we hope that y'all continue to choose us to be y'all's primary source of news. We will see you all tomorrow at 10 p.m. Eastern Time to cover the next 24 hours of the news of the war, news of wars around the world, and the news really just from around the world in general. And so with that, good night, good luck, take care, stay safe, Slava Ukraini, and long live the Least Spring Army. The Least Spring Army will never die.
And with that, folks, thank you all for joining us once again tonight on a record-length stream tonight. 4+ hours, crazy length, and my brain is starting to go. That's why I'd have some repeating of certain things because I was starting to go. But thank you all to the 60,000 people that joined us and all 30,000 people that smacked the like button, and we appreciate it very much. And we'll see you all tomorrow night on the stream and also midday for the short war video as well if there is enough news to cover midday. But with that, of course, Slava Ukraine, Herom Slava, get some rest, and good night.